Chapter 973, Thunder Tower Lord. The Tower Lord was rumored to be one of the most powerful ancestors of Crimson Knight. He had guarded the tower for many years. Nobody actually knew how long he had been here for. The only thing people knew was that very few could see him. Even Qi Zixian, their descendant, couldn't easily gain an audience with him. But now, the Tower Lord was moving to save Qi Zixian from Li Qie. Everyone watched very closely at this moment. They weren't willing to miss out on the tiniest of details. The human brat is dead for sure. A blood expert cruelly guffawed. He was excitedly waiting for Li Qie to die to the Tower Lord. Only Li Qie remained nonchalant on the martial stage. He slowly sat down on the imperial throne and smiled. The Lord of the Thunder Tower, I'm afraid you aren't qualified to have this title. The masses gave me this title. The Tower Lord answered, young friend, I see that you are a rare genius. This time, just admit your mistakes to our kingdom and we'll let all of this go. How about it? Everyone was surprised to hear this. They all assumed that the Tower Lord would kill Li Qie. Who would have thought that the Tower Lord would forgive him so easily? Li Qie leisurely answered while relaxing on the throne, a bit interesting. Crimson Knight finally produced a discerning person. Although you are not qualified to be the Thunder Tower Lord, the kingdom was right to let you guard the tower due to the virtue of your vision. Such arrogant words astounded the spectators. But of course, the Tower Lord's perception far exceeded ordinary experts. After seeing Li Qie's speed, he immediately knew that Li Qie was training the soaring immortal physique. In the 9 worlds, anyone who could cultivate an immortal physique would be an unfathomable character. Young friend, the Crimson Knight Kingdom sincerely wishes to let this go. Just admit your mistakes and let our disciple return, then everything will end. The Tower Lord spoke. No, Qi Zixian interjected with a serious tone, Ancestor, this guy and the whore conspired to kill our disciples. They cannot be forgiven. Without killing them, we can't calm the anger in our disciples' hearts. Ancestor, this disciple was asked by Ancestor Storm God to try them in order to obtain justice for the Supreme Elder and the Crimson Knight Duke. Please lend me a hand to take him down. Qi Zixian finally regained her aggressive momentum. Once the Tower Lord came out, even the 6 paragons didn't dare to utter a single word. Although they were of the Ancestor level as well, there was a huge disparity between them and the Tower Lord. They were only juniors of juniors compared to him. Among them, only Qi Zixian dared to act so fearlessly because her backer, the Storm God, was not afraid of the Thunder Tower Lord. The Tower Lord did not respond, causing her to look stiff. She had no choice but to follow through in this precarious situation. If she couldn't kill Li Qie and Si Yuanyuan, then all of her efforts would have been for naught. To tell the truth, there is no saving the kingdom when they pick a descendant like you, someone who is foolish to a subhuman level. It is simply incredible that you even managed to reach your position. Li Qie looked at her and smiled. Qi Zixian solemnly spoke, little animal, surrender now or I'll kill this wretch. With that, a sword with a cold aura was placed on Si Yuanyuan's neck. The Tower Lord quickly arrived in front of the palanquin and prostrated on the ground. I didn't know Ancestor was coming here in person. This junior didn't welcome you in time, please forgive me. Even the Tower Lord was kneeling on the ground. This scene shocked everyone. A looming threat permeated the crowd's mind at this moment. All the blood disciples here, including Qi Tianyu, felt their legs give in. They all kneeled on the ground and didn't dare to do anything foolish. Rise. The voice inside the palanquin came out. The Tower Lord finally stood up along with the blood disciples present. Although no one knew who was inside the palanquin, they didn't dare to ask. Even an existence like the Tower Lord had to kneel down, so how could anyone else dare to speak? Young noble Li, how about letting it go? The voice asked. Everyone held their breaths at this moment and looked over at Li Qie. They were shocked and scared. Just who was this Li Qie? Why was this mysterious figure acting so polite towards him? Let it go. Li Qie remained seated on the imperial throne and said, Only blood can settle this. If she commits suicides, then I can spare the Crimson Night Kingdom." With that, he stared at Qi Zixian. Qi Zixian's expression quickly shifted and she had to take several steps back. She finally felt fear. "Young noble Li, would you please spare our kingdom's disciple?" The Tower Lord quickly pleaded, "We are willing to make amends." No matter what, Qi Zixian was still their main descendant. Her death here would be a huge loss to their prestige. "You are mistaken." Li Qie shook his head. "Those who dare to maneuver against my people must pay with blood. Simple amends won't do." He stared at her and said, "Will you do it yourself, or will I have to help you? If you do so, I will forgive the people around you." Qi Zixian was filled with dismay. She was the descendant of the kingdom, a high and above existence. But now, she was merely an insect in Li Qie's eyes. I am the future ruler of Crimson Night. My ancestral grandmother is the storm god." She took several steps back while screaming. She put up a strong appearance despite trembling inside. Chapter 974, Climbing the Thunder Tower. The crowd eagerly waited to see how Li Qie would deal with Qi Zixian. No matter what, they were still quite afraid when she brought up the storm god. Who wouldn't be afraid of immortal Emperor Qin Shui's daughter? I've had enough of hearing about her. Li Qie shook his head. "I don't care for this storm god or whatever. Besides, no one can threaten me. Not this vixen storm god, and not her father either." Qi Zixian still tried to maintain a strong front despite her fear. If you kill me, my grandmother won't forgive you. You're truly disappointing me with your struggle. You didn't even think about those close to you before death." Li Qie slowly stood up from the imperial throne. "Young noble Li," the Tower Lord wanted to plead for her. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to plead for her. I'll be frank, I won't give you any face. I wouldn't give face to the old geezer in the palanquin either, let alone you." The crowd was stunned after hearing these extremely arrogant words. Who were the Thunder Tower Lord and the mysterious existence? But Li Qie still dared to speak without a care for them. He looked at Qi Zixian, who was acting tough despite being scared. The 6 paragons still protected her. They would never allow for him to hurt her. Li, if you have no objections, your feud with Crimson Night ends here." Qi Zixian shouted, "We won't pursue your killing of our disciples anymore. You finally understood, but it is too late." Li Qie gently shook his head. Si Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment and spoke on Qi Zixian's behalf as well. "Young noble, senior sister Qi will learn from her mistake. Nothing can be better than, Yuanyuan, even though you are following me, no one can cross my bottom line. Your pleading is of no use." He interrupted her. Si Yuanyuan could only sigh, not saying anything else. "Stop!" The 6 paragons shouted as Li Qie approached. In the blink of an eye, their auras surged with layers of imperial might from their laws, seemingly aiming to suppress Li Qie. "With just the 6 of you?" Li Qie chuckled and narrowed his eyes. His mind opened and a bright radiance rushed out. Boom! Before anyone knew what was going on, a loud clap of thunder resounded from the top of the Thunder Tower, as if the pond of lightning above had exploded. Crack! A lightning bolt struck down from above and exploded. The crowd was still in a stupor. They heard banging sounds, then in the next moment, Qi Zixian, the 6 paragons, and the rest of the disciples from Crimson Night all fell down to the ground, their eyes still opened wide. Even at the very last moment, they didn't believe or know the reason why they had died. It all happened too quickly. The lightning at the top of the tower shot down like an arrow and penetrated all of their chests, pinning them to the ground. Green plumes of smoke floated in the air while the smell of something burning permeated the martial stage, almost as if someone was cooking. However, no one present would salivate from this smell, they wanted to puke instead. Lord of the Thunder Tower is not a title just anyone can have. Li Qie didn't even bat an eye. He nonchalantly said this, then turned around to enter the tower. Everyone was blown away at this moment. Even the Tower Lord was shaken. He was called the Tower Lord by others and had protected this place for many generations. It could be said that he was the one who understood the tower the best. Alas, he still couldn't control the tower like Li Chia did just now. A stranger like Li Chia, who had come here for the first time, controlled the mysteries of this land so easily. This was too frightening and illogical. Many people gasped and felt a chill running down their spines. One of them murmured, "Lin Tiandi is supreme and he took one night to unravel the mysteries of the thunder." Li Chia, how long was he here for? He didn't even climb the tower yet he can already control the lightning? Gentlemen, it's time to leave. The Tower Lord calmed down and raised his voice. At this time, both the spectators and experts from the blood race invited by Qi Zixian quietly left without comment. Qi Tianyu was pale and had an ugly expression. He also left with the group. In fact, he was not the only one. The sky-bearing monarch was also quite aghast. Even though he was invited as well, he chose to watch from a distance. This result left him completely speechless. Li Chia is exactly like the legends. Bai Jian was watching from far away as well. He commented, "Only death awaits those who oppose him. He is someone who meets God, buries God, meets devil, buries devil." This degree of mastery of the sunset glow scripture. Even if she can't become an existence like immortal Emperor Qi Yi, her future is still quite promising. This type of candidate should be sent to the primal ground for training. Without a doubt, the master of the palanquin had taken a liking to Si Yuanyuan. Li Chia opened his eyes and dismissively said, "Unfortunately, you are one step too late. She is one of my people now." Then she is still considered someone from the primal ground. The master didn't become angry and held Si Yuanyuan in high regard. Li Chia didn't respond. He stared at the Tower Lord and said, "It seems like immortal Emperor Qi Yi and immortal Emperor Qin Shui have tampered with this tower a bit. I really don't know about that." The Tower Lord smiled. He was very curious about Li Chia and why the old ancestor from the primal ground was so courteous to him. There are some things that cannot be changed, not even by immortal emperors. Li Chia smiled and gently shook his head without caring. At first, the Thunder Tower was not like this. It had a huge connection with this area. Later on, the ancient Ming built this tower on top of the already established foundation. After their destruction, Li Chia spent countless efforts to let future generations of immortal emperors recreate this tower. It carried a great significance for the holy city. To a certain extent, as long as the tower remained standing, the city would be indestructible. The human race could go on due to this as well. When immortal Emperor Qi bought this tower, he had to pay a sky-high price even for an emperor. Nevertheless, he was still willing to pay it. Chapter 975, Blood Bowl God-fiend Li Chia chuckled while looking at the old palanquin. He straightened his posture and said, "So it appears that you have personally come. Your primal ground is indeed acting in good faith." The existence inside replied, "You know who I am?" Its voice was feeble, yet carried an awe-inspiring prestige. Li Chia couldn't help but laugh at this response. "Others might not know who you are, but who else has the stench of cattle at the primal ground besides you? How dare you?" Even the winter matron scowled and glared at Li Chia. Li Chia met her glare and gently waved his sleeve to say, "Girl, I've always been presumptuous throughout the 9 worlds. Moreover, it is you who wants to ask me for a favor, not the other way around." He paused for a bit and smiled. "I am actually a very amiable person. Otherwise, regardless of whether I feel like being presumptuous or not, none of you would be able to stand in front of me." Such words made the Tower Lord sweat a bit. He simply couldn't imagine how Li Chia was still talking in such an overbearing manner despite knowing who was in the palanquin. Anyone else would be stricken with fear and fall to their knees after knowing who it was. Young noble Li, confidence is a virtue. However, too much ego can lead to ruin. The master inside spoke flatly. You are mistaken there. Li Qie gently shook his head. I have never been egotistical. Blood Bowl God Fiend, do you really think that I have been overstepping my bounds? The Tower Lord jumped from shock again. No one had ever dared to call out the title of the existence in the palanquin like this, but Li Qie didn't give a damn. Such arrogance couldn't be described with words. Even Yi Chuyun's heart skipped a beat. Si Yuanyuan, on the other hand, didn't know who the Blood Bowl God Fiend was. Yi Chuyun, as the schoolmaster of the Pure Lotus School, had heard the legends before. The Blood Bowl God Fiend was the oldest existence in the blood race and was rumored to be a real God Fiend, not a false, self-titled god. Not to mention the younger generation in the blood race, not many experts knew of his existence even within the tribe. Only real masters like the Thunder Tower Lord knew of him. He was said to have complete control and supreme authority within the blood race. As for how powerful he was, even the Thunder Tower Lord wouldn't be able to answer this question clearly. This was because the God Fiend had taught immortal Emperor Qin Shui before. Domineering enough. The God Fiend inside did not become angry. He slowly retorted, but you should know that you are not invincible even though you have obtained the legacy within the blood pond. The Tower Lord lost his voice as he exclaimed, Legacy of the blood pond. He stared at Li Qie in amazement, then glanced over at the Winter Matron. After seeing their expressions, he realized that this was the truth. He took a deep breath to calm down. If Li Qie had obtained that legacy, didn't it mean that he had become the blood forefather? A human becoming the blood forefather of the blood race was simply unfathomable. The Tower Lord did not understand why the blood pond would pick a human to become the new forefather. Li Qie smiled and shook his head in response. You're greatly underestimating me. Within the bounds of the Thunder Tower, I am the true ruler. Even without your legacy, I can still slay both gods and fiends. Do you want to try, Blood Bowl God Fiend? The Winter Matron coldly stated, Do you think you are an immortal emperor? He countered, Even if I'm not one, an immortal emperor would still have to take the long way around me inside the holy city. The Tower Lord became slack-jawed. The more Li Qie talked, the more outrageous he became. To even look down on immortal emperors, could there be anyone more insane than him in this world? Although the Tower Lord didn't view Li Qie with any disdain, he still felt that these words were too arrogant. To be frank, it was just boasting. I haven't heard such words in a long time. The God Fiend only murmured to himself. Since your bullhead is here in person, it clearly shows that you came in goodwill. Li Qie was very satisfied with the God Fiend's attitude. He gently nodded, Very well, we can talk alone. The God Fiend contemplated for a moment before ordering, Carry me in. With that, the men carried out an old coffin from the palanquin. It was completely blood-red, as if the coffin was sealing immortal blood. A bloody gloss cloaked the coffin and created many strange images. There were flying phoenixes and humming dragons. Stars were also falling from the sky. One could faintly see a figure inside this coffin. This figure was lying inside quietly, but no one could see their true appearance. An amazing immortal coffin. Li Qie had to praise after seeing the coffin. If it wasn't out of consideration for Providence, I would have seized this coffin already. It isn't easy to meet someone who has such discerning taste. Li Qie's words were very rude, but the God Fiend didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he seemed to have taken it as a compliment. His appreciation was not unfounded. This immortal coffin had a heaven-shattering origin. It was the reason why he was able to sleep here from one generation to another. This coffin weakened the erosion of time to its lowest level. The God Fiend commanded, All of you, leave. The Tower Lord naturally wouldn't dare to say no and immediately left along with the palanquin bearers. Even immortal Emperor Qin Shui was only a junior before the God Fiend, let alone him. The Winter Matron only glared at Li Qie one last time before leaving as well. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve. Both Si Yuanyuan and Yi Chuyun went out right afterward. A private conversation between the two of them meant that this was not a trivial matter. It involved secrets that others weren't allowed to know. If you are willing, I can let you rule the blood race and have its full support. I trust that you will definitely become a brilliant immortal emperor. The god fiend spoke when it was only the two of them left. Li Qie shook his head. No, you misunderstood my intentions. Even without the blood race, I will still become the most brilliant immortal emperor across all the eons. I want to talk to you alone, but not about the matter of the blood forefather. Li Qie paused for a bit before continuing. Of course, if you or the blood race deem it necessary, I can still become your blood forefather. It would still be convenient and easy, but I do not wish to command the blood race. The god fiend pondered for a moment before asking, then what do you want? Li Qie smiled and answered slowly, what I want is very simple. When necessary, I want you to come into being. Take that item from your blood race and exert your power to fight for me. That's impossible. The god fiend smiled. Even when immortal Emperor Qin Shui vied for the heavens will that year, I still didn't come out to protect him. There's no way I will come into being for you. I can lend you a hand, but I won't come into being. The god fiend was too important to the blood race. He was their soul. Outside of the legendary progenitor, no one had a greater importance to the blood race than him. I know your reason to live on. Li Qie smiled. You have kept on struggling with your last breath till now to prevent the fallen from seeing the sunlight again. You are afraid that the blood race will descend to their doom and become void of sunlight. Who are you? The god fiend raised his voice after hearing this. This private conversation should show my goodwill in discussing this matter. Li Qie solemnly said, in the blood race, you are known as the immortal emperor's Tao teacher because immortal emperor Qin Shui was your disciple. However, I'll be frank, you are not qualified for this title. He continued on slowly, you should have heard as well. Across all the eons, only one person is qualified to be called the teacher of immortal emperors. And that person is me. The moment Li Qie finished speaking, the immortal coffin loudly shook. There was no doubt that even an existence like the god fiend was shocked by this. Others might not know what Li Qie was referring to, but the god fiend was privy to such information and understood Li Qie's intent. I should have thought of this much earlier, the god fiend murmured. I should have realized this when the Black Dragon King tore apart immortal Emperor Ta Kong's heaven's will. He didn't wish to compete for the heaven's will with the Emperor, he did it for you, Your Excellency Dark Crow. Since the ancient ages, even the great ancestors who knew of the existence behind the curtains would have to call him Your Excellency. On the other hand, those who would dare to call Li Qie damned crow, were all eternal existences. Chapter 976, Deal. After a while, the god fiend finally returned from his bewilderment and spoke. Your Excellency has not revealed yourself for a generation now. It is an honor to see you today. Although the god fiend was the soul of the blood race, an extremely incredible existence, he was only a junior before the real teacher of immortal emperors, the Dark Crow. Even older emperors were only Li Qie's juniors, let alone him. I don't appear every single generation. Li Qie shook his head and said, sometimes, I disappear for several. The god fiend let out an emotional sigh and said, I didn't think that I would be able to meet Your Excellency in this situation. I have long heard of your thunderous fame before. I especially didn't think that our legacy would be obtained by you. Li Qie said, although your legacy is indeed incredible, it is not to the level where I must have it. Fate is what brought me to your blood race's legacy. The god fiend had no response to this because he had heard of many legends regarding the Dark Crow. If the Dark Crow truly wanted something, very few items could elude him. Li Qie stared at the coffin and spoke, of course, since I have taken your legacy, I can do a few things for your race when necessary. However, Li Qie paused for a bit. We won't talk about trivial matters like ruling the blood race. I have no interest in this, it is only a waste of my time. The god fiend didn't deny this opinion. Ruling the blood race was the dream of many blood geniuses. It was a supreme glory that would make their ancestors proud. However, the god fiend knew that the Dark Crow had even ruled the 9 worlds. For an existence like him, ruling the blood race was no big deal. Such overbearing words were said, but they seemed so natural when it came from Wuxia. The God Fiend asked, "What will your excellency bring to my blood race if I am willing to come out to fight for you?" This time, the God Fiend's words had no semblance of doubt or posturing. His tone was full of compliance. He knew very well of his own strength. He was strong enough to be described as heaven-defying. However, this was not enough to act foolishly before the Dark Crow. For millions of years, many heaven-defying existences had pledged loyalty to the Dark Crow. Even immortal emperors were willing to work for him. "We won't talk about some stuff like glory or dominating the world. These are meaningless and I don't have time or the mood to lead your blood race to such things." Wuxia answered, "If you take out that item and come into being for me to fight with all your might, I can give you something that no one else can." "I'm all ears." Despite living for so many years, the God Fiend's heart still jumped just now. Very few things could leave him with such eager anticipation. "Blood forefather." Wuxia slowly said, "I can give you a true blood forefather." The God Fiend's heart was stirred. "Your Excellency is saying," Wuxia clarified, "your progenitor. The thing, or rather, the existence that all of you have been waiting for." "No way." The God Fiend lost his voice, something that was very unbecoming of a character of his level. He was quite shaken by this. "That is impossible because our progenitor is dead. That is why we have the Sky Dome and the Blood Pond as well as our legacy." "Perhaps, but perhaps not." Wuxia smiled. "Many things have remained a mystery until now, things that are quite difficult to trace. One of them is the origin of your blood race. Was your progenitor a drop of immortal blood turning into a spirit or an evil existence, or a mythical devil?" Out of all the theories, the primal ground supported the one about the immortal blood. However, as the soul of his race, the God Fiend knew that there was another branch of their blood race. "If, say, I give you a true blood progenitor to finalize your blood origin, how would you feel about that?" Wuxia leisurely continued, "With a progenitor and a real origin, will you still be afraid of the fallen under the abyss? I still don't quite understand a few things. Please enlighten me." The God Fiend spoke after careful contemplation. Wuxia smiled and said, "Very well, ask." The God Fiend inquired, "Your Excellency is a character that has been around for eras and ruled this world. Others might be unaware, but I know full well that it would be difficult to find an existence capable of threatening you in the 9 worlds. With your abilities, why do you need some old bones like me to fight for you?" Wuxia said, "You are right about that. I'm not afraid of anyone in the 9 worlds or even what is outside of them. However," he paused for a bit, "I still need people to fight for me in addition to guarding certain territories. I don't need you to fight in the 9 worlds, but in that place, I need a lot of people to explore and create bases for me." "Your Excellency is talking about that place." The God Fiend was intrigued since he knew of this legend as well. "A legend that weaklings wouldn't know." Wuxia said, "You have taught immortal Emperor Qin Shui before, so after he obtained the Heaven's Will, he should have told you some things that only emperors know about. Your Excellency is talking about the place where the Heavens Will returns to?" The God Fiend spoke with emotions. "Yes, that place. The place that only immortal emperors know about." Wuxia responded. The God Fiend mused for a second before adding, "Your Excellency, as far as I know, only one person in each generation can go to that place. And they have to be an immortal emperor. That was the past." Wuxia revealed a mysterious smile. "This generation is different, everything has changed. Moreover, you should know that there is nothing I can't do. If I say it is possible, then it can be done. Can I really go to that place?" The God Fiend hesitated for a moment. His Tao heart that had been calm for so many years suddenly grew hot with anticipation and excitement. "Yes, I don't need to trick you and ruin my own reputation, right?" Wuxia said. The God Fiend took a deep breath and finally solemnly spoke, "As long as your Excellency needs me, I am willing to take the vanguard and be of service. I am willing to go to the very end for glory." "Very wise." Wuxia said, "This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone for you." Not only is it beneficial for your blood race, you will also be able to see a different world, a world of deities and emperors. May I ask when your excellency will prove our origin? The god fiend asked with a solemn tone. Where is this progenitor your excellency is referring to? I can't tell you right now. Li Qie gently shook his head, but if you go to that place, I will give your race a progenitor. The god fiend's expression changed as he asked, you mean our progenitor really came from that place? Maybe, maybe not. Li Qie smiled. A few things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Like I said earlier, solving this type of mystery is not an easy task. I should have guessed that this was the case. The god fiend murmured. If this was the case, then their progenitor didn't come from the 9 worlds, but rather that place where others couldn't go to. That legendary location, the destination of the heavens will. Li Qie continued, I can assure you that as long as you come out and fight for me, I won't only take you to that location, I will also help you find your blood progenitor. Of course, I won't force you. I will only give you and your race an opportunity. I'm not interested or in need of anything else. I am willing. The god fiend agreed, your words are the truth. With your assurance, there is no need to question anything. When will your excellency depart? The time is not yet ripe. I will let you know when the time is right. Li Qie said. Chapter 977, Changing Time. After settling everything with the god fiend, he finally called for the Tower Lords group who were waiting outside. They came in and Li Qie told Si Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan, you stay here for now. This place is quite beneficial. Try to the best of your abilities to learn something here. I can stay here? Si Yuanyuan was stunned after hearing this. The Thunder Tower was a very important location to the Crimson Night Kingdom. Not just anyone could stay in here to meditate. She had to look over at the Thunder Tower Lord because the tower was under his jurisdiction. If a disciple of Crimson Night wanted to meditate here, they would require his permission. Yuanyuan is a disciple of Crimson Night, so she is eligible to learn here. The Tower Lord agreed right away. Even the god fiend held her in high regard, so the kingdom couldn't possibly continue to waste her in this irrational manner. For him, even if the backlash from the imperial family and fury of the storm god were greater, he would still have to keep Si Yuanyuan here. Qi Zixian was now dead, so the kingdom needed a new inheritor. If Si Yuanyuan could take this position, there was a big chance that she could return to the primal ground in the future. This made her a candidate with limitless potential. Now this is a sensible person. Li Qie gently nodded. As long as your Crimson Night Kingdom understands the rules, the Thunder Tower will still be your property and Yuanyuan will still be a disciple of the kingdom. With that, his eyes became serious before continuing. However, the old geezers there better sharpen their eyes. Since I am leaving Yuanyuan here, don't blame me for being merciless if anything happens. Yes, certainly. The Tower Lord smiled wryly. Young noble Li can rest assured. I can guarantee that nothing will happen to Yuanyuan. Si Yuanyuan was in a daze while standing by the side. Not even in her dreams would she have imagined such a reversal. She had prepared for the worst, either being executed or exiled from her home, the barren earth. This result was completely outside of her expectations. If your kingdom doesn't train such a good successor, it will surely decline. Even the Blood Bowl god fiend commented. The Tower Lord immediately felt a huge pressure after hearing the god fiend. He was a renowned character in the Crimson Night Kingdom. Alas, since he had to always guard the tower, the imperial family's matters were out of his reach. More importantly, the storm god had complete control. Even the few extremely powerful ancestors like him were somewhat helpless. If you have the chance to see Feng Piaoluo, tell her that this isn't the generation when her father ruled the 9 worlds. Don't wallow in the illusion that she can still do what she wants. The god fiend spoke. There are a few people whom she can never afford to offend. This was true even back during her father's generation. Once she does, there will be no one in this world that can protect her. Feng Piaoluo was the storm god, the daughter of immortal Emperor Qin Shui. Coincidentally, the god fiend was also her father's Tao teacher. Because of this relationship, the storm god could do as she pleased like a tiger with wings. Rainfall and storms came and went at her beckons. In the blood race and even throughout the entire barren earth, countless lineages and experts were slightly fearful of her. This disciple will send the message. Since the god fiend had spoken, the Tower Lord took a deep breath and bowed towards him. It wasn't as if the storm god was the strongest ancestor at Crimson Night. However, her status as an emperor's daughter and her ties to the primal ground caused these ancestors to make concessions at times. However, it became a different story now since the Blood Bowl god fiend had given his input on the situation. Yi Chuyan was shaken as well since she was privy to more information thanks to her status as a ruler. His words meant that the storm god wouldn't be able to monopolize the kingdom's future decisions. Furthermore, the future successor of the kingdom was most likely no longer under her control. The god fiend eventually spoke, "Let us go." The virtuous paragons lifted the immortal coffin into the palanquin and were getting ready to leave. Li Chia looked at the winter matron who was leaving as well and smiled, "Little girl, don't forget. I am your blood forefather, so you 4 sisters will have to carry my palanquin one day." Such words enraged the matron. She glared at him before leaving. Li Chia, Si Yuanyuan, and Yi Chuyun returned to their abode. At this time, all of his actions attracted a lot of attention. Many people were speculating his identity. Although the blood race didn't recognize the Blood Bowl god fiend, even the Thunder Tower Lord had to kneel. This was more than enough to show that the person inside the palanquin had a heaven-defying background. Plus, they could be from the blood primal ground. Even without knowing his exact identity, some big shots from these lineages could still guess that a great character had arrived from the primal ground. Thus, this made many curious about how a human junior like Li Chia was related to the blood race. Why did the primal ground view him so highly? This was truly difficult to believe. Rumor has it that Li Chia is likely to enter the primal ground and will rule the blood race in the future. No one knew who spread this message or whether it was even intentional or not. In short, this message spread from the holy city to the outside. What a joke. Someone heard this message and didn't believe it at all. They sneered, "Li Chia is a human. How can he enter the primal ground, let alone rule the blood race?" However, a few blood experts found that the source of this message was very reliable, so they quickly came together to discuss this matter in private. "We are blood, we definitely cannot let a human be our ruler." A big shot stated during the meeting, "No matter what Li Chia did to infiltrate the primal ground, we have the responsibility to protect the purity of our bloodline. Yes, he is not a real blood, so he definitely has ulterior motives." A great character from the Blood Devil tribe commented, "The primal ground can't publicly show itself in many matters. This has been true for millions of years now. Perhaps, Li Chia caught their weakness or secret. However, we, the blood race and my Blood Devil tribe, have the duty to eradicate external threats to protect our eternal legacy." In a short moment, an atmosphere full of scheming filled the night sky. After returning to their place, Li Chia told Yi Chuyun, "We'll go to the God War Mountain tomorrow. If you want, I can help you go up and maybe you will be able to learn some nice things. Brotherly, I also want to go with you, but I most likely can't. I have to go back to the Pure Lotus School tomorrow." She quickly replied. "Go back?" Li Chia was a bit surprised. She answered, "Brotherly, I received a message from the sect recently. We have made contact with your cleansing incense, so now our 2 sects might be building a Tao portal. I have to personally preside over this matter." The construction of a Tao portal between the 2 sects meant that there would be a direct teleportation path. It was a test of the relationship between the 2 sections. Under normal circumstances, only trustworthy allies would build a Tao portal to connect to each other. Otherwise, it would create an underlying problem in the future. Because of this important matter, Yi Chuyun, as the schoolmaster, had to look over the process herself. Otherwise, both sides would not be able to reach an agreement. "Then you should go." Li Chia gently nodded. However, when night came, Li Qiye had yet to go to the God War Mountain and Yi Chuyun still hadn't returned to the Pure Lotus School, but an explosion suddenly occurred. The entire region trembled and everyone woke up from the shock. They all rushed out in order to see what was going on. At this time, an endless light spewed out from the God War Mountain like an erupting volcano. The difference compared to last time was that the light was no longer just an immortal light, it also carried a bronze affinity. This massive bronze light rushed out from the deepest area of the God War Mountain and illuminated the entire area, brightening the holy city as if it was daytime. This scene horrified others as if this was the end of the world, since this surging bronze light engulfed the entire city. Once enough bronze light was present, strange images began to appear in the sky. These images carved themselves into the night sky with blinding flashes, making it so others couldn't really see them clearly. There was an image of a kingdom and a city. In the midst of the commotion, there seemed to be living beings walking around across the streets and corners. It was a very crowded area. However, with a more careful observation, people could see that the busy pedestrians were not humans or members of the blood race or even existences from any other race. These pedestrians all seemed to be bronze statues. However, this image was too faint, so it was difficult to completely see it. Chapter 978, Strange Phenomenon at the God War Mountain. The people in the holy city and even those on top of the mountain right now were stunned at this scene. No one knew the meaning behind this phenomenon. Boom! At the same time, on a majestic, towering peak inside the God War Mountain, a bright figure seemingly wished to cross time itself and all obstacles. He trod forward to reach the deepest and highest location in the mountain to look at the phenomenon. "It's Lin Tiandi," someone exclaimed after seeing the figure beneath the bronze light. "Does he want to reach the deepest location?" Meanwhile, no matter how Lin Tiandi tried with his myriad laws or even time-traveling sequences, he could only stop at this spot, failing to reach a greater height. Even the supreme Lin Tiandi can't reach that peak. Another murmured after seeing this. One more added, "He is already quite amazing. Even if he can't be listed among the top 5 of all ages, this is more than enough for him to be considered a supreme genius. Only supreme geniuses can reach this level." This phenomenon went on for a long time as if it was replaying the past. These visual images seemed to have occurred in distant years. Both Li Qiye and Yi Chuyun, who were sleeping, were alarmed by this commotion as well. They rushed out at the same time and looked at this phenomenon over the God War Mountain. "What's that?" Yi Chuyun quietly asked Li Qiye, standing beside her. He looked at the image for a long time before slowly answering, "There are a few things in there that ordinary people cannot grasp." "What kind of things?" She couldn't help her curiosity. His gaze remained fixed on the visual phenomena in the sky as if there was something within attracting his attention. After a long time, he finally responded, "A few items that are ancient beyond imagination." Yi Chuyun looked back at the mountain. The truth was that she didn't know much about it, let alone the rest of the world. No one had heard of someone being able to reach the deepest crevice or the highest peak in the God War Mountain. "Brotherly, how much do you know about the God War Mountain?" She knew that he specifically came for the mountain this time. "How should I put this?" Li Qiye smiled, "If I say that there is no one in this world who understands it more than I do, you may not believe me." "I believe you." Yi Chuyun nodded seriously and responded without any hesitation. Her trust in him was absolute. He continued to stare at the mountain before speaking after a long intermission, "I believe in something as well. The God War Mountain might not be called an ominous ground, but it is the most dangerous place in this world." She inquired, "Why is that?" "I haven't heard about any dangers there." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "Not just anyone can reach the dangerous areas. Moreover, the danger of the mountain is different from the general sense of danger." Yi Chuyun didn't quite understand what he was trying to say. However, if he didn't want to reveal everything, she wouldn't keep on asking. "Lin Tiandi can't do it. He isn't capable of reaching the prime peak." Yi Chuyun looked at the mountain and noticed Lin Tiandi's repeated attempts at climbing. "The prime peak isn't a place that he can climb to." Li Qiye said, it is already incredible that he has made it through 1,000,000 peak to reach that point. His understanding of profound truths is quite high. Unfortunately, he doesn't need such a thing. Can no one in this world climb the prime peak? She asked. There were many legends about the prime peak of the God War Mountain, but a successful attempt was unheard of. Yes, immortal emperors. Li Qie answered. However, immortal emperors won't want to go to that place. How come? She inquired as she mused over the idea. She didn't remember hearing about an emperor climbing the prime peak before. That place isn't a nice or auspicious location, especially for immortal emperors. Li Qie smiled. Yi Chuyan wanted to ask more but decided against it. The phenomenon continued until the middle of the night before it slowly disappeared. The God War Mountain finally reverted to its normal appearance. A large number of cultivators of many races rushed for the mountain. An immortal item is surely coming out of the mountain in this generation. Both young and old ran hysterically to the mountain. A youth freely laughed and said, "No one other than me will obtain the immortal scripture. I will definitely be able to soar to the heavens and ascend to godhood." Quiet down. I heard that there is more than just eternal existences from the previous generation coming. If an immortal scripture actually does come out, I'm afraid even god monarchs will come. A friend whispered him a reminder. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget that this is the God War Mountain. The youth responded leisurely, no matter who they might be, eternal existences or god kings, everyone is equal inside the God War Mountain. Nobility is not preordained by the heavens. Maybe I will even take a god monarch down. He secretly visited several ancient and mysterious clans in the city. These clans maintained a very low profile even within the holy city. Some didn't even want others to know about their existence. Outsiders simply didn't know about them at all. After the visits, he finally left the city for the God War Mountain. Of course, he was not the only one. More cultivators poured towards the mountain from the other areas as well through the night. At this moment, Li Qie was famous. Each of his actions was noted even in the darkness, especially by those who were paying attention. Li Qie is also going to the God War Mountain. Someone privately discussed this matter. Under the cloak of darkness, a pair of eyes had been watching Li Qie's every move. He noticed that Li Qie was heading for the mountain and became excited, prompting him to command someone next to him. He was the descendant of the Blood Devil tribe, the sky-bearing monarch. He instantly came up with a plan the moment he saw Li Qie on the road. Thus, he sent people to invite Bai Jian and Qi Tianyu. The 5 saints of the blood race were close friends. Moreover, since he was the leader, Bai Jian and Qi Tianyu should have no reason to decline. However, Bai Jian actually refused the invitation. He told his confidant, "Tell the sky-bearing monarch's messenger that I am in closed cultivation. When I come out, I will go apologize to him." Bai Jian's confidant sent the monarch's messenger away. He came back and asked with some confusion, "Young master, your relationship with the monarch is quite good. You are usually happy to answer his beckons, so why are you refusing this time?" "Afu, this is a turbulent period." Bai Jian gently shook his head. "The sky-bearing monarch has great ambitions. Him inviting me at this key moment is probably not a good thing." With that, he glanced outside the window. "Fierce has arrived at the barren earth. This is not a good omen at all. I shouldn't be involving myself in these muddy waters. From today on, I will go train and won't ask about anything. If anyone comes, just send them away from me." His confidant acknowledged the command and would carry it out. The monarch was dissatisfied at Bai Jian's absence. As the Blood Devil descendant, he was quite influential within the blood race. He wanted to join forces with Bai Jian, so how could he be happy when Bai Jian didn't show up? He coldly grunted in response. Nevertheless, Qi Tianyu arrived. "Brother Tianyu is indeed my brother. You came to see me at a time like this." The monarch personally came out to greet him. Qi Tianyu smiled. "Brother Skybearing has helped me many times in the past, so how could I not come after you called?" Chapter 979, Nobility is not preordained by the heavens. Inside the room, both the monarch and Qi Tianyu walked side by side before seating themselves. The monarch looked at Qi Tianyu and smiled. It seems like Brother Tianyu has something on your mind. Qi Tianyu smiled in response after looking up. Please don't laugh at me. I am only being bothered by a trivial matter. It's not worth mentioning. If I'm not mistaken, you are troubled with love. The monarch said, Is it schoolmaster Yi? Qi Tianyu coughed after being exposed by the monarch. Just a secular affair. Please don't tease me. No. The monarch solemnly shook his head. Love between a man and a woman is part of the human experience. Plus, the Pure Blood School and Pure Lotus School have always been close. Brother Tianyu and Schoolmaster Yi can be described as childhood sweethearts. It is only natural that you have feelings for her. Qi Tianyu turned quiet after hearing this. Although they were not really childhood sweethearts, it was true that their schools had a great relationship. Prior to this, he was confident that as long as he tried, he would be able to win over the beauty. He didn't expect for a stranger like Li Chia to come out of nowhere. With Li Chia popping up in his mind, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. The guy didn't only steal the lover of his dreams, he even killed his junior brother, the Swift Sword Marquis, as well. He wanted to mince Li Chia to pieces, but he didn't dare to act recklessly after Li Chia's showing at the Thunder Tower. The monarch smiled and said, If Tianyu wants to win the beauty's heart, it is not impossible. Brother, don't tease me about this matter. If this is the purpose of this meeting, then I will have to take my leave. Qi Tianyu quickly shook his head. The monarch shook his head and spoke in a serious manner. Brother Tianyu, why do you think I am joking? Am I such a senseless person? We are brothers, so I only want to lend you a hand. Qi Tianyu was glad to hear this and quickly inquired, What advice do you have? The monarch said, Winning the beauty isn't difficult. The first thing brother needs to do is to kill Li Chia, to eliminate your rival. Then, as long as you keep trying, you'll win her over eventually. Kill Li Chia? Qi Tianyu smiled wryly. Brother, this is easier said than done. He was a proud person and had previously looked down on Li Chia. However, after Li Chia's performance at the tower, he understood the discrepancy between them. Not necessarily. The monarch said, I heard Li Chia is going to the God War Mountain. Brother, keep in mind that once you are at this mountain, nobility is not preordained by the heavens. Everyone will be equal, so brother won't lose to Li Chia. Such words did move Qi Tianyu. He naturally wanted to kill Li Chia, perhaps even more than anyone else. I'm afraid it still won't be easy. Even with the suppression of the mountain, his speed, Qi Tianyu's eyes narrowed at this point. Li Chia was way too fast, so fast that he couldn't really see him back then. The monarch smiled. We are brothers, so your problem is my problem. I can help you in this regard. Qi Tianyu happily asked, Really? Their relationship had always been good, and the monarch had helped him before. The monarch replied, If Brother Tianyu is determined, I will lend you my tribe's imperial weapon for a bit. Even though Li Chia is extraordinary, it will no longer be up to him once he enters the God War Mountain. Even if he is very powerful, with an imperial weapon, Brother Tianyu, won't it be easy to kill him? Qi Tianyu's heart became red hot after hearing this. He couldn't contain his excitement. The monarch went on, Moreover, brother can rest assured, I will tell our tribe's disciples to help you as well so that you can become famous. Despite his boiling blood, Qi Tianyu had to say, I'm afraid it won't be okay for brother to assist me so much. Lending your tribe's imperial weapon to an outsider is not a trivial matter. We are brothers, so it is nothing. Don't worry, I can handle it even if the elders scold me. The monarch spoke with great heroism. Qi Tianyu was very touched after hearing this. He bowed towards the monarch. You're someone who truly values brotherhood. I am very appreciative of this. The monarch smilingly replied, There's no need to be so polite, brother. We are all disciples of the blood race. I will need your help later on. Qi Tianyu hurriedly said, Don't worry, brother. When you take control of the blood race in the future, I will be the first to show support." The two of them looked at each other and laughed. After the monarch saw Tianyu off, a blood devil ancestor spoke. "I'm afraid this plan might go awry. In my opinion, the primal ground greatly values Li Qie. He might even take charge in the future. Even if he doesn't become the ruler, he would still be an esteemed guest there. If you can kill Li Qie with this maneuver, then it will be good. But if you can't, then it will be quite precarious. Either way, we will be offending the primal ground." The ancestor analyzed the situation for the monarch. "Ancestor, who can be certain of this? We still don't know Li Qie's position in the primal ground." The monarch deepened his tone. "But one thing is certain, without Li Qie, I can enter the primal ground. Plus, I am a blood. If I can kill this human, won't that show that I have the power to replace him? That I am stronger and more capable than him? This will only show the might of our blood race, and our clan disciples will love me for it." The ancestor pondered, then said, "You are playing with fire. If you fail, you will burn." The monarch smiled. "Ancestor, there is no smooth sailing in cultivation. If one is afraid of a wolf and a tiger, then they might as well be an insignificant human. I shall seek prosperity in peril. If I can kill Li Qie, then I shall be successful." "This is true." The ancestor gently sighed. "I need your help to take out an imperial weapon, ancestor. Also, help me get that crossbow as well. With the god-slaying crossbow, I will be able to deliver a fatal blow the moment Li Qie becomes distracted, to give him a death without a burial." With that, he revealed a frightening bloodlust. "Fine, I hope that you will be able to lead the blood race one day." The ancestor spoke gravely. "Nobility is not preordained by the heavens. This is a widespread phrase in the mortal world, but one would often hear this the moment they arrived at the God War Mountain. This was especially true for the lively and ambitious youths. They loved repeating this phrase in this place. There was a reason for the phrase's pervasive presence. The mountain was a very special location. No matter how powerful one might be, they would be suppressed the moment they set foot inside. There seemed to be the hand of a god pressing down on one's body, instantly lowering their cultivation all the way down to the physique accumulation realm. It didn't matter if one was a virtuous paragon or a heavenly king or even a legendary god king, their cultivation would instantly drop down to the physique accumulation realm without exception. Legend states that only immortal emperors could escape the suppression in this place. However, for millions of years and one generation after another, no one had heard of an emperor trying to climb to the prime peak of the God War Mountain. From then on, after arriving at the mountain, both famous virtuous paragons and the unknown little cultivators would share the same starting line. Because they were all at the same realm, this place's defining phrase became very popular. Here, even a weak cultivator could have the chance to assassinate a god king. Of course, killing a god king was not such an easy matter, it was just that it was no longer an impossibility. For many years now, many brilliant geniuses had killed god kings on this mountain. Of course, this made it so that god kings wouldn't easily step inside this area. Not to mention the distant past, several years ago, a god king was killed here. At that time, rumor has it that the Space Trample Mountain's Jikong Woody came to the barren earth and offended the Blood Devil tribe. Both sides immediately fought after this quarrel. Jikong Woody was just like his name. Even against the mighty tribe, he continued on fighting while retreating. A large number of experts were killed by him, and this forced many ancestors to come into being. Eventually, a god king from the tribe personally took action and chased him all the way to the God War Mountain. After stepping inside, this god king finally met the bane of his existence. During this battle, Jikong Woody tore him apart. This battle brought Jikong Woody extreme fame as he threatened the entire mortal emperor world. Many people said that he would become an invincible emperor just like his ancestor, immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Meanwhile, the Blood Devil tribe viewed this battle as a great humiliation. Both the young and old of the tribe were reluctant to talk about this battle. There's an author's note in this chapter that I thought was cute. I'll briefly summarize it here. Recently, many readers asked when I will mass release The truth is that I sincerely cannot do so right now. Some said that I have a reserve. This is true, I do have some chapters, around 10,000 words. I have recently been in a slump. Plus, there are many tasks to do at home. If I mass release and use up all of my backup chapters, then there might not be any new chapters. Because of this, the chance for a mass release is very low. My son has just got into kindergarten as well, so I want to spend a bit more time with him. Yesterday, when I got out of bed and wanted to write more, he told me to go play with him. I said no due to work because I had to make money, but then he said something that left me quite touched. He said, "Papa, don't write, play with me. I don't need toys, so there's no need to spend money." After hearing this, I felt that I have spent too little time with him. Chapter 980, Entering the God War Mountain. Nobility is not preordained by the heavens. This phrase was truly not just for show at the God War Mountain. On the mountain was a youth carrying a bloody saber. His body was engulfed in a blood energy as his long hair fluttered with the wind just like a waterfall of blood. He came with a group of blood devil disciples and arrogantly laughed. "Will God kings from the human race dare to come here?" The Saber Emperor schools Feng Zhicheng. Many cultivators here were startled to see this young man. He was the main descendant of the Saber Emperor school, one of the 35 great lineages of the Blood Devil tribe. Its power was among the top 5. What was even scarier was that he had also inherited the school's terrifying weapon, the Blood Devil saber. Thus, he was known to be quite vicious. Humans and bloods didn't always get along in the barren earth. The sky-bearing monarch, as one of the leaders of the Blood Devil tribe, was friendly compared to Feng Zhicheng. Since the Blood Devil tribe was the most powerful branch of the blood race, Feng Zhicheng considered humans to be invaders. Normally, he would argue with human experts right away, and the result would be fights to the death. "If a human god king comes here, I will definitely kill them." Feng Zhicheng laughed proudly while emitting a cold aura. The Blood Devil tribe viewed Jikong Wudi's dispatch of their god king as a great shame that they were unwilling to speak of. But today, Feng Zhicheng was quite aggressive to the point of provoking the humans. Despite his deliberate showing of disdain, the human experts here didn't want to say anything because nothing good would come out of debating with this brute. Feng Zhicheng laughed proudly and went deeper into the God War Mountain with a large group of Blood Devil disciples. At this time, wondrous lights emerged from the mountain alongside faint immortal hymns. Runes appeared on the hills with some intertwining universal laws as well. Even though this mountain suppressed people's cultivation, many cultivators still enjoyed coming here. This was because by successfully climbing these peaks, they would be able to obtain an extraordinary fortune. Each peak hid a different opportunity. Some had an ancient sage that gave Tao sermons. Others had natural immortal voices preaching the Tao, while others told different legends. Just by being able to climb these peaks, people would have different adventures and harvests. No one knew the reason for these fortunes at this place. Some said that there was an immortal buried in the deepest location of this place. Others stated that there was an immortal scripture underground. There were also those who claimed that this place was the dynasty of an immortal. These hidden fortunes were the reason why many people came here. However, not just anyone could climb these peaks after entering. The deeper one went, the taller the peaks became. And of course, the taller peaks were harder to climb. Thus, people used the height of the peaks as a standard. From then on, the majority of the mountains were named 100 Peak, 1000 Peak, Myriad Peak, Decmyriad Peak, and Million Peak. What made people even more surprised was that when he climbed to the top of these peaks, there was no visual phenomenon at all. No fortunes, no immortal preaching, or immortal hymns. Everyone should have some harvest after reaching the summit, but nothing happened after Li Qie reached the top. The Tao runes didn't even move in the slightest. What is going on? Those who were watching felt that his lack of harvest or fortune was unbelievable. He must be cursed, even the fortunes of the God War Mountain won't recognize him. A blood expert sneered. That's right. I heard the cursed ones aren't tolerated by the high heavens. Not to mention this peak, even if he crawls to all the 100 peaks, he still won't be able to obtain any fortune. A young blood laughed gloatingly. Many people felt an indescribable joy in their hearts after seeing Li Qia's failure, especially those of the blood race. Those with a little skill and determination wouldn't bother climbing 100 peaks due to the lowest grade fortunes, so very few cultivators climbed this level. Of course, there were also people willing to do so. After reaching the summit of some peaks, Li Qia found that there were cultivators present already. They all obtained something for their trouble. On a different one, there was a group sitting in front of a boulder and were observing the Dao runes on it. Some were quietly listening to the faint Dao noises underground. When they saw Li Qia burying an item in the mud, they became quite curious. A human asked, "Young noble Li, what are you burying?" Li Qia only smiled and said, "Everyone says that plant a seed in spring and harvest the fruits in autumn. So, I am planting a seed containing the Grand Dao. Maybe when autumn comes, I will be able to pick up many immortal scriptures." Such words left the group looking at each other. Such a belief was too ridiculous and quite frankly impossible. Only a fool would believe such a thing. Although they didn't believe him, after he left, someone immediately dug up the location that he had just buried the item. However, there was nothing there at all. "No way, I clearly saw him burying something down here, how could it have disappeared?" A cultivator dug a very deep pit, but he still couldn't find the item Li Qia put in there. "Maybe that guy is just trying to trick us. He knew that we would dig it up, so he cast an illusion." A friend shook his head and smiled. "This kid is sick. It's one thing that he didn't get any fortunes after going to so many 100 peaks, yet he still has the mood to tease other people. What a freak," the digger said with frustration. Chapter 981, Meeting Yichuan again. Li Qia, of course, didn't have so much free time to tease other people. The truth was that he truly buried items there, but these items were instantly dragged down to the deepest location of the mountain. This wasn't something that others could see. Moreover, these items were extremely frightening. After the last battle with the ancient Ming, he gave these items to the mysterious clans inside the city for safekeeping. This time, he visited them and took back all those items. For millions of years, people thought that a war between deities had taken place in this location. Of course, in a certain sense, that past battle was also a battle between gods. It ultimately resulted in a battle to kill an immortal emperor. In present times, few people knew that this place wasn't always called the God War Mountain. In the past, it was a divine land. After the ancient Ming took over the 9 worlds, the Dark Dragon dynasty built a supreme ancestral ground at this place. After the death of an immortal emperor, this land was transformed into its present state, the current God War Mountain. Countless ancient battlefields had shattered here. Towering mountains and peaks were rebuilt from the accumulation of flesh and blood. The world also didn't know that the thing suppressing everyone in here was not an immortal or any item. It was the most terrorizing formation in this world, the Immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation. After the battle, Li Qia left the formation to reign over this place. Outside of the Immortal Emperor blood still flowing here, the more important reason was that this land was too mystical. Furthermore, the ancient Ming had fortified this land for many years and truly affected the terrain. Thus, Li Qia left the formation here as insurance to destroy everything the ancient Ming left behind with the erosion of time. The sight of the phenomena told Li Qia that the time was finally ripe after these millions of years. This day had finally come, the day of his harvest. Despite their great efforts, that highly coveted item was too profound, and in the end, the ancient Ming's efforts came to naught. They were unable to get the item inside as the time wasn't right. Li Qia finally waited until this day. He was not only going to take back the Immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation, but also a few things buried underground. Virtually no one knows that the suppression was due to a great formation. They believed in the myth of an immortal being here instead. Li Qia continued to bury items deep underground. He started from the 100 peaks and then the 1,000 peaks, myriad peaks. For many cultivators, climbing these mountains was not an easy matter. This was especially true after the myriad peaks. It became prohibitively difficult to continue onward. The suppression became stronger the closer one was to the center of the God War Mountain. It was a great test to anyone's Tao heart, determination, perception, and skill. However, this was not difficult for Wuxia. He was the creator of God War Mountain. For him, not to mention the million peaks, even climbing the prime peak was easy. At one of the special 1,000 peaks Wuxia was burying items in, a respectful figure immediately bowed the moment he saw Wuxia. Young noble Li, Wuxia looked up and smiled leisurely. Royal Lord Yi, we meet again. This is truly a type of fate. So it turned out that this old man who bowed respectfully towards Wuxia was the Suhuan country's royal lord Yi Chuan. At this time, a group of disciples were standing behind him. Biyao, who didn't like Wuxia, was among them. Yi Chuan quickly told his disciples, "Come, greet young noble Li." Back at the void-trapped desert, some of them had looked down on Wuxia. But now, they knew that Wuxia was their great lord's esteemed guest. What shocked them even more was when they heard some of his stories. He even dared to kill the descendant of the Crimson Night Kingdom. This was too much to take in for little cultivators like them. In their eyes, Qi Zixian was a goddess from legends, someone completely out of reach. However, Wuxia casually killed someone of her level so easily. How could they not be astonished? Thus, after seeing his arrival, a Biyao's group didn't dare to slight him in the least. They were stricken with both fear and awe as they bowed towards him. "Rise." Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and smiled. "Oh? That little lady isn't coming?" He was referring to Yi Chuan's disciple, Ali. He had a good impression of her due to her broad-mindedness. "She's here." Yi Chuan was happy to see Wuxia bringing up his disciple right away. He pointed at 1,000 peak ahead and said, "She climbed up that peak and is comprehending the fortune up there." Wuxia looked at this peak for a bit. It was around 5 to 6,000 zhang high. It was relatively tall among the 1,000 peaks. To be able to climb a 6,000 peak at that age, she either has a strong Tao heart or a mind free of distractions. Wuxia gently nodded. However, there is still a big gap compared to real cultivators if she can only climb up 1,000 peak. His words made the majority of disciples behind Yi Chuan lower their heads in shame. Even the proud Biyao was very embarrassed. One couldn't be considered a real cultivator by just climbing a 6,000 peak. Meanwhile, they could barely climb a 3,000 peak. This was not much different from mere mortals. "May I ask how you define a cultivator?" Yi Chuan noticed this rare opportunity and immediately asked Wuxia. He was seizing the chance for his disciples. Cultivation is not about innate talents. It relies on one's Tao heart, determination, and perception. Wuxia only smiled since he knew what Yi Chuan was thinking, so he casually taught them. Most cultivators wouldn't care for this basic theory. Wuxia didn't want to pass down a real Tao system either. This was only casual speech. As for how much they could understand from it, this depended on their own efforts and fortune. "Wow, I feel like I've missed something." While Wuxia sat on the ground to teach Yi Chuan's disciples, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Yi Chuan's youngest disciple, Ali, finally came back from the summit. She was both excited and scared to see Wuxia sitting together with her brothers. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, "Ali, come greet young noble Li." She looked at him with surprise in her big and round pair of eyes before she happily smiled. "Young noble Li is also here? Don't tell me you want to compete with Lin Tiandi by seeing if you can reach the prime peak?" Yi Chuan was startled after hearing his disciple. Both Wuxia and Lin Tiandi were peerless characters, not people that a small kingdom like them could provoke. "This girl, what nonsense is this? Just greet young noble Li first." Yi Chuan gently scolded her so that his disciple wouldn't speak more outrageous lines. Wuxia gently waved and stopped Yi Chuan. He then glanced at the million peaks in the distance and smiled. "I am only competing with myself, there's no need to compare with others." "How awesome." Ali cutely smiled and said, "So young noble Li is saying you are not weaker than Lin Tiandi?" In the past, among Yichuan's disciples, only Ali was unprejudiced towards Li Qie. Lin Tiandi? I don't need to compete with him. Li Qie smiled towards this curious girl. If this was before, a Biyao group would have laughed at Li Qie and thought that he was ignorant. However, they didn't think so today. Daring to kill Crimson Knight's descendant showed that Li Qie had the power to back it up. Li Qie spoke to Ali. It seems like you had a good harvest at the summit. A runic water vein, it can nourish your Tao foundation. How do you know that? She was jolted from hearing him reveal her harvest. She had only managed to comprehend the Tao runes on the mountain and didn't even have the time to tell her master, but Li Qie was able to tell with a single glance. I only calculated with my fingers. Li Qie chuckled. How could this elude his eyes? It was only a small exaggeration to say that he was the creator of the God War Mountain. Ali was both puzzled and scared. She wanted to ask, but Yichuan shook his head towards her and motioned for her not to. Li Qie told Yichuan, Royal Lord Yi, when I drank your wine back then, I said I would give you a good fortune. Today, we met by chance, so it is time to finish our connection. After hearing this, Yichuan became quite joyous. He brought his disciples to thank Li Qie and said, Thank you for your guidance, young noble Li. We are very appreciative. Follow me. Li Qie accepted their gesture and then turned around to leave. Yichuan quickly followed with his disciples. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity in his eyes. It wasn't easy to encounter a supreme genius like Li Qie. Li Qie brought them into a hidden mountain base in this area. After entering, they all disappeared right away. No one was more familiar with this place than Li Qie, so he brought them here to learn. Chapter 982, Tao passing. After bringing them here, Li Qie looked at the group and slowly explained, I only have half a day. I will repeat the theories I've stated earlier. You. With that, he pointed at 3 people in the group. They were Yichuan's best disciples. Biyao was one of them. I see that the 3 of you have trained in a combination technique and have decent teamwork. I will pass down an old Trinity formation to you 3. I will only repeat it twice, whether you can learn it is up to you. Li Qie said. Yichuan's disciples quickly held their breaths and focused. They were afraid of missing out on such a good opportunity. Li Qie then repeated the few Tao basics. Even though this was only elementary information, it was completely different when explained by Li Qie. Everything became so brilliant and easy to understand. A Biyao group had read these basic Tao guidelines before and felt that they were too simple and boring. However, this tedious information became completely different when told by Li Qie. They never thought that such basic information hid such profundities. Even Yichuan, the ruler of a country, was immersed in the teachings. At this time, both the master and the disciples who looked down on Li Qie were completely convinced and greatly admired him. After the Tao preaching, he gave a Biyao group the Trinity formation. This ordinary formation was not too profound, but after being modified by Li Qie, it became incredibly abstruse. This made the 3 quite ecstatic, as if they had just found a great treasure. They felt incredibly grateful towards Li Qie. Yichuan was happy as well. He inadvertently created a good relationship with Li Qie, but he didn't expect for this good of an outcome. After passing down the formation, Li Qie told Ali, You obtained a runic water vein. This vein is a bit special. Since our meeting is a type of fate, I will help you improve it. With that, he pointed at her forehead. In the blink of an eye, bright waves rippled in the sky. Ali closed her eyes and didn't stop Li Qie from judging her Tao foundation. Zzz, with Li Qie's finger movement, the runes with a wavy texture suddenly intertwined like needles. In a short time, they combined to turn into a universal law in the form of a divine chain. Zzz, eventually, this divine chain imprinted itself into her sea of memories and took root there like a healthy tree. It seemed to be turning into a heavenly merit law. Ali felt the item in her mind. She was both happy and scared before asking curiously, "What is this merit law?" "Carefully study it. One day, you will understand what kind of merit law it is." Li Qie didn't answer her question completely, only smiling instead. He then shifted his gaze towards Yichuan's group. "You all can stay here for now to meditate. Try to climb the higher peaks afterward, there won't be any more chances in the future. In the God War Mountain, your talents do not matter. It is all about your Dao heart and determination." He pointed at his heart after finishing this. He taught them a few techniques to climb the mountains before turning around to leave. Yichuan asked with concern as Li Qie turned around, "Young noble wants to climb up the prime peak?" "Yes, but there's no rush for now." Li Qie smiled, "When I climb up the prime peak, you all should leave. The God War Mountain won't be like this from then on. Thank you for your guidance." Yichuan bowed again. He pondered for a moment before speaking with some hesitation, "Young noble should still be a bit careful on your trip. I heard the blood race wants to monopolize all the myriad peaks and up, they're not allowing humans to come close." "I'll be careful." Li Qie smiled. "Will we meet again?" Ali curiously asked while looking at Li Qie's back. "If it is meant to be. To meet or not to meet, let it be up to fate." Li Qie smiled before disappearing at the entrance. "What a strange person." Ali tilted her head and murmured, "He is arrogant but also friendly. After drinking 1 cup of wine from us, he gave us so many good things. Because he is a master, a real master." Another disciple spoke, "I heard a master only teaches when it is fateful, they won't care about one's background. Either way is fine." Yichuan sighed softly, "He is not from our world. He will definitely break the 9 heavens and climb to the apex. We are only insects in this world and can only watch in admiration. He taught us these grand Tao just because of the fateful connection back then." Yichuan understood that Li Qie was returning the kindness from that cup of wine back then. From now on, Li Qie no longer owed them anything. Li Qie continued on burying items in the 1,000 peaks. Each item he buried was different as well. Alas, no matter how many peaks he climbed, there was no reaction at all. He didn't meet any fortunes unlike the others. Just like the speculations of the blood race, Li Qie must have been cursed and the God War Mountain did not welcome him. It is useless even if you climb up 1,000,000 peaks. A cursed person like him will never gain anything from the God War Mountain. Someone gloatingly mocked after seeing Li Qie's attempts. Of course, the truth was far from this. He was the one who set up the immortal emperor slaughtering formation to suppress this place. How could he obtain any fortune here? If he wanted them, he could have taken as many as he wanted. It was just that he didn't wish to disturb the peace underground because his followers were buried there. In addition to Li Qie, who was attracting a lot of attention, there was another who commanded the same level of spotlight, Lin Tiandi. He had reached the top of the highest 1,000,000 peak. However, no matter how hard he tried by crossing time and space, he couldn't reach the prime peak. His methods were extremely heaven-defying. Many images appeared. There was even an immortal paving the way for him. He even took out one supreme treasure after another. Some were completely unrecognizable by others. Alas, even his best efforts didn't allow him to reach the final peak. Even though others called him Tiandi, he was insignificant, unable to reach the apex that was the prime peak. The prime peak had been there for millions of years. It seemed that no one could conquer it by reaching its summit. He is indeed amazing. Every generation, a wondrous genius like this would come out. While carrying out his planting process, he occasionally looked up to see Lin Tiandi's methods and nodded approvingly. Others marveled at Lin Tiandi's methods as well, so powerful. No wonder why he is called the #1 in the barren earth. Despite coming from humble beginnings, he can still stand tall against Mei Suyao's group. He is the pride of vagrant cultivators like us. Of course, there were also those who were jealous of Lin Tiandi, especially the younger generation. They knew they couldn't compete against him. After exhausting his means and still being unable to reach the prime peak, Lin Tiandi had to give up. He felt a bit dejected. Since his Dao debut, everything had been smooth sailing and nothing could halt his pace. He was completely confident and would challenge any powerful existence. However, he finally suffered a setback before the prime peak. Although he couldn't come up with a reason for failure, he still had to stop right here. Of course, Lin Tiandi was still Lin Tiandi. He didn't lose his confidence because of this setback. He only smiled wryly with a touch of helplessness. Wait until I'm more powerful, I will come back to conquer you. Eventually, he looked at the prime peak and murmured before leaving. Some were happy and some were sad to see his failure. The happy people found consolation in his failure. At the very least, not everything went well for him. No matter how brilliant he might be, he was still met with failure this day. As for the sad crowd, they felt that if even Lin Tiandi couldn't do it, there was no chance for other people. It was likely that they would never be able to reach the prime peak and see the scenery up there. It is no surprise to see Lin Tiandi fail here. Since the start of time, even immortal emperors faced defeat one day, let alone us normal people. A fella commented after this event. No one knew if these words were meant to console Lin Tiandi or himself. Chapter 983, Overbearing Blood Race. As Lin Tiandi was leaving the prime peak, he saw Li Chia planting items along the way. Although they were only staring at each other in the far distance, this was more than enough to cause the atmosphere to change. There wasn't a need to say more about Lin Tiandi. His fame at the southern region was incomparable as the current number one. On the other hand, Li Chia recently climbed to fame by instantly killing the Crimson Knight descendant in front of their ancestors. He used his own power to challenge the kingdom. This was enough to show his tyrannical nature. Today, Tiandi and Fierce had finally met. There were many who watched them with excitement. They all wanted to see if the two would fight or not. The leader of the blood experts here sneered with a tough attitude, and it's not just this myriad peak, with this as the starting point, the surrounding 100,000 miles all belong to us. Anyone who dares to pass will become the enemy of our Saber Emperor school and the entire Blood Devil tribe. This tribe indeed had great solidarity. Not just the 35 great lineages, even the majority of the sects in this tribe consistently united against outsiders, especially humans. Quite overbearing. Li Chia smiled. It's as if the world belongs to your Blood Devil tribe and you can divide it however you want. You are right. The leader snorted, this is our world. Be smart and scram or else your blood will stain this land. Such an aggressive tone. It is not others' turn to act so overbearingly in front of me. Li Chia smiled. Huh, you are Li Chia, right? A young expert among them recognized Li Chia. He revealed an unfriendly expression to the point of being murderous. Yes, I am Li Chia, and? Li Chia caught the murderous glare and couldn't help but smile. Someone was considering him a fat sheep in a slaughterhouse again. The moment he revealed his identity, the blood experts immediately surrounded him in the sky completely like an inescapable net. Fight! After seeing this scene, the spectators became excited before Li Chia himself reacted. Due to his recent notoriety, everyone wanted to see how he would beat up the blood race. This was especially true for the humans, they wanted to see him rampage. Li Chia stared at these experts and leisurely smiled. Oh? You want to rob me? Huh, yes, we want to take your dog life. One of them smiled deviously. The leader snorted, if you were someone else, then we could have spared you. But Li Chia, there is no way out for you today. This place will be your burial. The blood youth who recognized Li Chia shouted, that's right, tear him to pieces so that the humans can see the result of those who oppose us. It seems like you all really think that I am a fish on the chopping board. Li Chia chuckled, you think you can kill me with just your group alone? Huh, Li Chia, you can keep acting smug all you want. The young blood laughed arrogantly, you might be strong outside, but don't forget, this is the God War Mountain where everyone is equal at the physique accumulation realm. You might have the advantage in a one-on-one situation, but one against a dozen, where is your advantage now? That's right, we'll tear this Li guy into a million pieces so that he will forever wallow in regret for opposing our blood race. The experts here revealed their bloodthirst. Chapter 984. Killing the enemies. This situation left the majority of the spectators from the other races outside shuddering. Some of them glanced at each other and finally realized that at this moment, everyone had the same starting line. The human cultivators held Li Qie in high regard for killing Qi Zixin. However, it was just like the blood experts had claimed, everyone was at the same realm, physique accumulation. Li Qie would win if it was a one-on-one, but against a dozen, all of his advantages were gone. At the same level, fighting a pack of wolves alone would be a very grim situation regardless of one's techniques and means. Ants can bite an elephant to death. This is looking very unfavorable for Li Qie. The human experts were worried for Li Qie, but no one was willing to help him. Only a madman would help a stranger and offend the powerful Blood Devil tribe in the process. Nobility is not preordained by the heavens. No matter how powerful you are only a little cultivator here. The young blood spoke with a fierce look. Li, accept your fate. You should have known that you will die by coming to this place. Li Qie leisurely smiled in response. Wow, it sounds like you are saying that I will really be torn to pieces here. Come, all at once so that I don't have to waste time cleaning up. Go, tear him to pieces. The young blood shouted. With that, he was the first to lunge towards Li Qie. He wanted this merit. If he could kill Li Qie, he would become renowned in the world while raising the prestige of the blood race. Tear this little human animal apart. The other blood experts were not willing to fall behind. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts all rushed towards Li Qie. Watch out. The human experts' hearts were hanging on a thread. They were nervous for Li Qie and quickly warned him. Li Qie didn't bat an eye in the face of this assault. He stood still in place, giving the feeling that he was too scared to move. Not good. The spectators outside wiped off their sweat and felt that it wasn't looking good after Li Qie's lack of reaction. As a blade was inches from slitting his neck, Li Qie suddenly lifted his hand. Buzz! An absolute domain seemed to have opened up. In this split second, time seemed to have stopped and space was frozen. All the murderous experts became motionless. But it didn't end there. While time was halted, one could hear sounds of metal being smashed and shattered. Both the experts and their weapons were decimated in the blink of an eye. Silence quickly ensued as everyone became stunned. No one saw how Li Qie did it. They only saw him raise his hand, then a dozen blood experts were slaughtered. Too weak, I thought you all could have struggled a bit more. Li Qie slightly shook his head while looking at the bloody carnage with a regretful demeanor. He was just testing his stagnation domain. Although there were Heavenly King level experts among the dozen, they couldn't even handle one blow inside the domain. Moreover, they were suppressed to the physique accumulation realm, so they were instantly rendered into a bloody pulp. The spectators nearby were astonished by this scene. This was truly too shocking since they couldn't even see how Li Qie slaughtered these experts. Li Qie didn't seem to care, as if this was an ordinary occurrence to him. He looked at the spectators and smiled. In this place, I am higher than even deities. I welcome anyone who wants to challenge me. With that, he climbed up the myriad peak. The crowd turned quiet and just watched Li Qie's departure. When he smiled and revealed his white teeth with that nonchalant expression, it made many of them quiver. That brat is too scary. It looks like the mountain isn't even suppressing him. An older cultivator calmed down and seemed to have noticed something. The group began to compose themselves at this time. A cultivator became startled and exclaimed, "The Saber Emperor School's Feng Zhicheng and other geniuses from the Blood Devil tribe are all meditating at that peak, yet he is actually climbing up. What about Feng Zhicheng?" A human expert spoke with contempt. Li Qie even dared to kill Qi Zixin. You think he cares about this Feng Zhicheng? In my eyes, he is still nothing even with the Blood Devil saber. Yeah, Qi Zixian is one of the 5 saints, while Feng Zhicheng isn't qualified to join this group. Even if the Saber Emperor School is a big sect, it still can't compare to the Crimson Knight Kingdom. Another human spoke. Someone as fierce as Li Qie simply doesn't care for the blood race. Some human cultivators were supporting Li Qie both openly and covertly. In their eyes, Li Qie's ability to strike the blood race allowed the humans to feel proud. Li Qie climbed to the summit and found that there were people meditating in this place. Strange images were showing themselves. Without a doubt, they had obtained a fortune at this place. His presence immediately alarmed them. They turned around and sharply glared at him. This group consisted of young geniuses from the Blood Devil tribe. Although they were weaker than the 5 saints, they were quite famous in the blood race and even the barren earth. "You're that Li Qie." A young man with a pair of falcon-like eyes and a saber on his back stared at Li Qie. He was Feng Zhicheng, the descendant of the Saber Emperor School. Li Qie lazily stared at them and said, "Yes, I'm that Li Qie. You killed Ah Hong's group." A different man had a murderous glint in his fierce eyes. They immediately knew what had happened after seeing Li Qie reaching this summit. At the same time, experts from other summits watched from the distance. They wanted to see how this storm would end. "Are you referring to the ones at the base?" Li Qie smiled. "My bad, good dogs do not block the way. They did attempt to stop me, so I just offhandedly made mincemeat out of them." Li Qie's provocation made the group turn ugly. They were geniuses with high statuses, so Li Qie killing their people in such a blatant manner was an affront to their authority and looking down on their sections. "Ignorant fool." Feng Zhicheng unsheathed the Blood Devil saber and pointed the tip at Li Qie. "Human ant, kneel and accept your death." The saber in his hand was crimson like flowing blood. It was especially demonic, as if this was not a blade but a wave of devil blood. It became even more diabolic once he poured his blood energy into the saber. The blade emitted an evil aura as if it was the hand of a devil, capable of extinguishing the life of any creature instantly. Li Qie slowly responded in a nonchalant manner, "Someone of your level can't even block a single move of mine. Don't waste time. All of you come together so that I can dispose of you all with one move. Of course, if you want to live, then scram right now and I might spare you." The group turned livid after hearing this. Such contemptuous words were beyond just putting them down. He was essentially challenging their entire race. So fierce, challenging the entire blood race by himself. How driven and determined is he? This is how a human man should be. A human cultivator saw this scene and felt his blood boiling. "Little animal, I'm going to hack you 1,000 times." Feng Zhicheng shouted. Li Qie was looking down on him too much. Not capable of stopping one blow? Who did Li Qie think he was? Even Lin Tiandi wouldn't be able to beat him with one move. The moment his saber came out, it would destroy all existences. He howled, "Die!" Clank. The saber slashed through the air, creating gusts wherever the blade passed. A devil blood engulfed the sky. As the blade continued on its trajectory, this blood surged upward as if it wanted to break the firmament. Inside this devil blood was seemingly the hand of a devil reaching out. It was completely undetectable yet vicious in its life-devouring endeavor. It went straight for Li Qie's throat. No one could escape this devil hand no matter where they tried to hide. Blood Devil Saber, it really is an evil blade. Someone saw the evil affinity of the blade soaring to the sky and felt a chill run down their spine. Chapter 985, Too Weak. Clang. The saber rang. In the blink of an eye, everyone thought that it had slashed Li Qie. However, after this sound came about, the sea of blood disappeared and the evil affinity moldered. Li Qie remained there in the same spot as if he didn't even lift a single finger. At this time, people finally had a clear view of them. Li Qie's hand was pushing down on the blade in a carefree manner. The Blood Devil saber beneath his palm was completely immobilized, as if his palm weighed the same as countless divine mountains. Once stopped, even a god fiend wouldn't be able to escape, let alone a mere saber. Feng Zhiqing's complexion was flushed because he couldn't pull back his saber from Li Qia's leisurely grasp. It felt as if his saber and Li Qia had fused together. He mustered all of his strength, yet he still failed to move the blade even a tiny bit. Like I said, someone of your level wouldn't even be able to withstand one blow. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Under the hell suppression godly physique, Feng Zhiqing's puny cultivation couldn't reach the apex. Although the Blood Devil's saber was a supreme evil blade, it was still suppressed by Li Qia's hand. Junior, do not be so presumptuous, die. The other geniuses here saw Feng Zhiqing in trouble and all shouted at the same time. They summoned their treasures and attacked Li Qia with their most powerful moves. Things should have been like this from the beginning. Li Qia smiled and didn't bother looking at the oncoming barrage. He simply lifted his finger and unleashed a strike. Bang! 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 Before the crowd could realize what was going on, many bodies fell down. These attacking blood geniuses lost their lives to just one finger strike. It was too swift. No one saw Li Qia's technique that killed all the Blood Devil geniuses instantly. There was a frightening, bloody hole in each of their foreheads. There was no doubt that his finger penetrated their skulls. They died with their eyes agape without even realizing how they died. Soaring immortal physique, the ultimate in speed. The swiftness of this finger attack surpassed the void. These geniuses were nothing in the face of this attack. So brutal. Even virtuous paragons from the previous generation shuddered after seeing this from the other peaks. Li Qia's speed could even threaten themselves. No techniques or Tao laws, just pure speed alone. Don't tell me he cultivates the soaring immortal physique. One of them was astonished and had this thought. Feng Zhiqing was currently shocked. He quickly ran and even gave up on his saber. In the blink of an eye, he created a gap between him and Li Qia. However, he had to stop after feeling a chill on his neck. A very sharp saber was hanging before it. This sensation was too familiar. He didn't need to look to know that it was his own Blood Devil saber threatening his life. It happened in an instant, so no one could see it. The other cultivators felt suffocated after witnessing this scene. Feng Zhiqing came to a standstill and didn't dare to move. He even stopped breathing. The saber had followed him for decades, so he knew just how sharp and terrifying it was. If he moved even a little bit right now, his head would be rolling on the floor. What a pity. What a nice blade, a shame that it wants to cut off its master's head. Li Qia gently shook his head and smiled with the saber in his grasp. Feng Zhiqing's expression was extremely ugly. Until now, he was the only one who decapitated people with the devil blade. He never expected that one day, his own blade would be hovering around his neck. The blade that had always followed him was now the cruel instrument on the verge of slaying him. If I just apply a little force, your dog head would fall to the ground. Li Qia leisurely smiled. Li, halt your impudence. A cold voice resounded as someone climbed up the peak. Qi Tianyu is here. An attentive watcher quickly stated after seeing the fella. Many people held their breaths after seeing this newcomer. Everyone knew that the Blood Devil tribe had always been united. Provoking one was the same as provoking them all. No one found it surprising that Qi Tianyu would interfere at this moment. What, you want to stand up for the weak? Li Qia glanced at Qi Tianyu and grinned. I will kill anyone who murders members of my blood race, no matter who they are. Qi Tianyu landed on the summit and glared at Li Qia like a wolf eyeing its prey. He didn't hold anything back and released his blood energy in its entirety. Despite the great suppression from the mountain, Qi Tianyu's surging blood energy still carried an ancient might as if a deity was protecting him. It made him quite powerful. It seems like the rumors are true. Someone in the distance saw this and murmured, Qi Tianyu really has an ancient blood race bloodline flowing through his veins. Li Qia laughed and quipped, so if I kill a few blood members, I will be chaste forever? Let go of Feng Zhiqing now and I will give you a swift death. Otherwise, I'll slowly torture you and let you taste a fate worse than death. All of Qi Tianyu's blood energy rushed out, turning him into a blood god with a murderous momentum. How confident. Good, go for it. I'll give you a chance. If you can't save him in one move, I'll chop off his head. Li Qie smiled. Suppress. Qi Tianyu was also quite decisive and made his move before Li Qie could finish his words. He formed a mudra with both hands at an unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy fused to form a seal of blood. This technique immediately gave birth to a strange image of a deity controlling this blood seal that was then unleashed straight at Li Qie. The laws of the Tao were instantly overshadowed and repressed by this blood seal. Even the cultivators on the other peaks felt its ancient power that stemmed from the blood race. Sealing evil divine mark. The ultimate attack of the pure blood school. Many human experts gasped and were very worried for Li Qie after seeing this attack. However, Li Qie was unperturbed in the face of this sacred attack. He simply punched the air without using any special techniques. No universal laws emerged, and neither did the surging power from the Grand Tao appear. This fist only had absolute speed, absolute power, and absolute weight. Bang! The punch directly shattered the blood seal. Blood splattered everywhere along with the unpleasant sound of bones breaking. Boom! 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 Despite using the ultimate attack of his school, Qi Tianyu still couldn't escape defeat. He had to stagger dozens of steps back while spewing out a mouthful of blood. And even then, he still couldn't stabilize himself. His injury didn't stop there. Li Qie's punch shattered his entire arm. His flesh was dangling from what was left of his bones. Such a scene forced everyone to take a deep breath. No one expected that Qi Tianyu, one of the 5 saints, wouldn't be able to handle a single punch from Li Qie. This is far too strange, too devilish. An older virtuous paragon from the blood race shuddered. How could there be such a big gap when they're both at the physique accumulation level? This is simply impossible. Can it be that this brat is not suppressed by the God War Mountain? After arriving at this conjecture, the paragon quickly shook his head and murmured, no way. Even God Kings would be suppressed, let alone a junior like him. You truly disappoint me. Li Qie smilingly shook his head while looking at the wounded Qi Tianyu, completely lacking in skill yet you still want to interfere. No matter what your intentions are, trying to save a fellow clan member is a good thing. Unfortunately, you don't know your own limits. The pale Qi Tianyu became furious after hearing this. He had witnessed Li Qie's terrifying speed, but in an actual fight, Li Qie's speed was even more frightening than he had previously anticipated. He would quiver whenever he thought about Li Qie's speed even when he was being suppressed by the mountain. This made him want to eliminate Li Qie even more. Qi Tianyu couldn't afford to let him live since the guy was too big of a threat. All I can say is, sorry, you have failed. I can only fulfill my promise. Li Qie smiled and said while staring at the pale Qi Tianyu. No, Feng Zhiqing let out an unwilling scream, but it was too late. Blood spurted from where his head used to be. As his skull was flying in the air, he could see a stream of blood gushing from his own neck. Eventually, it rolled far away while his body made a loud thump, falling flat on the ground. His blood dyed the mud red as if it was nourishing the land. That felt good. A human expert swung his fist in the air to celebrate. This is how things should be. The blood race has been long overdue to be taken down a notch. If we humans don't show our might, they would keep on thinking that they're the boss of the barren earth. Such words incited a lot of hostile glares. In just a second, many blood experts nearby coldly stared at him. This human was frightened and lowered his head a bit. Nevertheless, he still had to let out a few laughs since he felt quite good from Li Qie quickly dispatching Feng Zhiqing. Chapter 986, Breaking an Imperial Weapon Barehanded, You Still Haven't Escaped. I actually do admire your courage. Li Qie put the saber away and smiled towards Qi Tianyu. Qi Tianyu took a deep breath and channeled his blood energy. With a series of crackles, his crushed arm was restored. Even though his cultivation was suppressed by the God War Mountain, his Tao foundation was still there so he could reconstruct his ruined arm. Our blood race only has heroes who die in battle, not fleeing cowards. Qi Tianyu took a deep breath. After thinking about his ace, he proudly arched his chest and his aura soared once more. Yes. That is a man of our blood race. A blood expert quietly praised after seeing Qi Tianyu regaining his confidence. Li Qie chuckled after seeing Qi Tianyu's revitalization and slowly said, "It doesn't matter if you're truly unafraid of death or have sufficient strength to back it up. No matter what, just this confidence alone is worthy of praise." Very well, if your blood race only has heroes who die in battle and no fleeing cowards, then I'll help you. He continued, "Come, show off all of your moves. This is your final chance." Qi Tianyu prepared himself while staring intensely at Li Qie. In the end, he bit his lip and spewed out some longevity blood while shouting, "Die!" Boom! The moment he cried out, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The mountain range shook and a gigantic ring flew out. When his longevity blood stained this ring red, it covered everything and suppressed the world. This was a surging imperial aura that could deter even gods. The gigantic ring's suppressive momentum came crashing down and destroyed all things. Boom! 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 With loud explosions, the frightening ring sealed Li Qie's body. Moreover, it continued to emit loud blasts with its constant rotation to grind him into a bloody mist. An immortal emperor life treasure. Many were startled before this imperial aura. Some even screamed in horror. Such a sudden development frightened the crowd. This was outside of their expectations since they didn't think that Qi Tianyu's hidden card was an imperial weapon. A human expert shouted, "There's no way. As far as I know, the Pureblood School doesn't have an imperial weapon." The Pureblood School was indeed powerful, but it had never produced an immortal emperor before. Thus, it was common knowledge that it didn't possess an imperial weapon. However, Qi Tianyu had just taken one out, so how could the crowd not become shocked? It is a weapon from the Blood Devil tribe. An expert from the previous generation recognized this gigantic ring and murmured, "From the Wang's direct branch." He was referring to the Sky-Bearing Monarch's clan. The Sky-Bearing Monarch's real name was Wang Tiancheng, but everyone nowadays referred to him as the Sky-Bearing Monarch. The Blood Devil tribe is truly unbelievable when it comes to their solidarity. They even loaned out an imperial weapon. Both humans and members of the other races became quite envious. Everyone knew that imperial weapons were priceless treasures. They were the defining treasures of their respective sects, meant to be used for their own protection. Even a sect's disciples wouldn't normally get an opportunity to use them. But now, the Wang clan from the Blood Devil tribe actually let Qi Tianyu borrow their imperial weapon. This was a great showing of camaraderie and solidarity. Thus, it was understandable that the experts from the other races became quite envious of the whole thing. This was doubly true for the humans. They could be considered the top race in the barren earth, but they had always been fragmented with their own individual goals. "It's over, Li Qie is dead for sure." A blood expert snorted after seeing the imperial weapon. A young blood was even more jubilant. He laughed with contempt. "What is this about being the fierce of the human race? A junior with such a shallow foundation still dares to challenge our blood race? He doesn't know his own strength. We have been standing strong in the 9 words for millions of years with unfathomable power. How can an ignorant junior like him challenge us?" Although some human experts were annoyed by this claim, they remained silent as they had no other choice. It seemed like Li Qie's defeat was a foregone conclusion the moment the imperial weapon came out. The cultivation of everyone in the area was suppressed to the physique accumulation realm. In this circumstance, if one could control an imperial weapon, then victory would certainly be within their grasp. Boom! The imperial aura continued to spread like an ocean engulfing Li Qie. He appeared incredibly small in contrast to this vast and mighty aura. Bang! A deafening blast resounded. Li Qie directly unleashed a fist without any special attributes. It was a direct contest of force. This attack that resembled an immovable fist of a god struck the gigantic ring and actually managed to stop its offense. Beneath the ring, people could still see the shimmering golden brilliance of this fist. It radiated a holy aura as if it was of the Buddhist faith, as if the legendary Buddha had unleashed it. It was capable of subduing demons and devils. Meeting an imperial weapon barehanded? He's insane. A spectator in the distance became slack-jawed. This was the craziest thing they had ever seen. Ignorant brat, he is asking for death. He's actually punching an imperial weapon with his bare fist. A young blood sneered as if he could foresee Li Qie's tragic end. Bang! With another loud explosion, the unbelievable happened. Li Qie's golden fist actually stopped the gigantic ring. He was completely fine, even an imperial weapon couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Break for me. Qi Tianyu didn't dare to believe it. He had never seen such a domineering display before, actually halting an imperial weapon with one's bare hand. He wouldn't even dream of such a thing, but it was unraveling right before him. He didn't hesitate any longer. He spewed out even more longevity blood onto the ring to unleash an even more devastating force. But regardless of his urging, the imperial weapon still couldn't kill Li Qie. His heavenly fist was immovable even when facing the mighty weapon. Indestructible diamond fist, one of the myriad Dao fists. This attack was even stronger than an imperial weapon's might, allowing Li Qie to be unharmed. That's impossible, the crowd was dumbfounded by this. Stopping an imperial weapon with bare hands, this was beyond the imagination of common men, yet it was actually happening. The youths from the blood race were even more shocked. At this time, it seemed like they had just swallowed a fly. Earlier, they announced that Li Qie's death was assured, but now, he indirectly gave them a fierce slap to the face. Is this brat still a human? An older virtuous paragon from the blood race quivered a bit. This was simply too frightening. You're too weak. Being suppressed to the physique accumulation realm in this place means that you can't even unleash 1 or 2% of the weapon's strength, yet you wish to kill me? Li Qie blocked the weapon, then looked at Qi Tianyu with a smile. Qi Tianyu, on the other hand, was completely pale. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. Time to end this. Li Qie was still smiling when he suddenly put more strength into his fist on the imperial weapon. In the blink of an eye, the soaring immortal and sky destroyer physiques erupted. Absolute power and absolute speed combined to form an unstoppable might to resist the ring from above. Boom! The ring was blown away like a gigantic mountain by Li Qie. It flew all the way out of the God War Mountain and disappeared into the horizon. The crowd turned silly after seeing this. Blowing an imperial weapon away with one fist? This was even more miraculous than anything that could be seen in a dream, something that only belonged in legends. It was likely that until today, no one had ever seen something like this before in person. Someone who didn't believe his own eyes murmured, "Am I dreaming? Pinch me real quick." Of course, he quickly screamed right afterward. His companion showed no mercy and pinched him hard. He woke up from the pain and understood that this wasn't a dream. This kid is unreal. Virtuous paragons from the blood race were in awe. This feat was not something a normal person could do. Thump, 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 Qi Tianyu took several dozen steps backward. He wasn't pushed back by Li Qie, it was due to fear. While watching Li Qie coming closer towards him, he no longer had the courage to fight. Broken down from fear, he turned around to flee. Zzz. Li Qie casually flipped his palm and a universal law appeared within his grasp. He launched it forward and it pierced Qi Tianyu's body, nailing him to the ground. Qi Tianyu's utter defeat left the majority of the blood spectators completely dejected. At this moment, no one was willing to jump out to save Qi Tianyu. Li Qie could even knock an imperial weapon flying. What else couldn't he do? Against someone who was devilish to this level, even the unified Blood Devil tribe didn't want to come out and fight Li Qie to the very end. Qi Tianyu continued to struggle in an attempt to escape, but the law had nailed him down to the ground. He couldn't even move, let alone escape as Li Qie inched closer and closer. He looked at the struggling man on the ground and gently shook his head. To tell the truth, I'm a bit disappointed. Earlier, you were quite heroic, saying something about your race only having heroes and no cowards. Unfortunately, look at you now. Chapter 987, Sneak Attack Whoosh. Before Li Qie could finish his words, a powerful arrow pierced his body and pinned him to the ground as well. This development was so sudden that no one could react in time. Li Qie had just defeated Qi Tianyu and nailed him to the ground. Qi Tianyu had no way of fighting back, so Li Qie was at his most vulnerable state. No one saw where the arrow came from. It was extremely fast, 100 times faster than lightning. Even Li Qie couldn't avoid it in time. Someone eventually calmed down and asked in a daze, "What happened?" A human expert from the previous generation had a dark expression and spoke wryly. Someone performed a sneak attack. At this time, anyone could guess that it was the blood race who performed this ambush. Lowly slime. A young human gritted his teeth after seeing this, but he couldn't do anything about it. The arrow struck Li Qie with frightening speed. Finally dead. Countless blood experts felt great relief after seeing Li Qie's death. In their eyes, this devilish guy was simply too much. He was even able to blow away an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He would be a big threat to the entire blood race if he continued to live. Even though it was not very honorable to kill him via ambush, this was still much better than leaving him as a future threat. Is he really dead? A few humans couldn't accept this sudden development. Everyone held Li Qie in high regard, but he was ultimately assassinated. It was fine to die in the hands of enemies in a direct confrontation, but to die via assassination, this was the most frustrating way to go for a genius. A big shot took a careful look and murmured, "I'm afraid he is." This arrow was most likely shot out from an incredible crossbow. Even Qi Tianyu, who was lying there, awaiting his death, became stunned. He found this unbelievable as well. Finally, someone dressed in black slowly climbed to the summit under the eyes of all the spectators. After seeing Li Qie pinned to the ground, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and took off his black hat. "Brother Sky." Qi Tianyu was ecstatic after seeing this person clearly and cried out, "Thanks for saving me." Returning from the verge of death couldn't have made him happier. Sky-bearing monarch. When people finally saw this person's face, they took deep breaths and felt a chill inside. So shameless. Another young human felt indignant. The leading successor of the Blood Devil tribe is only an ambushing slime. The victor becomes the king while the losers are vilified as bandits. For so many years, countless brilliant geniuses had been assassinated. A young blood immediately mocked him. If Li Qie was truly strong, he would have been able to dodge that arrow. The sky-bearing monarch is worthy of his title and being the future leader of our tribe. The moment he took action, he was able to get revenge for our fallen disciples. Another blood applauded. One more blood quickly joined the fun. That's right, this Li guy's hands are stained with our blood disciples' blood. The sky-bearing monarch dispatching him today is still not enough to atone for all of his sins. The victor becomes the king while the losers are vilified as bandits. This phrase was not wrong at all. After killing Li Qie, the monarch became the hero of the Blood Devil tribe. It was no longer important which method he used to kill Li Qie. Although many human cultivators were unwilling to accept this, there was nothing they could do. They glanced at each other and felt a cold chill. The blood race was too unified, especially the Blood Devil tribe. They always stood on the same side to fend off outsiders no matter the circumstances. The monarch stared at Li Qie's corpse and boldly uttered, "I will kill anyone who murders members of my blood race no matter what." His voice echoed across the entire God War Mountain. In fact, he felt very relieved at this moment. Finally, he was able to kill Li Chia. If he didn't, the guy would have always been a thorn in his side. Many blood disciples chanted in unison, "We will kill anyone who murders members of our blood race no matter what." Some were even shouting the sky-bearing monarch's title in jubilation. His feat today immediately propelled his position in the tribe like a ship on water. Many people now supported him, and this would pave the way for him to eventually lead the entire tribe. The monarch sonorously declared, "Today, I will take Li Chia's head and hang it outside of the holy city so that people will know the fate of those who kill our race's disciples." His declaration was heard by a lot of people. Many blood disciples cheered in response. Earlier, the blood race felt very repressed due to Li Chia's actions, but now, they could hold their heads high again. The monarch smiled after seeing the positive response from the blood disciples. This event was enough for him to become famous in this world. His position in the blood race would soon be unparalleled. The monarch came closer to Li Chia's body to chop off his head so that he could hang it outside the city. Only by doing so would his fame spread even more. This way, others would know that it was him who killed Li Chia. Pluff. Blood spurted everywhere. When everyone thought that the monarch had chopped off Li Chia's head, they were completely stunned by the actual unbelievable development. The monarch took several steps back. His chest cavity now had a terrifying bloody hole. His heart was ripped out from his body. What is going on? Many people jumped from seeing this with widened eyes. At this time, they saw Li Chia, who should have been dead, stand up. There was a heart still beating in his hand, the monarch's heart. The crowd gasped from seeing this. Who would have thought that the supposedly dead Li Chia would actually manage to claw out the monarch's heart? Yes, well done. The human cultivators became relieved after seeing this. Some of them even cheered in response. No, this can't be. The monarch could no longer stand straight. He stared at Li Chia in disbelief while mumbling, "No, no one has ever survived the god-slaying crossbow." Li Chia tightened his grip and the heart in his hand turned into a bloody mush. He smiled and slowly pulled out the arrow from his body. Not a bad arrow. Unfortunately, it is still far from being able to kill me. Having said that, he looked at the monarch and said, "I have been waiting for this for quite some time." He casually threw the arrow. Whoosh! The monarch couldn't dodge it and was pinned to the ground by the arrow. The truth was that Li Chia knew people were watching him even before he entered the God War Mountain. He was only playing dead to lead the snakes out of their nest. He wanted to see how many people from the blood race actually came for him. The leader of the Blood Devil tribe is only a wretch. He's not worth mentioning before our human race's fierce. A human cultivator excitedly shouted after seeing the reversal. The majority of the blood disciples had ugly demeanors. They couldn't help but become speechless. They were very excited about the monarch's success earlier, but now, it was just another slap to their faces. Even a sneak attack couldn't kill Li Chia. "All of you, come out now or else I'll slowly flay his flesh. I want to see the people in this world hear the pitiful screams of the Blood Devil tribe's future leader." Li Chia held a saber in his hand and gently slapped the monarch's face with it while leisurely smiling. His voice was not loud, but many people could hear it easily. Not long after, a group eventually reached the summit. Although their cultivations were suppressed on this mountain, they still emitted an aura that would cause others to tremble. The spectators were startled after seeing this. Someone murmured after seeing this group dressed in black, "The Blood Devil tribe came prepared, they didn't try to kill Li Chia on the spur of the moment." Li Chia looked at them and leisurely said, "Since you are here, take off your masks and be direct. Your tribe shouldn't be acting like rats that don't even dare to show your faces." Someone snorted among the dozens of black-clad men. Eventually, they all took off their masks and revealed their faces. Every single one of them was a famous character unafraid of showing their true identities. An ancestor from the Wang clan, second ancestor of the Blood Devil tribe, many people were astonished to see the faces of these old men. They were all famous ancestors of the Blood Devil tribe. Some of them had been reclusive for a long time, yet they actually came out today. 2 eternal existences, 8 legendary masters, 27 ancestors. Someone quietly counted the people in this group. After finishing the tally, even the virtuous paragons here shuddered. The Blood Devil tribe actually sent out this many ancestors to the God War Mountain. They were only short of God Monarchs, but this was still a mobilization of epic proportions. Even a fool would understand that it was a grand scheme. The tribe had wanted to take Li Chia's life long ago. Chapter 988, Suppression. It seems like I have kept you all waiting. Li Chia glanced at the dozens of gray-haired ancestors and smirked with a relaxed attitude. These ancestors all harshly stared at him. Without a doubt, they all came from the Blood Devil tribe, with the majority being from the Wang clan. It's better to get rid of the enmity rather than keeping it alive. The leader among the ancestors stared at Li Chia and gravely spoke. If Daoist Li is willing to let them go, we'll pretend as if nothing had happened. Li Chia stared at Qi Tianyu and the sky-bearing monarch, who were pinned to the ground, and grinned again. The monarch was both angry and afraid at this moment. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect his plan to fail like this. He thought that his assassination would be a definite success. Who knew that Li Chia would still be alive and well, completely unscathed, even after being pierced by the god-slaying crossbow? The monarch simply couldn't grasp this reality. The crossbow was the Wang clan's supreme weapon. He understood its power full well, making this even more difficult to accept. Qi Tianyu, on the other hand, was lying there quietly without struggling. He seemed to have accepted his fate. He thought that struggling would be futile, so he chose to give up. Li Chia was amused by this scene and spoke. You are speaking as if you are doing me a huge favor, as if your Blood Devil tribe acting as if nothing happened is the biggest showing of benevolence in this world. Another ancestor spoke in an awe-inspiring manner. You can think of it like that. He sneered. You should be thankful that our tribe won't pursue your crime for murdering our disciples. Otherwise, there will be no peace for you in the barren earth. Even if you run to the edge of the world, our billions of disciples will still tear you into pieces. The majority of the cultivators on the other peaks were holding their breaths. Anyone would feel apprehensive when facing so many ancestors from the Blood Devil tribe. No peace in the barren earth? Li Chia smiled and looked at the ancestors. Do you know that I have a really bad habit? If others prostrate before me to beg for forgiveness, I will feel soft and forgive them. However, for those who provoke me, there's no need to think twice. I love to antagonize others the most. If you claim that I will never find solace in the barren earth, then very well, I want to see what your tribe is capable of to declare such a threat. Li Chia grinned. With that, he gently flicked his wrist and the Blood Devil saber looming next to the monarch's neck flickered. No. The monarch knew what was going to happen in this moment. His frightened soul yelped, but it was all too late. The moment the sound came out of his mouth, his head was already flung up high with blood spraying out. His eyes were still opened as his head rolled far away on the ground. He died an indignant death, for his great ambitions and aspirations were unfulfilled. No, the ancestor in charge shouted as well. He wanted to tell Li Chia to stop, but it was too late. Everything happened too quickly. Li Chia took action right after declaring his intention without a care for the many ancestors present. This scene shocked many people. Some gasped and felt a chill down their spines. Li Chia still killed the monarch under the pressure of dozens of Blood Devil ancestors. He didn't even bat an eye. From this, one could easily imagine just how vicious he was. Someone couldn't help but murmur, so fierce, this is the fiercest. Not giving the ancestors from the Blood Devil tribe any face in public and killing the sky-bearing monarch, this is only something the fiercest would do. At this moment, even if they had to waste longevity blood, they still had to kill Li Chia. Otherwise, there would be no place for their Blood Devil tribe at the barren earth. The countless hands instantly broke into pieces under the might of 2 imperial weapons. Even Li Chia's wondrous technique couldn't withstand their might. The imperial seal directly suppressed Li Qie at this moment. Clack, right when the seal met his body, crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard by everyone, causing them to shiver. The spectators in the distance saw Li Qie being trapped in the imperial prison, then being suppressed by the imperial seal. They felt a chill and thought that opposing the Blood Devil tribe would end very badly. An ancestor spoke in a mighty manner, "Little animal, this date next year is your funeral." "Is that so? But I believe it will be your funeral." Despite his bones fragmenting with blood staining his clothes, Li Qie was still as leisurely as ever. He smiled, "I hope that your children will still be alive on this date next year. Wouldn't it be a shame if you all won't have anyone to worship you on this date next year when I destroy your entire tribe? Little animal, still not repenting before death. We'll finish you off then." The ancestors were enraged by his retort. They roared once more. Some ancestors directly spewed longevity blood on the weapons. The two empowered weapons became even more radiant. Clank. Under the stronger pressure, cracks appeared all around Li Qie's body. He was like a broken vase. Just a soft touch would completely break him. Yes, just like this. Li Qie loudly laughed after his body was crumbling into pieces. "This is more like it. I actually thought that all of you were too old and wouldn't be able to exert the imperial weapon's power. Muster all of your strength to take me down." The ancestors almost vomited blood from anger. Their cultivation was suppressed, so they couldn't exert 30% of the two weapons' power. After hearing this provocation, they couldn't tolerate it any longer. A few more ancestors spewed their longevity blood onto the weapons. They swore in their minds that they would smash Li Qie into a meaty paste. Clack, more cracks appeared on Li Qie's body. His chest was opened and his beating heart was visible. "Yes, this is the sensation that I like." He appeared to be enjoying this very much despite the damage. What a man, he's still able to laugh on the verge of death. All the races here were admiring his courage and perseverance under the attack of the two weapons. Chapter 989, Reversal. The spectators grew nervous while watching the scene. Li Qie had become a fish on the chopping block in the face of the imprisonment from the two imperial weapons. He wasn't able to fight back at all. They were startled by the cracks on his body, especially when the creepy bone-cracking sounds appeared. Nevertheless, despite the blood staining his clothes, he still had a smile on his face. It was as if all of this wasn't happening to his body. "This is fierce for you, a brave model for men." Even the blood cultivators showed respect after seeing his appearance. "Bah, the Blood Devil tribe is shameless. Only playing the numbers game and bullying the young with the old." Meanwhile, the human cultivators spoke bitterly with indignation. Alas, they were powerless to do anything about it. Clack, at this time, even Li Qie's forehead had cracked. This was the toughest area of a cultivator. Once this area became exposed, their sea of memories would be destroyed, signaling one's true death. A human helplessly murmured, "It's over. This is the result of those who oppose our tribe." A Blood Devil cultivator revealed a cold smirk after seeing the inevitable conclusion. Many were full of regret while watching this scene, especially the humans. Everyone wanted a monster like Li Qie to come out to deter the blood race. However, before he could accomplish anything big, he had to die an early death here. At the same time, the other races realized that it was unwise to oppose the Blood Devil tribe in the southern region. Unless one had a strong enough backing, death would be certain. Pa! When everyone thought that it was time for Li Qie to die, a clear noise suddenly could be heard. Something seemed to have been shattered, as if a lock had been forcefully opened. "This is it." Li Qie smiled. His entire body suddenly shifted like a tiger lunging forward. Boom! His blood energy soared to the sky without holding anything back. Its endlessness engulfed everything. Boom! The sweeping blast stopped the suppression from the two imperial weapons. The dozens of ancestors were blown away while vomiting blood. Such a sudden reversal was unbelievable. No one could believe this blood energy, that was as vast as an ocean, looming over the sky. Everyone knew people would be suppressed at the God War Mountain. However, Li Qiye seemed to be perfectly fine, as if he was unaffected. I should be thanking all of you, this saved me a lot of effort. Li Qiye stood straight up. Despite being completely bathed in blood, his smile was particularly bright. The seal on his Dao foundation left behind by Zhang Xian had been completely unlocked. He no longer needed to train to remove this seal. Run! The shocked ancestors were horrified. They knew that it wasn't looking good, so all of them turned to run. Since you're already here, just stay. Li Qiye smiled. With that, his blood energy quaked. Boom! The two imperial weapons were blown flying to the outside. No! The ancestors were astonished and screamed. The two weapons were flying towards them, but they couldn't prevent the collision. Poof! 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 The two weapons instantly struck the dozens of ancestors, and the destructive impact turned them into blood. They didn't even have the chance to scream. The weapons had their own sentience. After killing these ancestors, they flew out of the God War Mountain without hesitation. Nice! Many human cultivators couldn't help but burst out in celebration from excitement after Li Qiye's reversal. As for the Blood Devil cultivators, they were alarmed to say the least. Some even left right away as they no longer dared to stay at the God War Mountain. The place became silent in just a second. The majority of the people here were still in a daze while the blood race had very unsightly expressions. Is this a second Lin Tiandi? Someone wondered. No, stopping imperial weapons with bare hands, this is even more heaven-defying than Lin Tiandi. Feels good to be back. Li Qiye grinned. His death energy emerged at this time and his wounds instantly closed as if time was reversed. Li Qiye purposely let the ancestors trap him in order to borrow their power to unlock his sealed Dao foundation. After his previous training, the seal showed signs of weakening. And now, with the help of external forces, it expedited the process and completed the recovery. He smiled and withdrew his vast blood energy, then stared at Qi Tianyu, who was pinned to the ground. Now how should I deal with you? Qi Tianyu took a deep breath. He took in the current situation and made up his mind. Every man will meet his end eventually. I have fallen into your hands, so do as you please. If I beg for mercy, then my name isn't Qi Tianyu. He was in despair and no longer cared. The sky-bearing monarch was dead along with the dozens of ancestors. He knew that no one could save him from death right now. Thus, he could freely face his end and was no longer afraid of his own demise. If you want to die, so be it, I'll lend you a hand. Li Qiye smiled and came closer to Qi Tianyu. Qi Tianyu was simply lying there without moving or struggling. He was prepared to let Li Qiye do as he pleased. The blood experts could only watch in silence after seeing this. Even the Blood Devil tribe was quiet at this moment. Despite their solidarity, no one took action. They knew that the group that could put up a real fight was dead. Anyone who would try to save Qi Tianyu would only be wasting their effort in addition to adding one more to the death counter. No! A scream came out. Another person climbed to the summit and stood before Qi Tianyu, refusing to let Li Qiye any closer. Everyone eventually saw who the person was. It was the Half-Moon Princess, one of the 5 saints. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after seeing this. So, you want to save him too? How do you compare to the sky-bearing monarch's group? Half-Moon, forget it. You are not his match. Despite the princess wanting to save him, Qi Tianyu didn't find any hope. Instead, he advised her to leave. No, if you want to die, then I'm willing to die together with you. The princess looked at Qi Tianyu, who was nailed to the ground, with a pair of eyes full of love and determination. Qi Tianyu was quiet and couldn't respond. He knew that the princess liked him, but the target of his love was not the princess. A bit interesting. Li Qiye glanced at the princess and smiled, but even if you want to die, I might not kill you. Even though I'm a mass murderer, I won't kill someone for no reason. Trade my life for his. The princess stared at Li Chia and spoke, let him go and I'll stay. You can do as you please then. No, Qi Tianyu was bewildered. Half Moon, leave. You don't owe me anything. This is my own feud, there's no need for you to interfere. The princess ignored Qi Tianyu and continued to speak to Li Chia. You have said before, those who beg might earn your forgiveness. I beg you, let him go. Trade my life for his. Having said that, she slowly kneeled down before Li Chia. Go, leave now. I don't need you barging into my business. Qi Tianyu shouted, but the princess ignored him and continued to prostrate. The entire mountain was quiet with many eyes watching this scene. Some were moved, some indifferent, and some felt a sense of regret. Someone murmured, such a devoted girl. Li Chia had a smile on his face while he looked at the kneeling princess. Since you are pleading like this, I would appear to be too heartless if I don't agree to your request. With that, he slowly walked towards the princess. No. Li Chia, kill me if you dare. Qi Tianyu was shocked to see Li Chia walking towards the princess and shouted, Li, come over here and kill me, don't be a coward. A man must bear the consequences of his own actions. My life is right here, come and get it. Li Chia ignored the fella and leisurely smiled after standing in front of the princess. A life for a life. Very well, I'll be a good guy for once and help you out. I'll kill you and let him go. Are you ready? If you aren't, it isn't too late to change your mind. No. Qi Tianyu anxiously screamed at the princess, Half Moon, run away, escape now. However, the princess didn't budge at all. She quietly knelt there for a bit before turning around to look at Qi Tianyu. After I die, you should live on. Don't worry and don't be sad. As long as you can live happily, I will be satisfied. My death will be without regrets. Qi Tianyu quivered on the inside. He didn't know what else to say to her, so he addressed Li Chia. Li Chia, kill me. I beg you, I am a coward. If you kill me, I'll even kneel before you. Chapter 990, Risking it all for love. Many people sighed while watching this scene play out. A few even had teary eyes. A female cultivator's front dress was completely drenched in tears as she murmured, so touching. If someone in this world was willing to die for me, I would definitely marry him. Li Chia only smiled and shook his head in response to Qi Tianyu's request. A man cannot break his promise. I said yes to her, so I have to take her life. Don't worry, after killing her, I will let you go, I promise. Li Chia, you are a bastard. Qi Tianyu had to loudly cry out. Li Chia ignored the scream and asked the kneeling princess, any last words? The princess took a deep breath and stared at Qi Tianyu before speaking from her heart. Goodbye, you must live a fulfilling life from now on. Although she was very reluctant about many matters, she still turned her head and resolutely told Li Chia, do it. She then closed her eyes. Don't, Qi Tianyu couldn't bear to watch. He turned his head away, not willing to see the princess die to Li Chia's hands. The world became still in this passing moment. This second seemed like an eternity, no one was able to bear this slow torture. But after a while, nothing happened. Eventually, the princess opened her eyes and Qi Tianyu turned his head back as well. They saw Li Chia still standing there with a leisurely smile. The princess firmly spoke, do it. She was ready to die and didn't hold on to any hope. She only wanted Qi Tianyu to live on. I am someone with a really bad habit. When others want me to do something, I wouldn't want to do it even more. With that, he smiled and casually waved his hand. Clank. The universal law that pinned Qi Tianyu to the ground instantly flew back into his hand. Today, I will spare your life. I hope that you won't let down this girl who is so devoted to you. He stared at Qi Tianyu who was lying on the ground and grinned before leaving. Both the princess and Qi Tianyu along with the experts watching in the distance found this development hard to believe. No one expected Li Chia to spare the two of them like this. Oh right. Li Qie suddenly turned back and spoke while the two were still bewildered. In the future, stay far away from where I am. Provoke me again and I'll kill you too without showing any mercy. He coolly walked away afterward, leaving the two behind in a daze. After a long time, the princess calmed down and quickly helped Qi Tianyu up. Let's get out of here. Qi Tianyu didn't say anything and quietly let the princess prop him up. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the horizon. The crowd watched their departure. From then on, no one in this world saw them again. The half-moon princess and Qi Tianyu seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if they no longer existed. Both the half-moon tribe and the pure-blood school were very tight-lipped and never brought up their location. After killing the monarch's group, Li Qie acted as if nothing had happened and continued burying items on the peaks. In a few short days, he went from the myriad peaks to the myriad peaks. Now, he was heading for the million peaks. After the big commotion, there were significantly fewer blood cultivators on the God War Mountain while the blood devil cultivators were nowhere to be found. Prior to this, the Bloods took more than half of the mountains, but after Li Qie killed so many ancestors from the tribe, the majority of the blood race retreated, and this went double for the blood devil tribe. At this moment, among the blood cultivators who stayed behind, both the young geniuses and the old ancestors and even god monarchs took the long way around the moment they saw Li Qie, let alone trying to stop his path. Nevertheless, many were very curious about him. They saw him climb up one peak after another and found that even million peaks wasn't a challenge for him. He still leisurely walked up these high peaks as if he was not subject to the suppression of the mountain. The bizarre part was that these million peaks didn't give him any fortunes either. There were no discernible changes at the summit. Everyone knew that those who could climb to the top of these peaks were eligible to gain something. However, Li Qie had been to the top of many, yet there was not a single reaction. Anyone who saw this would be completely astonished. Is Li Qie really cursed then? Someone who was puzzled couldn't help but murmur after seeing this strange event. All the cultivators here found his situation to be quite incredible. They continued to watch him bury the items on these million peaks. Not a single one of his actions was overlooked. Someone nervously asked, "Does he want to climb up the prime peak as well?" Most were waiting for a miracle to happen. They wanted to watch Li Qie reach the prime peak with their own eyes. No way. A cultivator felt that a miracle like this wouldn't happen. For millions of years, no one has ever been able to climb the prime peak. Even the most brilliant genius wouldn't be able to do so, let alone Li Qie. Not long ago, Lin Tiandi failed as well, and Li Qie is not necessarily stronger than him, so how could he make it up there? At this time, Li Qie finally took the first step towards the prime peak. People started palpitating after seeing this first step and became quite tense. No way, the next scene shocked everyone. Some couldn't help but scream from shock. They saw the impossible. Li Qie had entered the prime peak. Moreover, he was able to walk towards the summit as well. This can't be real, someone gasped and didn't dare to believe their own eyes. Am I dreaming? They pinched themselves and felt the sharp pain, realizing that it was not a dream. Despite feeling incredulous, they knew that this was reality. An absent-minded spectator murmured, "It's a miracle of the ages." For countless years, no one has ever been able to climb the prime peak, but today, Li Qie has done it. How shocking, this is enough to shake the eons. Only a genius from our human race would be able to create a miracle like this. The human cultivators became quite proud and celebrated. What is this about Jikong Wudi and Lin Tiandi? They are nothing compared to the fiercest of our human race. The young humans were especially proud of this. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Qie continued his ascent. The spectators held their breaths and focused on watching his every move. However, right when he reached the halfway point of the mountain, his figure suddenly disappeared. He vanished as if he had evaporated from this world. What's going on? The attentive crowd was stunned. Many began to rub their eyes. Some opened their heavenly gaze to find traces of him. However, despite their efforts, no one could find him. it seemed that he was no longer in this world. What happened? Someone was completely jolted. His successful climb was a miracle across all the eons. Many people were eager to watch him reach the summit. They wanted to know the legendary items at the top of this unclimbable peak. But now, he disappeared into thin air before he could reach the top, leaving many people unable to react in time. There was no precedent to this, so the crowd was completely lost. Someone murmured, "Perhaps the prime peak is different from the others. There are dangers here beyond our imagination." This type of sudden disappearance had never happened before at the other peaks on the God War Mountain. Thus, without a reference point, the crowd couldn't come up with an answer. Even immortal emperors wouldn't dare to climb the prime peak. Li Qie is only a junior. He is truly daydreaming if he thinks he can climb to the top of the prime peak. A blood expert saw his disappearance and sneered. He was happily gloating. In fact, many blood cultivators felt a sense of relief. Their blood race was feeling pressured when someone as fierce as Li Qie was in the barren earth. Chapter 991, Mysterious Underground World. Li Qie disappeared in the blink of an eye and no one knew where he went. He was the only one privy to his current location. A split moment after disappearing, he emerged at a hidden location. There was nothing here except a stone gate in front of him. This was the deepest location of the God War Mountain. After the final battle, very few people were able to make it here. This place hid a frightening secret, something coveted by even immortal emperors. During the ancient Ming era, many of their emperors tried to obtain the items located underground here. Li Qie took a deep breath while staring at the stone gate. He slowly pushed it open. Many stone steps waited for him beyond the door to take him to the deepest area underground. No one knew how many steps there were in total. The stairway continued to spiral downward. Li Qie walked for a very long time before reaching the end. Here, a bottomless abyss was waiting for him. Looking out from the last step of the stairs, one could only see a vast darkness. When one stood here quietly, they could hear loud roars accompanied by the auras of primal beasts coming from the abyss. Even the most powerful cultivator would feel chills and quiver in the face of their auras. Li Qie took one step forward into the abyss. Clanking sounds instantly appeared. Intertwining laws appeared below his foot, forming something that resembled a long arrow. These laws were very simple yet ancient with a faint sheen. Nevertheless, this light still had a soul-crushing power. Even the strongest would be startled by this faint light. Their legs would shake and they would no longer be able to stand straight. It seemed that the arrow below could annihilate gods and devils or even an immortal emperor. Li Qie continued forward on his path. After each step, the mysterious laws beneath his feet continued to coil together to support him. Ra. During his journey, a shadow that carried a frightening evil aura came out of nowhere and rushed forward. It seemed to be a devil set loose from hell. It raised its fangs and claws to come cutting towards Li Qie, aiming to tear him into pieces. Even a virtuous paragon would tremble before this devil's aura, yet Li Qie didn't bother looking at it. Pluff. Before this thing that came out from below could come close, the universal law arrow beneath Li Qie's feet instantly shot it to death. When the arrow penetrated the devil's huge body, it disappeared like mist without leaving any flesh or blood behind. Roar! He didn't make it much further before another huge shadow rushed out. It had a ferocious visage that would instill fear into any spectator. Just an evil sentiment of the dead. Yet you still dare to act so audaciously in front of my immortal emperor slaughtering formation? Truly does not know life from death. More shadows rushed out to kill Li Qie, but all were put down by the arrow beneath his feet. From start to finish, he didn't give these shadows a second glance. In his eyes, he was the ruler of this area. No matter how powerful these evil sentiments trapped in the abyss might be, they couldn't reach the apex before Li Qie at this moment. Eventually, he reached the end. Rotating waves of that buzzed caused this space to tremble. Gigantic wheels emerged and began to slowly rotate while buzzing. There were too many to count. Each of them radiated light as they rotated. If one gazed at this scene for too long, they would become dazzled with dizziness. These rotating wheels continuously changed locations. Moreover, they all looked exactly the same. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to distinguish them in a short amount of time. Chaotic wheel of time, just how many time continuums have been shattered to create this mess? Li Qiye emotionally commented while staring at these wheels. These chaotic wheels were not part of the natural order. This was because, in an ancient era, many heaven-defying existences such as immortal emperors had unleashed attacks that pierced through time and shattered its fabric. This eventually gave birth to these chaotic wheels. Li Qiye stared intensely at these wheels. Because there were so many chaotic temporal distortions here, only one wheel would lead to the right temporal space. If one took the wrong wheel, they would never be able to return. Even an immortal emperor would have a hard time returning. Buzz! Finally, Li Qiye picked a particular wheel. He took action to freeze it before jumping towards it. Zzz, this chaotic wheel of time instantly sucked Li Qiye inside. In the blink of an eye, he was taken into a long pathway with a disturbed timeline. It gave off quite a disorderly feeling. The entire pathway was as clear as jade. However, there were many broken locations with terrifying temporal storms. Even a tiny storm of this nature could easily mutilate a virtuous paragon. There were rough cut marks along the way. Moreover, they still emitted an eternal aura. This was the divine might of immortal emperors. No matter how much time passes, they still wouldn't dissipate. Just how much effort is required to open such a pathway? Even an immortal emperor would find this task extremely challenging. Li Qiye said with a tinge of emotion while walking on this pathway. This was a jade pathway that led to a different time-space. Countless immortal emperors had attempted to create these pathways before finally successfully opening one. Time did not flow in this place. Even if one kept on walking, the time spent would be no more than the blink of an eye. Eventually, Li Qiye came out of the pathway. A bronze radiance flooded his vision. To be more exact, it was a sea of bronze. Gazing ahead, nothing but a huge ocean could be found in this place. However, it was not made of flowing water but bronze liquid. One would never be able to imagine this scene. Just how much divine bronze was melted to create this vast sea? One would feel that the world was still while standing before this ocean. This place was void of life and even time. Everything here had stopped. It was as if this bronze ocean was the end of the world. No matter what kind of existence one might be, there was no way of crossing this ocean. This was the final stop of all passengers. Bronze Ocean. Li Qiye was dazed by this spectacle. He had many thoughts running through his head at this moment, secrets unknown to the world. How many wars and how much blood was spilled to create this ocean? He eventually calmed down and gently sighed. He took out a mirror. This was not the yin-yang immortal refining mirror but a treasure he brought from the Heaven Guard sect. It was a bronze mirror. It didn't seem too special. If it fell into someone else's hands, they would only think of it as an ordinary bronze mirror. The mirror shot out a light and illuminated the ocean. Once the light reached its target, the unbelievable happened. Wherever the light touched, the water would gradually become clear and eventually turn into clean water. In this manner, Li Qiye used his mirror to shine a path through the bronze ocean. He slowly walked down this path into the ocean and sank to the bottom. This bronze ocean was an incredible location. If one entered recklessly, there would be no return. They would forever disappear in this place. Without Li Qiye's bronze mirror, even an immortal emperor would never be able to make it to the place they wished to go, to the end of this ocean. The powerful emperors could come back alive, but the secrets they coveted on the other side would continue to elude them. Chapter 992, Bronze Citadel, Pop. Li Qiye, who had sunk into the bronze ocean, finally reached the bottom. The moment he made contact, it gave a unique state of mind, one free from anxiety. Looking up, one would see a bronze-tinted brilliance flashing in the distant horizon. It seemed that horizon was made of the vast bronze ocean. Looking around, one would find a certain citadel. It was gigantic enough to house millions of people. Pavilions were packed together with floating temples. The roads were wide, capable of holding 10 carriages side by side. But on careful observation, one would find that many of the buildings inside this city had collapsed. This was not due to the erosion of time but an external force. It appeared that something had happened here, perhaps a war or a natural disaster. What was even more shocking was that the entire citadel was built from divine bronze. All the close buildings, wide roads, and majestic walls were made from bronze without exception. This was a world of bronze. It seemed that there was nothing here aside from bronze, not even the pebbles. This bronze citadel was very quiet, creating a melancholic atmosphere. This sensation was accentuated from the passing of time within these buried bronze structures. If an outsider could see this now, they would be jolted and astonished. This was because the city looked exactly the same as the strange images that appeared above the God War mountain a few days ago. The only difference was that the city ahead was dead. There were no signs of busy pedestrians or the prosperity accompanied by the hustle and bustle of the main streets. None of the bronze inhabitants seen inside the strange images could be found here. Li Qie slowly walked inside this vast citadel. This was not his first time here, so he knew all the ins and outs. Outside of Li Qie, there was no other living creature here, making it seem like a city of the dead. This place was full of mysteries. No one knew where it came from or what it was. Even the creator of this bronze city was unknown. An incredible piece of work. Even gods and emperors wouldn't be able to create this masterpiece. Li Qie said with emotion while walking along the silent paths. In this world, it would be difficult to find someone who knew about the existence of this city. However, in the distant past, many immortal emperors had searched for this city, especially during the ancient Ming era. Numerous ancient Ming emperors had spent tremendous efforts trying to trace back to this city. This was because of the secret hidden in this city, a secret everyone wanted to know. Even Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, thirsted for this ultimate secret. Eventually, he made it to the highest point. There was a bronze palace in this place, grand and towering. It seemed to be the dwelling of gods or the rulers of this place. A sacred aura permeated this palace. Although millions of years had passed and many parts in this palace had been tarnished with rust, it still gave off a holy and untouchable air. Clank, Li Qie slowly pushed the heavy bronze gate open to enter. It was enormous and had many supporting pillars. Each of them had a different engraving, including flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, a war between deities, and a scene of millions of worshippers. There was no divine throne at the end of the palace as one would expect. There was only a big bronze tablet. It had stood strong for countless years, the vicissitudes of time unable to touch it. Li Qie walked up to this tablet. It shimmered with a faint bronze light, but this light was not what attracted his attention. All of his focus was on the text carved on the tablet. There were more than 10,000 words. Each word seemed to have its own sentience as they floated on the tablet like swimming fish. The words were ancient to the point that no one could recognize which era they belonged to. Finally coming back to life. Li Qie murmured while staring at these ancient words, "This day is long overdue." How many people and emperors waited for such a day? The words continued to move without any pattern. Their chaotic nature would leave readers completely confused. Li Qie gently rubbed it and smiled. "The legendary bronze runes, how many in this world know of your existence? Not to mention the 9 worlds, perhaps there are only a few in that place that can recognize you, let alone have the mastery to read." These archaic words dated back to a time before the Desolate Era. They were prevalent during the mythical legendary era. Not to mention the current 9 worlds, few people could read this text even back in those ancient times. Coincidentally, Li Qie was one of the people who knew this language. He had spent many years and great effort to learn these words. He traveled to many places along his journey of learning, the blue sky above and the underworld below. Space suddenly trembled. As Li Qiye moved the words, the tablet exuded an even more dazzling bronze light. At the same time, the other's words became more lively, just like carps in a pond that were being fed. Eventually, he finished arranging all of these words into a complete inscription. This caused the palace to light up and emit waves of sad hymns. These hymns would drown listeners in grief. It seemed to paint a tale from long ago, the fall of a supreme existence. His billions of citizens attended his funeral. This funeral music would put one's heart at ease and seem to retell the majestic feats of this supreme existence. The firm tablet turned into a bronze door. It was simple, without any decoration, but this did not take away from its stately appearance. Others couldn't help but revere it. Clank, Li Qiye opened the door and entered without any hesitation. A boundless starry sky appeared before him. He could only see the vast space above that contained rivers of stars. It was a beautiful celestial scene in the middle of the night. However, what stupefied others was that there was a gigantic bronze statue of a man lying among the stars. Anyone would be shocked to see this bronze man. It was difficult to describe its enormity with mere words. If this statue was lying down on the southern barren earth, then it would occupy more than half of that land. It quietly lied in this space with eyes closed as if in an eternal slumber. Or perhaps it could have been buried here after death. No one knew how it was created or if it was once a live bronze man. Endless life, yet it still disappeared within the river of time. Li Qiye murmured while looking at the statue among the stars. After analyzing the statue, he finally climbed on top of it. He felt as if he was walking on top of a vast land of bronze. It was hard to visually discern this place since the bronze shimmer was quite distracting. People would find themselves insignificant while traveling on this vast land. The statue had both of his hands placed on his stomach. It was a very peaceful sleeping pose. After walking for a very long time, Li Qiye finally reached the stomach, where the two hands met. At this place, he found that the hands held a bronze box. The chest was already quite large, but compared to the bronze statue embracing it, it appeared to be incredibly tiny, like a speck of dust. This bronze box was playing music. One could even feel that it was jumping around, as if it was not a box but a living being. Tens of millions of years of waiting, the time is finally right. Li Qiye felt the rhythm of the box and smiled. This box was the item coveted by the ancient Ming and their emperors. However, because time was not on their side, they couldn't retrieve it successfully, not even the peerless immortal Emperor Tian II. Chapter 993, Visiting the Prime Peak. Li Qiye shouted, "Open!" His yell reverberated across the entire starry sky. He didn't hold anything back and unleashed all of his blood energy. His life will emerged and poured out a crazy amount of longevity blood. The yin-yang sea of blood erupted in the most tyrannical fashion to deliver an endless torrent of blood. This amount of blood energy was even more terrifying than an ocean. It whirled around and became tornadoes that swept through the sky. However, his blood energy alone couldn't open this bronze box. He activated all of his laws and his 13 palaces soared to the sky. At the same time, the vessel of life, vessel of Genesis, and the vessel of Athanasia floated above his head. They released the most powerful force in this world, the life force of countless existences. It was more than enough to supply 3,000 worlds for an eternity. He also summoned one treasure after another: Dao's sword, the green lamp, yin-yang mirror, small coffin. All of his most powerful weapons were taken out. He topped it off by opening his mind. One immortal emperor soared out after another and took control of the weapons. Meanwhile, Li Qiye personally used the world's seal and unleashed heavenly annihilations strong enough to suppress the 9 heavens. What was even more frightening was when Li Qiye attacked with a time-halting annihilation. With a buzz, even the huge stone statue was petrified in its entirety. As he exerted all of his methods, the entire space trembled. World-ending forces swept through this area, causing stars to explode and illuminate the surroundings. Even god-kings would quake with fear at Li Qia's ultimate suppression, let alone other outsiders. Death was the inevitable outcome when faced with such an onslaught. "Open for me," Li Qia commanded. His longevity blood colored the entire area crimson, finally allowing him to move the heaven and earth's myriad Dao. Under this urging from Li Qia, the bronze statue radiated a blinding light. Runes flew out of the bronze statue. Each of these bronze runes was as immense as a mountain. Zzz, Li Qia rearranged these runes once more. This was an arduous process that was much easier said than done. Clank. Eventually, he ordered all of them into a Dao article that instantly entered the bronze box. Clanking sounds came out of the box as it slowly floated upward. Success. Li Qia was ecstatic to see the box beginning to surface. He had long waited for this day when he could obtain the box. Pop. The box completely left the bronze statue. Li Qia instantly put away his treasures and hastily grabbed the box. Rumble. Before he could look at the item inside, the entire bronze statue suddenly shook as if an earthquake was coming. Not good. Li Qia was startled and instantly turned around to leave without any hesitation. He summoned a treasure and hastily fled. Rumble. Right when he made it out, this space completely collapsed. In the sky, one star after another collapsed like dumplings falling into a pot. Galaxies and their myriad stars were instantly destroyed. This scene was extremely shocking, as if the end of the world was approaching. No existence could survive this immense destructive power, regardless of how powerful they might be. Boom! Right when the entire area was about to collapse, the huge bronze statue suddenly shattered the void and disappeared. Who knew where its destination was? Outside of the God War Mountain, many people were full of regret and pity for Li Qia, especially the distraught humans. Li Qia was the fierce of the human race, the genius with a chance of surpassing Lin Tiandi and Jikong Wudi. However, he died an early death. This was a huge loss to the human race. The blood race naturally did not share the same sentiment after his disappearance. It was instead a cause for celebration. This was one less problem for them in the future. Boom! As many mixed feelings were in the air, a loud thump sounded. A figure slammed into the prime peak. Look! This sudden development attracted a lot of attention. Many people took a look and saw someone slamming into the mountain. A keen-eyed fella clearly saw it and exclaimed with surprise, "It's Li Qia." Li Qia looked very downtrodden after slamming into the prime peak. Blood stained his robes and his entire body seemed to have been torn apart. He's still alive. The humans were especially happy to see him. A great character from the previous generation of the human race excitedly shouted, "Incredible, he managed to come back alive despite the dangers of the prime peak. Fierce is indeed fierce, tough to the point where even the old heavens can't take his life." The blood race was unhappy to see his return. The majority of their experts didn't look good anymore, all of them sporting cold expressions. Li Qia got up. Despite his terrible appearance, he was still as relaxed as always. Moreover, he obtained a supreme item from that space. These injuries were not worth mentioning. He patted the mud off his clothes and smiled before looking at the top of the peak. He then continued upward. The spectators here watched with bated breaths. Their eyes were fixated on Li Qia. For ages, no one had heard of someone who successfully climbed the prime peak. Everyone hoped that a miracle would happen. If Li Qia could reach the top, then he would be breaking the impossible taboo from the old ages. He was still a distance from the summit, but Li Qia had a dignified expression. He was cautious. This would come as a shock to those who knew him because very few things warranted such prudence from him. He suddenly felt a small strand of killing intent. He shuddered and immediately took action but was half a beat too late. Exasish. A red shade appeared in the air. This very weak killing intent instantly shot through his chest, causing his blood to spurt like a rainbow in the sky. It was quite beautiful and shocking. Pardon. Li Qie ignored his injury and opened his mind. A supreme pardon decree flew out. Zzz, the decree pinned itself to the top of the peak and turned into a universal law that penetrated the muddy ground. After it drilled into the soil, the weak killing intent finally disappeared. Li Qie heaved a sigh of relief and channeled his laws and blood energy to treat his wound. What was that thing? Why was it so powerful? No one could see the killing intent. They only saw Li Qie's chest being pierced instantly without giving him a chance to resist. This made the spectators quiver. Everyone had seen Li Qie's ferocious power before, but he couldn't resist at all. Just how terrifying was this? Li Qie took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Finally, he reached the summit and disappeared from the public once more. They could only watch him vanish. No one else could see the situation at the top or what was there. Even if they flew up all the way to the 9 heavens and opened a heavenly gaze capable of illuminating myriad realms, they still wouldn't be able to see the summit. This was because time and space were sealed there, not allowing anyone to spy on it. The soil at the top was as red as blood. A terrifying sealing power assaulted him in a blatant manner that would cause anyone to quiver. Even immortal emperors would sense a threat coming from underground. It could be said that the more powerful one was, the stronger the suppression would be in this place. The frightening part was that this power seemed designed specifically for invincible existences like immortal emperors. If an emperor stood in this place, they would be attacked by the most horrific force in this world, an extremely terrifying curse. This curse, to an emperor, was the most severe and ultimate type of offense. Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, after so many years, it was still hidden in this place deep underground. It aimed to destroy all things that belonged to the ancient Ming in this location. Back then, Immortal Emperor Long Ming and the strongest forces of the Dark Dragon Dynasty were killed here. After that final battle, the formation had always presided over this location. It wanted to slowly grind out everything the ancient Ming left here so that they would never be able to recover from the remnants. After millions of years passed, everything had dissipated. This generation was the time for Li Qie to take back the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation because he still had use for it elsewhere. Chapter 994, Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation, Zzz, Li Qie opened his mind. The most mysterious and frightening universal law in this world came together. Clank. An arrow made from intertwining laws appeared in his hand. Pop. He threw the arrow down into the red soil without any hesitation. Buzz. The arrow was the center and the mystical Dao runes were like rippling waves engulfing the entire God War mountain. Bum, an overwhelming wave of sound emerged. When these mysterious Dao runes covered the God War mountain, endless light rushed out of many of the peaks. Just what is going on? The majority of the experts were shocked by the blinding light in the sky. At this point, war banners soared in the divine lights with rumbling war drums. A majestic army trampled across the world with an all-engulfing heroic aura. It was a force capable of destroying gods and devils as well as myriad worlds. The sudden visual phenomenon in the sky caused everyone to tremble. They dropped straight to the ground with weakened knees. Those who were watching carefully would find that the peaks that were emitting these lights were all places that Li Qie had buried items at before. The images in the divine lights disappeared very quickly. After a pop, the endless light instantly exploded and illuminated the world with a dazzling fireworks show. The majority of the spectators here didn't know the significance behind this, but the ancient clans in the holy city were completely immersed in this scene. These reclusive clans understood the meaning behind it. The supreme glory of the eons. How many people in this world right now know that in that place, even an immortal emperor was crucified to death? An ancestor in one of the mysterious clans was excited and passionately murmured, "Without His Excellency's protection, there would be no light in the 9 worlds." All of the races back then were only the ancient Ming slaves. As the crowd was still astonished by the sudden change, a humming came from the summit of the prime peak. A silver light rushed out from the ground. It looked like mercury and slowly came together to take form. In a short period of time, a silver arrow emerged, stuck in the ground. Meanwhile, the supreme law in the form of an arrow instantly fused together with this silver arrow. It emitted a flashing silver brilliance. Each wisp of light instilled a primal fear in all the spectators, since these lights were capable of piercing through all things in this world. Numerous Tao runes were carved on this silver arrow. They were highly complicated and profound runes. Even the most brilliant of geniuses wouldn't be able to understand them. With a closer look, one would find that these Tao runes were not actually carved on the arrow and instead were formed via a natural process. Or rather, these runes comprised the silver arrow itself. Li Qiye emotionally commented, "Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation." The effort it took to cast this thing, this silver arrow, required an unrealistic amount of effort from him and the wisdom of many sages. From one generation to the next, he continuously worked on this arrow by using an immense amount of natural treasures from this world. It was not just a silver arrow. The things inside were priceless, making it much more valuable than Immortal Emperor true treasures. Who knew that the supreme formation capable of killing immortal emperors was just a silver arrow? Li Qiye took it out. In this world, he was the only one capable of pulling it out from the ground. He carefully looked at it before finally being at ease. He heaved a long sigh and murmured, "Very good, the tremendous amount of effort I spent in casting you was not in vain." He solemnly put it away. In his eyes, it was incomparably valuable. Imperial weapons were nowhere close to it. After putting it away, he noticed something in the red mud and decided to dig it out. After the soil was dug out, an item showed itself. Li Qiye's eyes turned serious as he looked at it. After a careful observation, he murmured, "Incredible, their ultimate resources are too frightening. No wonder why the ancient Ming were so heaven-defying. They truly are the favored children of the heavens, they have too many great items." With that, he put this item away as well. He turned back to look at this location again before gently sighing with an indescribable emotion. Too many unbearable memories were created in this place. In the end, he softly spoke with an untold sadness, "Goodbye." He decisively walked away without turning back again. Inside the mountain, many glares were on him. When he appeared before the crowd, someone couldn't help but shout, he's coming down now." Amazing, the title of the greatest genius across all the eons should belong to Li Qiye. He has broken the taboo, the only person to climb the prime peak and come back alive. Someone loudly applauded. The human cultivators were jumping up and down in celebration. The few blood cultivators here were quite unhappy. They did not like the sound of him being the greatest genius across all the eons and responded with loud grunts. However, they didn't dispute this claim. "The pride of us humans," the human experts shouted as Li Qiye walked down from the prime peak. A joyous atmosphere spread across the mountains. Many from the other races were excited to see Li Qiye break the unbreakable taboo. The humans were only just short of firing off fireworks to celebrate this occasion. A large group of cultivators came together, the vast majority being humans. They excitedly yelled at Li Qiye, "Young Master Li, you are too amazing. Winning glory for our human race, you are our pride." Another human cultivator quickly added, yes, we'll count on young Noble Li to revitalize the human race in the barren earth." In just a moment, many cultivators continuously congratulated him. Li Qiye only smiled in response, since he frankly wasn't interested in the glory of being the pride of the human race. "Young Noble Li, this is not good." In the midst of the celebration, a human expert quickly rushed forward to give Li Qiye news. "I just arrived at the holy city, but the situation isn't looking optimistic," he said. "The storm god has arrived. She captured the disciples from the Suhuang country and entered the Thunder Tower. She declared that if you don't surrender in 3 days, she will kill anyone who is related to you." Storm god. Many people were shocked to hear this name. The initially lively atmosphere cooled down all of a sudden. It was as if everyone was splashed with a pot of cold water over their heads. Li Qia's eyes turned cold. He didn't say anything but turned around towards the holy city. This is not good, a bloody battle is about to start. Many people quickly followed him. Of course, the majority of them only wanted to watch the fun. The storm god is finally here. A blood expert saw Li Qia's departure and sneered coldly, killing Qi Zixian and opposing Crimson Knight will not end well for him. Who in the barren earth wouldn't give the storm god some respect? Even a god king would have to back down, let alone a junior. The atmosphere of the holy city was incredibly solemn. The news of the storm god's arrival quickly spread, and the cultivators in the city didn't dare to make a single sound. Many of them even left the city to avoid being caught in the storm. The storm god was an embellished title in the eyes of many people. It was more accurate to call her a tyrant. Some even secretly called her a witch. She had control over the Crimson Knight Kingdom, so everyone was quite fearful of her. This was not only due to her authority, what was more important was that her father was immortal Emperor Qin Shui. Even though it had been quite some time since the emperor was in this world, many ancestors and ancient lineages in the barren earth and even the entire mortal emperor world had received his favor and kindness before. This was especially true for the blood race. Many ancient existences that stayed away from the mundane world were once his generals. As the emperor's daughter, Thong Piaoluo had an unordinary influence when she wanted to rally supporters. Not even god kings could compare to her in this regard. According to the legends, when the emperor was still in this world, he entrusted his generals to take care of the storm god in the future. Although many of his generals were buried underground and slumbering, their descendants and sects still supported her. Who was to blame for her being the emperor's daughter, an imperial princess that was still alive to this day? Despite being known as a god king, she was definitely not the most powerful existence in the southern region. Nevertheless, other god kings were unwilling to provoke her because it was the same as poking a hornet's nest. To be frank, offending the storm god was the same as offending the entire blood race in the barren earth. Chapter 995, Storm God. The storm god was someone who was very defensive of her own people on top of having a bad temper and a bossy style. Many people stayed far away from her, including even some of the ancestors of Crimson Knight itself. Those who dealt with her all had a negative impression of her. Some of these ancestors referred to her privately as a witch as well. But ultimately, she was still the emperor's daughter. Even those who were annoyed with her couldn't do anything about it. After entering the holy city, the first thing the storm god did was capture Si Yuanyuan. However, the Thunder Tower Lord did not agree. He had made a promise to Li Qia and the Blood Bull God Fiend. Thus, due to the conflicting views, they immediately fought. The Tower Lord naturally had a great advantage inside the Thunder Tower. The furious storm god took out an imperial weapon and trapped the Tower Lord's group inside the tower. However, Yichuan's group was not so fortunate. They had just left the God War Mountain to return to the holy city but were immediately captured by the storm god's underlings. The reason was very simple, they were acquaintances of Li Qia. Li Brat, listen up. You have 3 days to come and admit your crimes at the Thunder Tower or my Crimson Knight Kingdom will kill all of your friends and acquaintances. After capturing Yichuan's group, she immediately sent out this message. The whole city was silent after hearing this. Many people glanced at each other, and one ancestor commented, "The witch is here. Tough luck for anyone who makes her angry." No one wanted to mess with her. Provoking such an unreasonable person was the same as poking a hornet's nest. Even if you were in the right, it would still be meaningless in the end. Of course, the blood race was the most excited. Many blood experts secretly rejoiced. A blood disciple sneered, "The storm god is finally here to take care of business. That Li guy dared to kill our disciple, so he must be crushed to dust. Li Qia is here." Not long after her message was sent out, Li Qia was spotted in the holy city. He definitely can become the #1 genius after climbing the prime peak. What a shame that he offended the storm god. An ancestor of a different race saw him walking into the city alone and lamented with a sigh. The storm god might not kill him. A human expert said, even if she is strong, there is still a limit. Li Qiye is so heaven-defying and devilish that I feel he has a chance to reverse the tides. The humans didn't wish for Li Qiye to die in the storm god's hands. Plus, they wanted to see him reach the peak and bring glory to the human race in the southern region. The storm god is definitely unkillable. Don't forget, she is immortal Emperor Qin Shui's daughter. Although she was sealed for countless ages, people do say that she has her father's protection. Outside of emperors, no one in this world can kill her. An ancestor who knew more about the storm god spoke with frustration. The storm god didn't come alone either, a few blood ancestors followed her. A knowledgeable person spoke, Li Qiye is not only facing the storm god, he is facing the entire blood devil tribe and perhaps even all of the blood race. Maybe we can go find the ancient clans in the holy city. Many humans didn't want a direct confrontation between Li Qiye and the storm god to take place. If the ancient clans here come out, maybe they will be able to resolve this conflict. Many people were skeptical of this proposal. The ancient clans were not so accessible. Those who had the ability to meet them were not necessarily willing to talk to them for Li Qiye's sake. Under the watchful eyes of many people, Li Qiye entered Crimson Knight's branch in the city. His last visit ended with a bloodbath. Today, he came again, so everyone wanted to see how this storm would end. The excitement had reached its peak. No one dared to even breathe out loud while watching Li Qiye make his entrance. The first thing one would see after entering Crimson Knight's branch was the Thunder Tower. At this moment it was sealed by an imperial decree. This piece of paper emitted a vast imperial energy with words as immense as empty Tai. It had the ability to suppress gods and devils. Anyone would understand after seeing this decree that if it was pressing down on them, they wouldn't be able to move no matter how powerful they might be. It was left behind by immortal Emperor Qin Shui, a decree capable of commanding the 9 worlds and suppressing myriad realms. It was a one-time use emperor's possession. If it wasn't for the heaven-defying nature of the Thunder Tower, the storm god wouldn't have used it. There was an old woman sitting on an imperial throne in front of the Thunder Tower. Her hair was already white and many wrinkles decorated her face. However, her eyes were especially cold and as sharp as an owl's. People's hair would involuntarily stand on end when gazed upon by this pair of eyes. She was the storm god, the most headache-inducing character in the barren earth. Yi Chuan, Ali, and the others were imprisoned to the side. They were kneeling on the ground, unable to move at all. Good, you have finally come to admit your crimes. The storm god sat imperiously on her throne and smiled coldly. The spectators couldn't wait to see how Li Qiye would react to this overbearing tyrant. Admit my crimes? Li Qiye smiled and glanced at her. Who says I'm here to do so? Really? The storm god said with a sneer, Junior, I can still let you go even if you don't admit your crimes. However, from now on, I will kill anyone who is even remotely connected to you. For example, the Pure Lotus School. As long as I give the order, my blood race will completely massacre the school within 3 days. You can go now. The storm god smiled deviously. I'll kill them first to show you that we are serious. She pointed at Yi Chuan's group. She continued on, I'll keep you alive, but you will never find peace again. Make a friend and I shall kill them. In the next thousands of years, my blood race will murder all of your children and descendants so that you will never have peace. Her insidious smile creeped many people out. The contents of her words were even scarier. No one doubted what she was capable of. It could even be said that she didn't need to dirty her own hands. A single command would be enough to rally many bloods to carry out her will. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while staring at her. Go? I haven't thought about leaving. Since I'm already here, I might as well slaughter every single one of you as well as any blood who wishes to oppose me and challenge my authority. Ha ha ha, such a big tone. The storm god smiled insidiously. Junior, I don't need to take action to kill an ant like you. Watch, I just need to give the order and you shall be destroyed. With that, she gently clapped her hands. More than 30 old men with gray hair instantly appeared from the left and right sides. Even though their blood energies were withered, they still emitted the auras of virtuous paragons that made many people tremble. These were not regular ancestors but top-level paragons, including legendary masters and eternal existences. Saber Emperor School, Blood Devil Tribe, Wang Clan, a few big shots recognized these ancestors' identities and quivered in fear. There were actually very few Crimson Knight ancestors here. The majority of them came from the Blood Devil Tribe. Such a lineup was quite intimidating. With just one word from the Storm God, the ancestors from these great powers immediately came to help her. Her ability to rally strength was truly frightening. "Leave if you want, I won't keep you here." The Storm God sneered, "Like I said, no confession, no peace for the rest of your life. You think they alone can protect you?" Li Chia smirked after glancing at the ancestors on both sides. The Storm God stared him down and snorted, "Junior, I know you have some incredible means. However, without the Thunder Tower, you would still die even if you were a God King." Li Chia smiled in response, "Feng Piaoluo, after so many years, you still haven't changed at all. You're still a vixen, ignorant and stupid. You didn't inherit even 1% of your father's wisdom. People say a dragon will give birth to a dragon and a phoenix begets a phoenix. I can only say that it is such a shame for immortal Emperor Qin Shui. He was a wise emperor of a generation, yet he gave birth to you, a daughter stupid beyond remedy. He used heaven-defying means to rebuild your constitution, but you are so stupid that you could only barely reach the God Monarch level. What's even more laughable is that you run around claiming to be a God King. Wow, if a pig can eat the wondrous natural supplements of this world for daily meals, then it can become a God Monarch too." He shook his head at this moment. "Fine, a congenital case of stupidity is still forgivable. After all, not everyone is born a genius, it's just that there is no cure for you. You still think that this is the generation when your father ruled the world and so you keep on acting like a princess. Look around you, who is still following you now? Only a bunch of worthless nobodies. If you weren't so helplessly stupid, then all of the generals left behind by your father would be willing to stay and pledge loyalty to you. But alas, all of them made excuses to live reclusively, not one was willing to follow you. What a failure of an imperial princess you must be to make even the loyal generals of your father stay far away from you despite the kindness shown to them. There is no saving you." At this point, Li Chia looked at the Storm God with pity. Chapter 996, Blood-Devouring Curse. Li Chia's mockery left the Storm God with an extremely ugly expression. She was shaking with anger and could only point at Li Chia. The cultivators standing far away all glanced at each other as well. For these millions of years, no one had ever dared to say something like this to her, but now, Li Chia publicly mocked her. This was truly astonishing. That felt good. A few ancestors secretly cheered. Those who had talked to her before were applauding. They couldn't stand her either, but out of fear of her power, they didn't dare to complain. But now, Li Chia's unrestrained derision left them feeling great. It was truly too fun. Little animal. She was about to explode from anger. Even her finger pointing at him was shaking up and down. "Little animal, I actually wanted to let you live today, but I have changed my mind." The Storm God pointed at him and snapped, "I want to strip your skin, crush you, and taste your flesh and blood." "Okay, stop swearing like a vixen." Li Chia interrupted her with a wave, "If you let them go and apologize this instant, then I can spare your life out of consideration for your father. Otherwise, even if you have his protection, I will still nail you to a wall. Capture him." The Storm God commanded the 30 paragons standing to her sides. Li Chia smiled at them and said, "Very well, I also want to see what you all are capable of." He took one step forward. The 30 ancestors grimaced after being looked down upon like this. They scowled and instantly surrounded Li Chia. Considering their status, more than 30 of them fighting together was simply bullying with numbers. It was even tarnishing their reputation. However, Li Qie was too contemptuous this time and had publicly shamed them. Without taking Li Qie down and torturing him, they wouldn't be able to vent their rage. Boom! Li Qie's blood energy was released. A tyrannical force like a true dragon soared to the sky and loomed over its enemies with a bullying momentum. Do it! Li Qie was in high spirits and seemed to be in complete control with his domineering presence. He looked like a completely different person at this point. This is it, the genius of our human race, an extraordinary virtuous paragon. The human experts couldn't help but applaud his mighty appearance. A blood devil ancestor shouted, "You court death." More than 30 of them attacked at the same time. Some raised their hands while others slammed them down to form various mudras. Magical runes emerged and sealed the location. Buzz! A bloody shade engulfed the entire branch. A huge array appeared above the ground with horizontal lines intertwining to form the surface. Profound runes rose from this array. Both the lines and the runes released a bloody shimmer as if they were drowned in blood. At the same time, the 30 ancestors suddenly turned bright red. It looked like they had been soaked in a blood pond. A terrifying matter occurred at this moment. With a loud rumbling, Li Qie's blood energy soaring in the sky escaped his control. The paragons crazily devoured his blood energy. Blood-devouring curse. Even an ancestor from the blood race fearfully exclaimed after seeing this. Rumble. The blood energy that was no longer under Li Qie's control was like a flood breaking a dam. The energy frantically flew towards the ancestors. Meanwhile, the ancestors swallowed this energy, seemingly wanting to turn it into their own. Blood-devouring curse. Both blood ancestors and big shots from the other races all gasped upon hearing its name. Another blood ancestor was even more aghast as he murmured, "They're going all out by starting with this curse immediately." This is one of the defining techniques of the Blood Devil tribe. Moreover, there are tales that no single lineage can use it alone. Only the combined efforts of 2 or 3 tribes are able to create a complete version. Little animal, even if you were a god king, we would still drain you of your blood and turn you into a cripple. The storm god let out an awe-inspiring laughter. Today, not to mention you, even 3 or 5 god kings would die under the blood-devouring curse. It seems like the storm god came prepared. She didn't only summon enough ancestors from the tribe to support this curse, she also found people in the branch to prepare it. Anyone who enters the branch would fall into an inescapable net and be like a fish on the chopping block, powerless to resist. An ancestor said with fear. The blood-devouring curse was an extremely powerful curse formation. Legend states that it came from the blood primal ground. It was ancient and eternal. Once trapped in this formation, the enemy would become powerless and be drained of all their blood energy. Eventually, they would turn into weak mortals. Even if their Tao foundation was still there, without blood energy fueling it, it was the same as a fish stuck on land. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie's blood energy had been drained. He was completely pale and was unable to even stand straight. His legs kept on quivering as if he could flop over at any moment. So scary. The spectators trembled after seeing Li Qie's weakened state. Dying at the prime of one's life, this is too saddening. Seeing Li Qie in such a sad state left the humans and experts from the other races extremely tense. Meanwhile, the blood race was laughing and some spoke in a chilling manner. There is no good end for those who oppose our blood race. We will kill anyone who murders members of our blood race no matter what. The human experts could only stay quiet at this point. They understood just how powerful this formation was. Even unfathomable god kings would be helpless once trapped inside. No one wanted to risk their lives to save Li Qie. Little animal, we won't kill you so fast. A blood devil ancestor smirked. We'll slowly flay you to have revenge for my Saber Emperor disciples. However, despite being terribly pale and trembling, Li Qie was still smiling leisurely. Do you know anything about fishing? If one wants to catch a big fish, the line has to be long. Now that the big fish has swallowed the bait, it is time for me to reel the line in. With that, his fate palace opened. The cauldron of life emerged along with an all-engulfing flame. The heavenly Tao's primal chapter carved onto his cauldron began to light up in a blinding fashion. Buzz! At this second, Li Qia's body was also immersed in a bloody light. The entire blood-devouring curse was under his control. Impossible! The more than 30 ancestors here felt that they were losing control of the formation and shouted in dismay. Clank! A crimson light soared from his body with the sound of something being unlocked. A huge lock appeared on his chest with refined flames floating around it. Zzz, the sound of searing sizzled along with a pungent smell that permeated the air. No, the ancestors all screamed in despair because their bodies had caught on fire. A terrifying, extremely refined sunfire incinerated them from the inside out, rendering them to ashes. This all happened too quickly. It didn't matter that they were eternal existences, they still couldn't stop the refined sunfire from burning their flesh. Next, one could hear clanking noises. From their ashes rose strands of refined sunfire as red as blood. These fire strands quickly entered Li Qia's body, allowing his blood energy to recover and his complexion to return to normal. It all happened too fast. No one could react in time. He instantly took control of the blood-devouring curse and incinerated more than 30 ancestors while reclaiming his lost blood energy. At this very second, many people were stunned and couldn't regain their wits. Heavenly Tao's primal chapter and the 9 sun-locking heaven law, these two supreme techniques immediately defeated the curse. The curse came from the primal ground, but the primal chapter was the source of all blood merit laws. It was simple to imagine that all laws from the race would be under its control, thus his takeover of the curse was all too easy. The blood devil ancestors that swallowed Li Qia's blood energy were courting death as well. The 9 sun-locking heaven law was the founding art in this regard. His blood energy was only the bait. It immediately turned into a fire law once it entered their bodies and refined their own blood energy while stealing all of their essences. Although their blood energy is weak, they are still paragons. I suppose it is still a bit nutritious. Li Qia clicked his tongue as if he was tasting a meal before revealing a smile. This scene made everyone shiver. What evil art did you use? The shocked storm god recovered from her daze and stared intensely at Li Qia. Chapter 997, The Treasure Inside the Little Golden Coffin, Evil Art? Li Qia stared at her and shook his head while laughing. Feng Piaoluo, you are just throwing away all of your father's prestige. As an imperial princess, your knowledge is so shallow. Frankly, you would really have nothing if you weren't immortal Emperor Qin Shui's daughter. You're even lesser than the most vulgar village girl in this world. Little animal, die. The storm god shouted and instantly lunged towards Li Qia. Her speed was unbelievable. She used a destructive emperor law right away as she attacked with the momentum of a ferocious dragon. Only annihilation awaited those who stood before her. Despite being foolish, the storm god was still a god monarch. Once she attacked, the stars shook while the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Her god monarch's momentum rampaged over everything. She's still a god monarch after all. Her aggressive and dominating style left people in awe. Even ancestors who were unhappy with her had to admit that she had the power to be so imperious. Buzz! She aimed to crush Li Qia and was only inches away from him in the blink of an eye. Space suddenly quaked. Time seemed to have stopped in this split second, or at least slowed to a snail's pace. Everything else slowed down as well. Stagnation domain. Li Qia had activated this domain without any delay. Within this realm, he was the sole sovereign. Anyone would enter its suppression. Even the fastest speed would become extremely slow, applying even to time itself. At the same time, an immense weight would press down on them. Thus, everything moved at a snail's pace after entering the stagnation domain, as if 3,000 worlds were pressing down on whatever had entered the perimeter. The passing of 1 second would feel like a year. Pop! Even the storm god couldn't break through this domain. Under this absolute suppression, Li Chia punched her down to the ground and then some until her blood sprayed. He grabbed her hair and the banging of her body crashing as he ruthlessly slammed her up and down without any mercy continued to ring out. Her blood began to paint the ground red. This scene shocked countless people. In just a second, the spectators' eyes fell to the ground while watching this impossible spectacle play out. Just how high was the storm god's status in the barren earth? People and ghosts alike feared her. But now, Li Chia was grabbing her by the hair and repeatedly slamming her onto the ground as if she was an insect. Isn't this too domineering?" a person murmured absent-mindedly. Others were without words, completely unable to speak at all. Domineering was no longer enough to describe Li Chia. Fiercest, this was the only title suitable for him. XSH. Blood spurted everywhere. Eventually, she managed to escape from his hands. Being a monarch, she knew many different emperor laws. She activated a heaven-defying escape technique and ran to the side. Alas, the price she paid was her scalp being ripped off. At this moment, she was drenched in blood. The blood dripping down her face was hideously scary. Boom! Imperial auras surged. One weapon flew out after another. In the blink of an eye, 5 imperial weapons emerged to protect her, creating a supreme atmosphere. Earlier, she had underestimated her enemy too much. She thought that as a god monarch, she wouldn't lose after a single exchange, but it actually happened. Thus, she now summoned 5 weapons for defensive measures. As the daughter of an emperor, she most likely had more imperial weapons than anyone else. No one besides her was more qualified to inherit immortal Emperor Qin Shui's imperial weapons in Crimson Night. The majority of the cultivators and even some ancestors became quite jealous and filled with greed. Her tyrannical nature was not without reason. She had more treasures than anyone else, an absolute advantage in terms of resources. Feng Piaoluo, I thought too highly of you. Li Chia casually threw away her scalp and shook his head. I was flattering you too much when I said that you had barely reached God Monarch. From the looks of it right now, your limit is at the door of the God Monarch realm. As an imperial princess, if you were virtuous, then the people of this world would have respected you. Unfortunately, you lack even this characteristic and are instead dictatorial and unreasonable. You are simply courting death. Even the blood ancestors didn't dare to let out a fart at this moment due to the tense atmosphere. Li Chia's victory in his exchange with the storm god was truly too overbearing. The storm god was infuriated by his incessant taunting. She crazily shouted, "Little animal, I'll kill them all, then you will be next." With that, she went over to kill Yichuan's group. They were helpless prisoners at this moment, so they couldn't resist the oncoming imperial weapon. They could only sit there and watch their doom come. Boom! However, the weapon was stopped before it could slash Yichuan's group. An old man stopped the storm god's attack. He had a friendly face and wore a paper hat. At a first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. It could even be said that no one here recognized the old man's identity. It was Arcane Guru. After stopping the storm god, he still seemed quite at ease as if nothing had happened. The storm god immediately shouted after seeing the old man that stopped her, "Who are you?" The guru took off his hat and saluted before slowly speaking, "Storm god, I'm just someone who can't reach the apex, but you, as an imperial princess, you ought to be aware of your conduct and not shame immortal Emperor Qin Shui's prestige." Scram! The storm god attacked with her weapon. The strike swept through the sky, but the guru leaped up as well. He casually repelled it with a flip of his palm, causing it to fly straight into the sky. Meanwhile, he glided upward and looked down upon the storm god. "If you want to fight, I can keep you company. There's no need for young Nobili to take action." As the imperial princess, she had always been the person looking down on others. No one dared to look down on her like how the guru was currently doing. This made her livid. She leaped into the sky as well and screamed, "Ignorant fool, I'll kill you first before taking care of that little bastard then." With that, she grabbed onto an immortal emperor true treasure and instantly attacked the guru in the sky. The guru was as agile as a dancing crane in the 9 heavens. He used an unbelievable stepping technique to dodge her true weapon and countered with his bare hands. Boom! He made contact, but couldn't hurt the storm god due to the 5 weapons protecting her. It was impossible to touch her without a weapon. Die! She swung her true treasure and shattered the void. She aggressively went at the guru in a tyrannical fashion like a mad dragon. Her appearance at this moment was exactly like a vixen. The true weapon in her hand exerted even more power. It resonated across the sky and suppressed myriad laws in an incredible fashion. Despite her low cultivation relative to her background, she was still her father's daughter. Because of this, his weapons were extremely powerful in her hands. However, Arcane Guru was mysterious and amazing as well. He danced in the sky using a profound stepping technique and dodged the true weapon's onslaught time and time again. The crowd marveled at this scene. No one knew who this friendly-looking old man was, but he was moving freely under the attacks of a true weapon. His extraordinary style had to be commended. Fool! Li Qie only shook his head while looking at the storm god acting like a human-shaped T-Rex and no longer wanted to judge her. She was hot-headed and narrow-minded on top of being imperious without paying any heed to consultation. If she wasn't an emperor's daughter, she would have died countless times already. Li Qie walked forward and flicked his finger. Bang! The shackles on each one's group instantly shattered. After he dispelled the seals on their bodies as well, they quickly stood up. Li Qie smiled and told each one, "It seems like I have involved all of you this time." Each one wryly smiled back and shook his head. "That's too much, young noble. People in Jianghu are always at risk of violence and death. A cultivator wouldn't be a cultivator if they were without enemies. That's a good state of mind." Li Qie smiled and slowly sat on the throne. He looked at the sky and said, "Arcane, why are you playing around? Imperial weapons are powerful, but this also depends on their user. Don't forget, you have that item in your possession." The guru didn't hesitate any longer. "Go." He opened a small golden coffin. With some clanking sounds, 6 bronze coins flew out from the coffin. Initially, the 6 coins weren't anything special. However, once they got close to the imperial weapons, the storm god lost control of the 5 protecting her as well as the true treasure in her hand. Buzz, the 5 protective weapons suddenly flew away, followed by the true treasure. Chapter 998, Immortal Emperor Qin Shui's Sentiment, Rumble. Something incredible happened after a series of rumbling noises. The 6 weapons actually flew away to chase the 6 bronze coins all the way out into space. This was a very bizarre scene. If these imperial weapons were servants, then the coins were the mock ceremonial ingots. The moment they saw the money flying away, the servants had no choice but to give immediate chase. Everyone knew that imperial weapons had seals on them. Before unlocking them, no one could steal these weapons. But now, even the daughter of an emperor couldn't control her father's 6 weapons and could only watch them follow the bronze coins into space. Boom! The entire holy city quaked. Without imperial weapons, the storm god couldn't compare to the arcane guru at all. The guru chopped downward with both hands and whacked the storm god down from the sky, causing her to slam into the ground. The result was a huge crater with traces of her blood everywhere. Who knows how many bones in her body had been shattered? I am someone who has always been respectful towards immortal emperors. It is a shame that you are incomparably ignorant. The guru shook his head and sighed softly. The entire city, including the blood experts, became quiet. However, it was likely that very few people were feeling bad for the storm god. Perhaps it was a different story for the younger generation of the blood race, but those from the previous generation did not like her. Boom! In the blink of an eye, an eternal imperial aura rose. The storm god stood up, a majestic figure behind her. This stalwart shadow behind her had a profound pair of eyes that were capable of illuminating all ages. This pair of eyes was fixated on her, showing that the shadow would always protect her no matter how many years went by. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Immortal Emperor Chen Shui." The blood disciples became even more excited. Immortal Emperor Chen Shui, one of the rulers of the blood race. Some blood experts couldn't help but kneel. The figure gently reached out and, with a buzz, the immortal emperor true treasure that was being led into space by the coins flew back into his hand. Boom! An endless aura erupted from the true treasure. Every strand of this aura could cut down the stars in the sky and tear apart the fabric of space. The whole world trembled instantly, many in the city prostrated. Some experts couldn't stand straight even without being subjected to the suppression. They simply wanted to worship this true imperial aura. An emperor controlling his own true treasure was a terrifying matter. Even though this was not a real emperor, it was still enough to cause god monarchs to bow. The storm god cried out, "Die!" The true weapon engulfed the 9 heavens and unleashed a spatial attack directly at the guru. Arcane Guru was astonished. He opened his golden coffin completely and many coins flew out. They joined together to form a gigantic bronze city in order to stop the attack from the true treasure. Boom! However, even this city couldn't stop its power. It broke down entirely. The city and the guru were blown into space. His blood stained the blue sky. This strike was truly overbearing. Even a god king might quiver after seeing this attack. Although it was not a heavenly annihilation, it could easily kill a god monarch. After blowing the guru away, the storm god hastily turned around and glared at Li Chia before yelling, "No one has ever dared to act presumptuously before me, not even god kings." She had now become hysterical. As an imperial princess, she had always been able to act imperiously, so the events today marked the biggest humiliation of her life. Her hysterical shouting left many people trembling with fear, including ancestors. They were afraid that her fury might sweep by without discrimination and harm them in the process. This hated witch was still an emperor's daughter after all. She still had her father's protection, allowing her to dominate all others. This was what many people dreaded the most. Li Chia couldn't help but smile after seeing this. He slowly stood up and leisurely said, "What a shame, you could have left today with your life, but it seems like death is the only path for you now. Little animal, keep on blustering. I will capture you today and flay your skin, tear off your tendons, and drink your blood." She screamed while taking short strides towards Li Chia. She was certain of victory and was not afraid even if god kings were to come. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Even the human experts who wanted to side with Li Chia turned silent. Virtuous paragons were only insects in the face of such an imperial aura. Li Chia didn't bother looking at the approaching storm god. He glanced at the majestic figure behind her and smiled, "Immortal Emperor Chen Shui, unfortunately, you are no longer in this world. You're only a strand of sentiment. So what if it is only a sentiment, it can still crush you like an ant." The storm god laughed hysterically and then reached for Li Chia. At this time, it was no longer her hand but an imperial hand. Even the universe would not be able to escape his grasp, it could only be torn asunder. Li Chia was still smiling as the imperial hand was crashing down. He took out a silver arrow to meet it head-on. Even the majestic figure was shocked. It used an unbelievable speed to create a gap with Li Chia. The storm god didn't know what was going on and immediately shouted, "What's the matter? Kill him." However, the figure quickly formed a mudra and sealed the storm god so that she couldn't let out another word. Its profound eyes continued to stare at Li Chia. "Even though you are not a real emperor, I don't really mind destroying you." Li Chia chuckled and pointed his silver arrow right at the figure before sighing. Just how long ago was the legend involving the killing of an immortal emperor now? Such words frightened many people. They knew that the being protecting the storm god was not a real emperor, it was only a strand of sentiment left behind by immortal Emperor Chen Shui. However, this sentiment was still quite terrifying. Even a god king wouldn't boast about killing it. But now, Li Chia's speech towards the sentiment was simply too aggressive and overbearing. The majestic figure contemplated deeply. Its brilliance pulsated between white and black. Others might not know what the silver arrow in Li Qia's hand was, but as the sentiment of an emperor, it felt a soul-threatening deterrence from the arrow. He knew what it was. At the same time, he also knew who Li Qia was. My daughter was ignorant and has offended your excellency. The majestic figure was actually able to speak. Here is an item, a token of apology to your excellency to redeem my daughter's life. This shocked the entire city. This was an emperor's sentiment, but it was actually conceding. How incredible was this sight to behold? An item fell into Li Qia's hand. He opened it for a look before looking back at the figure and gently sighed. Immortal Emperor Qin Shui, you truly have spent countless efforts on your daughter. It has to be said that the love of a father is as grand as a mountain. A sentiment capable of speech was not an ordinary sentiment. One could easily imagine that the emperor used heaven-defying means on his daughter. Moreover, he traded a supreme item for her life as well. The figure stopped talking. It gazed at Li Qia, awaiting an answer. Out of consideration for the fact that you participated in that war, I can spare her life. However, punishment must be carried out. Li Qia slowly answered and threw out his silver arrow. No. The storm god shrilly screamed but was powerless to resist. The arrow pierced her skull and actually pinned her in the sky. The majestic figure pulled out the extremely feeble soul from her body. Her Tao foundation was destroyed and only this weak soul was left. Even if she could survive, she had become an old woman without any power. Remember, don't let me see her again. Otherwise, even if you refined the stars in the sky into treasures, they still wouldn't be able to redeem her life a second time. Li Qia uttered. The figure did not speak again. It immediately left with the storm god's dying soul. From then on, no one saw the storm god again. She disappeared from this world without a trace. Her body was still nailed up high in the sky. Anyone would be stunned before this scene. She ultimately couldn't escape this fate despite receiving her father's protection. No one dared to make noise in the city at this moment. They quivered while looking at her crucified body. They would be unable to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Chapter 999, Mysterious Youth. Li Qia recalled the silver arrow. With a pop, the storm god's body fell to the ground, silencing the entire city. He sat on the imperial throne and glanced at the crowd, then the entire city before slowly uttering, anyone else dissatisfied or have some comments to say about me? It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop. Many people held their breaths, even the blood ancestors didn't dare to say a single word. Very good. Li Qia stood up and calmly said, if anyone has grudges against me or find that I am unpleasant to their eyes, both one-on-one or group fights are fine, I will gladly accept the challenge. However, if they involve the people around me with their feud, then wait for a sect-destroying disaster. Tell the Blood Devil tribe that I am a merciful person and will give them 1 day to prepare. I will personally go after 1 day and destroy their sects and ancestral grounds. This is the result of those who maneuver against my people. His voice was not loud, yet everyone in the city heard him clearly. In the past, someone would have mocked Li Qia. The blood race was the sun at noon with geniuses appearing one after another, especially within the Blood Devil tribe. Their solidarity was unrivaled. No one would dare to oppose them, let alone talk about stamping out their lineages. Today, Li Qia dared to utter such words, but the Blood Devil ancestors here didn't have the guts to retort. He wasn't even afraid of an emperor's sentiment. Just how heaven-defying was he? Boom! Eventually, Li Qia opened the imperial decree and casually threw it to the ground like a piece of trash. Yi Chuan was quite smart. He noticed and quickly picked it up. Even though this imperial decree no longer had any power, it was still a great treasure to a small country like Suhuang. Young noble Li, the Thunder Tower Lord, who had been trapped in the tower, quickly bowed after seeing Li Qia and apologized. It is my Crimson Knight's fault for all this to happen, please forgive us. Li Qiye remained seated on the throne and looked at the Tower Lord. He gently shook his head. To tell the truth, I'm very disappointed. Someone of your realm can't even take out an imperial weapon. This is quite embarrassing for an ancestor. Such words left the Tower Lord feeling awkward. He didn't know how to respond and could only smile wryly. Well, the storm god had full control of the kingdom. Old geezers like us had our hands tied. The imperial princess naturally had full sovereignty over the kingdom. Even ancestors stronger than her were still suppressed. The Tower Lord quickly apologized once more. This time, I and several other ancestors were discussing how to settle this problem, but we didn't expect for the storm god's first branch to be so aggressive. They dismissed several ancestors preemptively. Our kingdom absolutely does not wish to oppose young noble Li. Unfortunately, it is a little late. Right now, I have plans to visit your kingdom. Without a baptism of blood, a few people will never understand my mercilessness. Li Qiye said dismissively. This scared the soul out of the Tower Lord. He quickly prostrated on the ground. Young noble, please give my kingdom a chance. I promise that we will definitely remove the storm god's first branch from the kingdom's order. I guarantee it with my life. Yuan will become the Crimson Knight Royal Lord and we shall pledge loyalty to you. The Tower Lord knew Li Qiye had obtained the legacy of the blood progenitor and would definitely rule the blood race in the future. Without showing him their commitment right now, their future would be quite grim. Please give us a chance. The Tower Lord's head met the ground. Even an ancestor of his level could only ask Li Qiye for forgiveness. Li Qiye glanced at the Tower Lord and then Yuan. At this moment, she didn't dare to intercede. She knew that his decision was not something she could influence. Fine, I will give your kingdom a chance. After a while, he slowly spoke. If you still can't fix this problem, then I'll do so myself. You should understand that my personal visit will not end without blood. Rest assured, young noble, it will go as you wish this time. The kneeling Tower Lord solemnly promised, once Yuan is in control, our kingdom will obey all of your orders. Li Qiye gently nodded then told Yuan, I have taught you everything that should be taught. The path that you take is up to you. Whether you can become an amazing ruler or not depends on your own effort. None of my protégés have turned out to be weak. Do not disappoint me. Yuan kneeled on the ground and quietly bowed her head towards Li Qiye. All she had today was given to her by Li Qiye. She was a disciple exiled from the kingdom. To be able to return was already too great of a wish. She never thought that she would be able to rule the country one day. His declaration and feat spread to the entire barren earth overnight. Countless humans became excited. The young humans had been far too quiet in this region, but finally, a prodigy appeared. Perhaps he would be able to lead the humans to newfound glory. A second Lin Tiandi. Someone emotionally commented after hearing Li Qiye's tales. No, he's even more heaven-defying than Lin Tiandi. Someone else murmured, just climbing the prime peak alone is enough to make him matchless. No matter how great Lin Tiandi is, he couldn't climb it. In a southern desolate area, a young man was traveling across the world in a transcendent and mysterious manner. Myriad Dao accompanied his steps as if he was the ruler of the Dao. He was referred to as the number one genius of the barren earth, Lin Tiandi. Amazing. Such accomplishments, even the most earth-defying genius would have to chase him from behind. Lin Tiandi was in awe after hearing the news and became absent-minded for a moment. He eventually regained his senses and smiled. This generation will not be boring, it shall be a brilliant one. Otherwise, with just Jikong Wudi and the others, how could they compete against my senior brother? With that, he continued on with the same carefree and unrestrained attitude as before. It seemed that nothing could prevent him from having peace of mind. The mysterious Bamboo Mountain, one of the most powerful lineages in the barren earth, was on the same level as Heavengard. It was a sect with 3 emperors. Among them, one was a demon, another was a golem, and the last was said to be either a demon or a dragon. Many demon tribes considered mysterious bamboo to be their leader and followed its orders. However, after immortal Emperor In Tian, mysterious bamboo maintained a very low profile and became strangely reclusive. There was an ancient pavilion in mysterious bamboo with a young man lying there. Even his casual posture would leave others with the feeling that the heavens was being devoured. To describe him as being among the heavens was not an exaggeration at all. This youth seemed to just be waking up. The door opened. An ancestor came in and reported the news of the barren earth to him. A silver arrow. The youth immediately sat up after hearing this. The 9 heavens shook with his movement. A glint emerged in his eyes like the radiance of 3,000 worlds. This glint was extremely terrifying. Even god-kings would quake with fear if they were standing before him. This youth was absolutely mighty beyond imagination. The youth asked again, "Are you positive that it was a silver arrow?" He had a hard time believing this. "Honorable ancestor, I'm completely certain." This mysterious bamboo ancestor held great reverence for this youth. The youth's expression shifted. He was lost in a daze as he murmured, "Is it, can it be?" The moment this youth calmed down, he quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he crossed time and space. Each of his steps took him through countless locations. If one could see his method, they would be jolted. Just taking a few steps allowed him to cross an entire area. This was too heaven-defying. When the curtain of night fell, the youth appeared right outside of the holy city. No one knew that he had arrived. He stood in the sky, untraceable as if he was one with the heaven and earth. Not even god-kings would be able to detect him, let alone god-monarchs. He opened his eyes, revealing a glare capable of crossing time itself. It eventually fell upon the Thunder Tower. Inside the tower, Wuxia was sitting down and meditating quietly. When the youth's gaze reached the Thunder Tower, Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes to look in the youth's direction. Afterward, he closed his eyes again, reaching a state of zen once more. Thump, thump, thump. The youth took several steps back in shock. He left without saying another word and returned to mysterious bamboo in an instant. Damn, how am I going to live now? The youth pulled on his own hair in great distress. The ancestors here were dumbfounded to see the youth acting like this. They glanced at each other in confusion, not knowing what had happened. One of them quietly asked, "Ancestor, what happened?" "I want to commit suicide, do you understand?" The youth jumped up. His handsome face became sour like a bitter melon. Go now, to the town down the mountain. Buy me 10,000 pieces of tofu so that I can kill myself by ramming my head against them. The ancestors here didn't know how to respond to this young man. The youth sat down in his chair with a dejected expression and reluctantly spoke. "I finally climbed out of the ground and wanted to act cool for a bit, kill some monsters, claim the heavens will, but I have only completely wasted my time." Chapter 1000. Destroying the Saber Emperor School at nightfall, Wuxia's declaration exploded throughout the blood race. Its lineages were in disarray and everyone became quite rowdy all of a sudden. This was especially true for the Blood Devil tribe. They held a dire emergency meeting. Many big shots from its lineages participated, including a few seclusive ancestors. So arrogant, challenging our entire tribe. Does he really think we don't have anyone who can take him on? It wasn't just the Blood Devils, even some blood disciples felt indignant at Wuxia's words. Due to their great solidarity, once the blood race faced a powerful enemy, all of them would let go of their feuds and join hands. The humans were far weaker in this respect. Who does he think we are? Does he think that our Blood Devil tribe is a soft tomato that he can crush as he pleases? A Blood Devil disciple full of hope spoke. "We have billions of disciples and more than 1,000 paragons with God Kings leading them. I don't believe that he has the ability to kill us all." A big shot from the tribe coldly uttered, "Let him come, we'll take him on any time. No matter how powerful the enemy may be, our Blood Devil tribe will fight to the end." In fact, this big shot wasn't just boasting. In just one night, many lineages in the tribe quietly maneuvered their armies to form an unimaginably large coalition. Spies were shocked to see this miraculous deployment from the tribe. They were not only unified but also had a fast and effective cavalry. It would be difficult for a tribe with such abilities to not become prosperous. They used action as to respond to Li Qia's threat. This left a lot of people wanting to see more. Everyone knew that in the last several generations, the blood race had become increasingly powerful in the southern region. The human race no longer had the strength to be called number one in the barren earth. The Blood Devil tribe's unity allowed them to grow strong very quickly. Now, they were a force to be reckoned with for all the other races here. At this moment, they finally mobilized their troops on an unprecedented scale to fight Li Qia to the death. How could people not become excited to watch this? One against an entire tribe, even Lin Tiandi can't compete with this. This is the pride of our human race. A proud human commented after seeing the blood devils on the move. This was the reason why the humans began to falter before the bloods. Humans only worried about their own business. They only swept away the snow in front of their own gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have conceded the position of being the number one race in the barren earth to the blood race. An expert who had received some information spoke, an ambush of certain death. The Blood Devil tribe has sworn to not give up before taking Li Qia's head even if they're down to the very last man. This was a shocking piece of news. However, no one knew where this ambush would take place. However, many people understood that this feud between Li Qia and the Blood Devil tribe was beyond reconciliation. Li Qia had killed dozens of Blood Devil ancestors back on the God War Mountain and then 10 more at the Thunder Tower. This was a great blow to their tribe. It would be strange if they could let go of this anger. On the second day, Li Qia left the holy city by himself, not taking anyone with him. Li Qia wants to make a move. The eager crowd watched in anticipation. The holy city was boiling with excitement. There was even a large group of experts tailing him. Li Qia flew in the sky, each of his swift steps crossed 1,000 miles. However, judging from his expression, he had an inexplicable sense of ease. It was as if he was not going into battle and was instead merely taking a stroll outside of the city. The Blood Devil tribe had 35 great lineages and 14 nations. The Saber Emperor School was one of them and also the one closest to the holy city. After almost half a day, Li Qia arrived at the Saber Emperor School, but he didn't enter. He only stood on the outskirts and gazed at the sect. As a southern great lineage, the school's ancestral ground spanned for thousands of miles. Rows of mountains pierced the sky like divine blades lined up one after another. This scene easily displayed the school's might. At this time, it was in a state of high alert. A great army defended the gates with rays of light that towered to the sky. Formations had been activated within. The school's sealed ancestors all came out. Both heavenly kings and virtuous paragons presided over important locations. The cultivators following behind Li Qia also stopped on the horizon. They held their breaths while waiting for the battle to break out. An ancestor from the school shouted, "Li, come here if you dare. Even if you were the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, we will still fight you to the end." The disciples inside shouted as well. Their chant echoed in the mountains, creating reverberations across the area in an intimidating fashion. This was enough to show their will to fight to the end. At this point, the spectators were waiting to see what actions Li Qia would take to enter the school. Li Qia only smiled when he saw how united the school was. Boom! An item jumped out then flew towards the school. Meanwhile, Li Qia just turned around and left. Li Qia's swift departure after releasing a single item confused many people. No one knew what he was trying to do. Even the experts in the school were startled. They thought Li Qia would come and massacre them on their grounds. Buzz! The item instantly flew inside the school. It quickly transformed into a gigantic green bamboo tree. Its enormity engulfed the entire school. What is that? Everyone became wide-eyed. No one knew where this kind of bamboo tree came from. People lifted their heads to watch the tree that poked through the clouds and blotted out the sun. Under its cover, the entire school seemed incredibly tiny. Boom! While everyone was still confused, the giant bamboo suddenly slammed down and smashed the school. Rumble. Many of the mountains inside immediately collapsed from this attack. The disciples inside were blown away, and many were even smashed into a paste. However, it was only the beginning of the calamity. After the first smash, the tree's great dragon-like roots instantly pierced into the ground. Zzz, the sound of siphoning clearly resounded. The moment the tree took root in the school's ancestral ground, it drained the worldly energy of this location like an ox drinking a river's water. The energy underground was sucked up like a flood through a broken dam. The large ancestral ground began to wither as its worldly energy was stolen. With a loud pop, cracks suddenly appeared on the land. Not good, stop it now. Open the ancestral foundation. The ancestors in the school regained their senses, but it was already too late. An ancestor shouted and took the vanguard while leading his direct disciples to attack the tree. Die. Almost 10,000 disciples from the school frantically made their way towards the tree. The ancestors used all of their abilities. An endless amount of blood energy controlled the most powerful true treasures to attack the green bamboo. In just a second, glittering lights appeared in the sky. One treasure soared up after another. Divine swords slashed the tree along with scorching flames. Some ice element techniques aimed to seal it as well. However, as the tree continued to absorb the worldly energy, it became even more verdant. It emitted a green ethereal light as if it was forming a huge barrier. Bang! 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 The onslaught from the tens of thousands of disciples was completely stopped by this green barrier. Next, one of the tree's branches stretched out. It swept countless disciples flying. This scene resembled a huge tree smashing away countless ants. It was truly shocking. Boom! An ancestor used his most powerful true treasure to break through this green barrier. He and several others instantly headed for the tree to cut it into pieces. However, before these powerful ancestors could reach the tree, a buzzing appeared. A sword-like branch flew down to meet the ancestor with the true treasure. No matter how powerful this true treasure was, it couldn't stop the branch. With a scraping noise, the branch pierced the true treasure and nailed this dead ancestor to the ground. This ancestor quivered a bit before he died. He still didn't know just what this green bamboo tree was to be so heaven-defying like this. Rumble. At this time, the school had finally opened their foundation in order to stop the tree. Alas, even the foundation couldn't stop it. With crackling explosions, the roots of the tree pierced the ancestral foundation and drilled even deeper into the ground. Chapter 1001, Wang Clan. Miserable screams echoed continuously as the disciples of the school fell one after another. They kept on rushing forward in an attempt to cull the bamboo tree, but no one was successful. All of them were killed off one by one. Their blood went beyond just staining the ground. It slowly converged into a stream that flowed downhill. One could see corpses and broken treasures strewn everywhere. At the same time, the shrill cries of the disciples that had yet to die turned the school into a purgatory. After seeing this scene, the majority of the experts watching in the distance shivered. Even though the Saber Emperor School was not an imperial lineage, it was still an amazing great power. But today, such a lineage was destroyed and the worldly energy under its ancestral ground was sucked dry. This meant that this area had now become a wasteland. Even if some disciples survived, they still wouldn't be able to rebuild the school. An expert quivered and commented, "Just what is that thing? It's too horrifying." He wasn't the only one, many people felt the very same fear. Earlier, the school had erected a great defensive perimeter, yet in the blink of an eye, it was turned into a hell with flesh splattered everywhere. The majority of its disciples died miserably in this place. No one knew that this green bamboo that took root in the school was giant bamboo's divine protector. Of course, it naturally didn't come here in person. This was possible because of the world seal. Li Qie had imprinted the divine protector into his treasure. In a sense, he was able to copy the entire bamboo tree. Even though there was still a sizable disparity between the copy and the real deal, the tree was ultimately one of the two great demon forefathers of the stone medicine world. This copy wouldn't have any issue destroying a Saber Emperor school. This was the most heaven-defying aspect of the world seal. It was able to copy anything, including even immortal emperors. Of course, in order to do so, it required the emperor's cooperation. If an emperor agreed to do so, then the seal would be able to carry out this feat. This meant that Li Qie would have an emperor to fight for him. Eventually, a cry of despair rang out. The most powerful ancestor of the school was nailed to the ground by the green bamboo. His blood gently flowed down the streets. Rumble. At this point, the ancestral ground began to crumble. After draining it of its worldly energy, the mountains here collapsed one by one. Boom! Finally, the green bamboo dragged the school's treasure trove out from the ground and turned back into the world seal before flying off to the horizon. The crowd was still stunned as they looked at the mess that was the school. Not long ago, it was a powerful lineage, but after a short period of time, it now laid in ruins. It could even be said that Li Qie didn't lift a single finger from start to finish. He didn't even take a step inside the school. In this manner, he destroyed the Saber Emperor school. The whole process seemed like an unbelievable legend. Shit, is Li Qie still a person? A commenter had his butt on the ground since his legs were too weak to let him stand. An ancestor took a deep breath and murmured, Lin Tiandi, Jikong Wudi, they can't be better than this. No one will be able to compete with Fierce. At this time, people had already ranked Li Qie above Lin Tiandi's group. A great character quietly whispered, Fierce, his notoriety is real. A quarrel will result in a sex destruction. He was heaven-defying in the past, and now he is even more heaven-defying. What did you say? The person next to him asked. Nothing, just talking to myself. The great character shook his head and didn't say anything else. Without a doubt, some people had figured out Li Qie's identity, but they didn't reveal it. They wanted to see Li Qie pierce through the sky as they were eager to watch the fun. Li Qie continued to move, but the world seal caught up to him. He recalled it and threw the Saber Emperor school's treasury into his fate palace without bothering to take a look at it. In his eyes, a lineage like this school couldn't reach the apex. Destroying it easily was only to be expected. Li Qie is going to the Wang clan. Those who were tailing him noticed his direction and immediately knew where he was going. They immediately sped up to the Wang clan. Everyone wanted to see what kind of methods Li Qie would employ to destroy the clan. At this moment, many considered the Wang clan's destruction to be set in stone. The Wang clan was a prestigious clan, one of the oldest in the Blood Devil tribe. It had actually produced an immortal emperor before, so it could be considered an ancient imperial lineage. It covered a wide area. Looking around, one would find many rolling hills and majestic mountains. There was also a surging river that ran across the sky-reaching mountains. Ancient temples were right next to each other. Such a grand atmosphere left people in awe. It resembled a fierce beast crouching down, deterring people from taking half a step forward. Outside of the immortal emperor, it had also produced some leaders of the blood race. They held control of the Blood Devil tribe for several generations as well. Thus, it was logical for the sky-bearing monarch that hailed from the Wang clan to be the future leader of the Blood Devil tribe. Because of its ancient and majestic atmosphere, those who had never seen much of the world would not dare to enter. Right now, its gate was wide open. The entire clan was quiet, and there was no sign of powerful protectors or guarded forts. It seemed to be welcoming guests. The only thing was that there was no sign of anyone in the Wang clan. A big clan like this should have more than 10,000 disciples and almost 1,000 families. However, not even a single shadow could be seen inside the clan. This painted quite a creepy scene. Li Qiye stood outside of the entrance and smiled after looking through the entire clan. The spectators were watching from a safe distance. No one dared to come close. Some lineages even opened their heavenly mirrors to illuminate this area so that they could see the conclusion of this conflict. Li Qiye's method of extermination for the Saber Emperor school was quite frightening and chill-inducing, so at this moment many were eager to see how Li Qiye would take care of the Wang clan. Li Qiye went past the gate and entered the Wang clan. The spectators grew nervous after he entered and looked forward to this great upcoming battle. However, there was no battle contrary to their expectations. Li Qiye did not meet any resistance. The clans seemed to be welcoming him inside. The grounds was an empty fortress. There were no disciples hiding in the shadows to ambush him either. Li Qiye quickened his pace in this deserted clan and crossed one ancient temple after another. No one is there. Someone murmured in surprise, "Don't tell me the Wang fled without fighting? There's no way." This thought crossed some people's minds. However, throughout the entire clan, there were no signs of escape because all the buildings were quite neat. They weren't messy and dirty from a chaotic withdrawal. This was true of the rest of the clan as well. What is the Wang clan doing? Someone murmured after seeing the ghost town devoid of resistance. A brilliant ancestor realized something and uttered, "The ambush has to be there." Li Qiye crossed one fort to another. Eventually, he stepped inside their ancestral ground and climbed to the highest peak inside. A dragon throne was placed there as if it was prepared for Li Qiye, awaiting his arrival. Li Qiye smirked after seeing this type of chair. He sat on it without any hesitation. On his throne, he looked around at the sceneries ahead and took them all in. All the experts were nervous when they saw Li Qiye's mighty attitude and his general disdain for all things while sitting on that throne. Many were aware that this was the calm before the storm. "I'm already here with no thoughts of escaping. It would be a waste of your welcoming reception." Li Qiye leisurely smiled, "Go for it, use whatever means you have. I want to see what your Blood Devil tribe can do." Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a portal opened above the Wang clan. A black expanse poured out like a flood. A gigantic army rushed out from the portal and instantly split into two groups to completely surround the Wang clan. Chapter 1002, Wang Dongtian. This great army descended from the sky like a flood bursting through a dam. It was endless and surrounded the Wang clan without leaving a single inch unoccupied. They became a great wall that suppressed the area. It meant that once one was inside the Wang clan, one could no longer fly out. As this army besieged the clan, the scene became absolutely dark with flashing steel and dancing banners. An aggressive aura suppressed the entire clan, causing others to be short of breath. Even an expert would feel their legs giving in. This was not just an army of tens of thousands, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. What was even more frightening was that they did not make any sound while moving. It was a smooth deployment, the result of being well trained. This is truly an invincible army. A shivering soul murmured after seeing this. After witnessing the army that numbered in the 100,000s with virtuous paragon ancestors presiding over the ranks, any sect or race would quiver with fear. All of the lineages of the Blood Devil tribe are participating in this war. Their elites are all here. This is nothing short of using their full strength. A big shot spoke with apprehension. Their solidarity made it easy for them to grow powerful. An enemy like Li Qiye warranted their full force. The elites of all 35 lineages came out for this battle. Their seclusive paragons and sealed ancestors all came into being without hesitation. No matter one's race or lineage, even if they were from an imperial lineage, they would tremble with horror before this showing. Even an imperial lineage wouldn't have such unity within their sect, but the Blood Devil tribe did. Just how frightening was it for dozens of lineages to come together like this? Li Qiye remained on his throne and gazed at the great army before him. He was still smiling and calm. In his eyes, not to mention this army of hundreds of thousands, even an army 1,000,000 strong was only a common sight. From the gray-haired ancestors to the vivacious disciples, the Blood Devil tribe wore cold expressions without exception. There were more than 100 virtuous paragons in this formation. All of them were at the ancestor level and wouldn't easily come out. However, this crisis for the tribe caused them to not hesitate to come out. The heavenly kings were too numerous to count. All of their blood energy ran strong with boiling momentum. It was as if, to protect their tribe, they would be fine with fighting to the very last man. The spectators were dead silent. Such a great showing from the tribe left them utterly shocked. Li Qiye revealed a smile as he glanced at the army. No matter what, it has to be said that your Blood Devil tribe is indeed incredible. From just a few short generations, you were able to grow from a medium-sized tribe to a great power. This was due to your solidarity that the other races lack, especially the humans. The human experts in the horizon became flustered after hearing this. Li Qiye was right, humans only worried about themselves and worked for their own well-being. If the humans could act like the Blood Devil tribe, then they would be terrifying. No race in the mortal emperor world would dare to oppose the humans. They could even potentially sweep through the 9 worlds. You know of our unity, so you should also understand that we Blood Devils will not bow down to any enemy. A coarse voice came out, we will fight to the end until we destroy our enemies, no matter who they might be. An old man stepped out before everyone. He was adorned with an imperial robe and had god monarch circles pulsing around him. Despite his gray hair, he gave off a vigorous feeling. There was a strong momentum that seemed to declare that he was a blade that had yet to age. The more dreadful part was the god monarch aura that he emitted. He let his aura run rampant, allowing it to roar like a gigantic dragon. Without a doubt, this old man was a real god monarch, one at great completion. Someone that barely stepped into this realm like the storm god couldn't compare to him at all. Who is he? Not too many people knew who he was. A blood ancestor recognized this old man's identity and murmured, Wang Dongtian. He used to be the leader of the Blood Devil tribe and is currently the strongest ruler of the Wang clan. I didn't think that even he would come into being. Wang Dongtian. The younger generation might not think anything of this name, but many ancestors from the previous generation got chills after hearing it. This was because the bizarre solidarity of the Blood Devil tribe started with him. His reign was the reason the tribe became so prosperous. Li Qiye leisurely replied, it seems that you are very confident that your tribe will be victorious in this battle. Wang Dongtian stared at Li Qiye with a profound gaze and responded slowly, I am aware of you annihilating the Saber Emperor school as well as your heaven-defying means. However, we have an army of more than 100,000 here. Numbers are completely meaningless to me. Li Qiye interrupted him and shook his head, even if you had 1,000,000 soldiers here, I still wouldn't give a damn. Despite this bold claim, no one dared to mock Li Qiye right now, unlike the past. The strength of my tribe is beyond your imagination. Even if you are a god king, don't even dream about leaving this place alive. Wang Dongtian spoke solemnly, no matter how powerful or invincible you may be, our tribe will not falter against the enemy. We will fight to the end. So courageous. In your opinion, should I be feeling despair right now? Li Qiye smiled. My tribe can spare you a path of survival. Wang Dongtian glanced at him and spoke, if you swear loyalty to us, we can forgive you. However, you must make an oath with your true fate. His offer left the experts outside surprised. Li Qiye had killed so many people from his tribe and even destroyed the Saber Emperor school, yet he was still willing to spare Li Qiye in exchange for his loyalty. This was indeed a cause for astonishment. Maybe recruiting Li Qiye is a good choice. A blood ancestor saw something deeper and murmured, at the moment, the Blood Devil tribe is missing a capable successor who can take care of the bigger picture. Interesting, how interesting. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile as he leisurely added, if I am not mistaken, you must have received some news from the blood primal ground. He paused for a moment here, how amusing, I can understand if it was the storm god being stubborn after receiving the news. She is a vixen who can't tell right from wrong, all she does is whatever she wants. But as for you, Li Chia smiled, I have heard your stories before. After receiving those messages, you still want to work together with the storm god. I find this to be very interesting. Wang Dongtian glared at Li Chia. A cold glint flashed across his eyes but disappeared right away. He slowly spoke, those who kill our tribe's disciples are our enemies. Your hands are stained with our blood, this won't be resolved with just a few words. Good, very well. Li Chia clapped in response and smiled, in a certain sense, you are a great hero to your tribe. They really should build a great monument for you. However, after today, I'm afraid you will be condemned as an eternal sinner of the Blood Devil tribe. Hero or sinner, it doesn't matter. Wang Dongtian ignored Li Chia's words and slowly declared, man proposes but heaven disposes. Let the heavens be the judge. Many were confused by the dialogue between the two. However, a few blood ancestors were astounded after hearing this since they could faintly guess a thing or two. Li Chia having ties with the primal ground was no secret. If the primal ground sent a message or even an order regarding Li Chia's situation, yet the storm god and the blood devil tribe still chose to oppose Li Chia, this was something worth mulling over. Like Li Chia said, the storm god was an unreasonable vixen, but Wang Dongtian, on the contrary, was a wise man. Why would this intelligent leader do something like this? Thus, the blood ancestors here speculated that this had something to do with the blood devil tribe's ambitions. Chapter 1003, Meeting Old Friends Again. There were a few blood ancestors who had heard rumors of the blood devil tribe's ambitions. They believed that the tribe wanted to be the top clan within the blood race. In fact, no one really suspected this rumor. After all, they had produced 3 immortal emperors in the past. The tribe itself had frightening resources, and more importantly, ever since Wang Dongtian took over, the tribe had undergone many changes. They became strong to an alarming level. After several generations of reforms, they became the unified entity of today. Although they did not produce an emperor during this time, geniuses came out one after another. There were many paragons and even eternal existences. Some even said that the tribe was the branch with the highest number of paragons in the blood race. And there was an even more frightening rumor. It stated that their ambitions did not stop there. The tribe wanted to become an existence that rivaled the blood primal ground. It even went beyond that. Some believed that they wanted to replace the primal ground altogether. Of course, the majority of the blood ancestors only snorted at these rumors. They assumed that they were only propaganda spouted by the humans or the other races. The goal was to destroy the blood race's unity. The truth was that these ancestors found it to be an impossible matter. For millions of years and generation after generation, the primal ground had always controlled the blood race in the 9 worlds. No one person or lineage could ever shake the primal ground's position in the blood race. Thus, they thought of these rumors as mere malicious slander. The Blood Devil tribe couldn't be stupid enough to challenge the primal ground's position. This was simply courting death. However, after hearing the exchange between Li Chia and Wang Dongtian, some of these blood ancestors with great statuses were slightly startled. They couldn't help but recall these past rumors about the Blood Devil tribe. They trembled at the thought that they might be true. The younger generation did not know the relationship between Li Chia and the primal ground. However, the primal ground had recently sent messages to the powerful side branches of the blood race. Even a fool would understand that Li Chia carried a great significance for the primal ground. He might even take over the leadership of the blood race. Although such speculations did not receive a direct response from the primal ground, it was enough to show Li Chia's importance. Yet, even after receiving these messages, someone as smart as Wang Dongtian chose to work together with the storm god to oppose Li Chia? What did this mean? Man proposes but heaven disposes. Let the heavens be the judge. Well said. Li Chia couldn't help but praise. I have to admit that you are a man with a vision. However, you have underestimated your enemy so much that this act is no longer a vision, it is simply overestimating your own abilities. Overestimating my own abilities? Wang Dongtian's profound eyes emitted a cold glimmer as he slowly responded, against a supreme lord, I will admit that I don't know my own limits. But against you, I don't believe this is the case. Ha ha ha, how funny. Li Qie chuckled, you will never find out what kind of enemy you are facing right now. In fact, your knowledge of the blood primal ground is only made of scraps and pieces, otherwise, you would already be regretting the decision you made today. Is that so? Wang Dongtian retorted, my blood devil tribe will never know regret. We swear to fight to the very last man against our enemies. How brave. Li Qie said with a smile, fine, you all have seen what I am capable of and should have a clear assessment of my strength. Thus, you should be well prepared. I have always been merciful and given my enemies ample opportunities. Begin, show me everything you have. I'll wait so that others won't say that I never gave you all a fighting chance. Wang Dongtian stared at Li Qie without speaking. His leisured and relaxed attitude didn't seem to be just for show. It really made Wang Dongtian wonder just how many heaven-defying means Li Qie had. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. He slowly uttered, very well, since you are so confident, I'll let you see our great solidarity firsthand. Commence. He shouted out a command. The tightly packed army that surrounded the Wang clan did not immediately attack Li Qie after the command. A battalion of disciples instantly formed formations. Magical runes appeared on their bodies. Buzz. The entire Wang territory lit up. Formation arrays rose from the ground and illuminated the area. Many chants resounded. A very powerful force in the middle of this land fluctuated. Next, a series of continuous explosions blared. Pop! A very mighty bloody ray soared into the sky from within the clan. It tore apart the initial firmament. Its crimson radiance turned into a formation high above, as if it was about to open a timeless portal. What is this? Many people felt uneasy after seeing the portal in the sky in addition to sensing the fluctuation of this timeless power. Interesting. Li Qie glanced at the portal but still sat leisurely on his throne. I have heard of this legend before. Alas, it can't reach the apex against me. His words turned Wang Dongtian's expression sour because this portal hid the ultimate power of their blood devil tribe. However, Li Qie's casual words were full of disdain. This was an affront to the great efforts of their tribe's wise sages. Such a big tone. Wang Dongtian coldly said, surrender now or you won't be able to escape death when the time comes, even if you are a god king. Really now? Before Li Qie could speak, another tyrannical voice sounded in the air. You think your blood devil tribe is so amazing? Try us then. This soul-stealing yet pleasant voice speaking in this tyrannical manner immediately attracted many gazes. At this time, many figures soared closer. A huge snail appeared before everyone. On top of the snail were 3 girls wearing the same uniform. Many eyes lit up after seeing the 3. They were definitely worthy of the phrase, kingdom toppling to an unrivaled level. All 3 had their own style and charm. One was graceful with an air of nobility, the other was as cold as ice, and the last was enchantingly sexy. The speaker was the sexy girl. She had a tall and thin figure with ample curves. Her milky white breasts were full and round. Her appearance was indescribably alluring and caused everyone to lose their minds. These 3 supreme women would draw gazes no matter where they went. Who are they? Countless youths were fascinated and enchanted by them. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the 3. He felt a hard-to-describe feeling as if he had just seen his family again. He was all too familiar with these 3 since they were quite memorable. Su Yonghuang, Li Shuangyan, and Shen Baojiao. There was also Niu Fun, who had turned into the gigantic snail. The younger generation shall surpass us with time. Wang Dongtian saw the 3 and his eyes turned serious after he uttered this praise. As the leader of the Blood Devil tribe, he immediately noticed certain clues after seeing them. The terrifying part has yet to come. After so many years, Chen Baojiao was still as hot-headed as before. She shouted, "Young noble, let us drive back the enemy for you." With that, she stepped into the sky and used an overbearing momentum to infiltrate the great army. With a serious gaze, Wang Dongtian commanded, "Stop them." With his command, a cavalry rushed out from the great coalition. Under the command of an ancestor, they swiftly rushed towards Chen Baojiao. Just in time. She shouted. A terrifying storm swirled around her body. She borrowed the momentum of the world and the force of myriad Tao. Her tyrannical sacred spring physique immediately made her combat prowess soar crazily. Clank. A saber crossed the sky, capable of slashing down the stars themselves. It swung up and down, immediately causing blood to splash. Heads began to fly. Several hundred experts couldn't even stop her single slash. The tyrannical spring physique, the tyrannical immortal saber, and the heaven-traversing 8 slashes were a perfect combination. They were enough for Chen Baojiao to meet God, slay God, meet devil, slaughter devil. Activate the formation. Wang Dongtian was startled by the sight of Chen Baojiao slaying a virtuous paragon with a single slash, so he immediately gave another command. 5 more cavalries rushed out from the ranks and turned into a 5 elements formation in order to trap Chen Baojiao. Slay! Li Shuangyan released a powerful roar. She rushed forward and turned into an ethereal figure that seemed like an elf playing in the snow. She went straight for the blood devil experts that were powering the timeless portal. Of course, Wang Dongtian didn't need to give the order. The army absolutely wouldn't allow her to get close to these experts. For more cavalries rushed out from the army to block her. They attacked with a world-sealing momentum to stop her from taking another step towards the summoning array. Chapter 1004, Unbeatable Immortal Physiques, Buzz. The moment these cavalries from the Blood Devil tribe sealed the area, Li Shuangyan exuded an astonishingly holy light. Time and space shook in this moment. She stepped forward through the sealed area. Even this great trap couldn't deter her path. Zzz, at this moment, people finally noticed a crest on her head. This was the ice crown she obtained from the World Tree. The moment she put it on, it immediately sealed everything with a layer of ice. The experts who attacked her were instantly frozen. Next came a series of shattering sounds. The ones that were trapped all broke into pieces, including even the virtuous paragons. Void imperfection physique, this allowed Li Shuangyan to move freely under any problematic situations. Myriad techniques couldn't touch her while her own Tao would spread far and wide. It was destined for her to resemble a transcendent lotus. Use fire to stop her. Wang Dongtian was aghast. He immediately issued the order the moment he saw her ice attack kill so many experts. Go! 8 new cavalry divisions ran out. They used their longevity blood to accelerate a supreme art. It turned into a gigantic fire dragon that then flew straight for Li Shuangyan. Die! Li Shuangyan was unperturbed in the face of the eternal existence leading the 8 divisions. The heavenly sky plate floated above her while she wielded the 6 Tao sword. The sacred physique was her only protection. Each of her steps created a new lotus flower to pave her way into battle. Playing with fire? I'll show you a real Tao of fire. Seeing the fire dragon formed by the 8 divisions, Su Yonghuang shouted and soared forward as well, leaving behind a path of flames in the air. An endless extreme yang fire descended. A sun began to rise in front of her chest. She seemed like a golden crow immersed in the sun, scorching the entire world. Her own fire dragons roared. This extreme yang fire turned into fire dragons and swept by everything. Miserable screams came about, many blood devil disciples were instantly burnt to ashes. Open. Eventually, a blood devil paragon used an imperial weapon while borrowed the blood energy from several thousand disciples to support it in an attempt to stop the extreme yang fire from assaulting the area. Extreme yang physique. A royal lord was able to recognize the physique and exclaimed in shock as Su Yonghuang terrorized the world with her flame. "I'm here as well." Niu Fen also shouted. He didn't need to transform, only continuing to rampage as a snail as large as a mountain. He slammed into the Blood Devil army and caused blood to flow. Wherever he went, one could hear the breaking of bones. Mangled flesh scattered all around him. Even a regular paragon would be blown flying while spurting blood from a shattered body. This sect master had taken a vacation at the Grand Middle Territory before. He murmured in amazement while watching this scene, the cleansing incense's 3 great beauties as well as their 3 immortal physiques. I have heard stories about their recent rise. It seems that they were indeed true. One sect with 3 immortal physiques, this is more than enough to sweep through any sect or lineage. It really is scary. All the spectators couldn't help but feel astonished. A paragon commented, 3 young geniuses have already become virtuous paragons with half-completion immortal physiques. The 3 of them together are simply unstoppable. Void imperfection physique, extreme yang physique, but what is the last one? A great character from the previous generation checked out the 3's physiques. However, he couldn't recognize Chen Baojiao's physique. Maybe it is the furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12. A different big shot responded, but he wasn't completely sure and was only speculating. They came from cleansing incense. Why are they helping Li Qie right now? A junior was confused about the 3 suddenly assisting Li Qie. The sect master explained to his junior, "You haven't been to the Grand Middle Territory so you don't know. Li Qie came from cleansing incense. He is their prime disciple. Back when he was at the 100 cities, he murdered thousands in a furor and personally destroyed the Tiger Howl School. This was back when he was very young. Later on, he disappeared for a long time, so everyone assumed that he was dead. Who would expect him to show up now in the southern region? Brother Hong, so you were aware of Li Qie's identity much earlier. How come you didn't tell us?" A different schoolmaster looked at the sect master with wide eyes. Li Qie is infamous, and the blood race just happens to want to fight him. Why should I let them know? This sect master smilingly spoke. Li Qie quietly sat on his throne and watched the 4 kill with a grin on his face. They were all groomed by him, so he was very happy to see their current accomplishments. Chen Baojiao was swinging her saber with an unstoppable sharpness. Li Xuanyan was untouched by myriad arts and had a supreme and free presence. Su Yonghuang's flame incinerated the sky and bullied the world. Lastly, Niu Fen was ferocious with his raw power. His gigantic body made it difficult for the enemies to hurt him. In just a moment, the 4 of them tempestuously fought inside the great army. Even though the paragons from the Blood Devil tribe had taken out imperial weapons, they still couldn't stop the 4. The spectators outside were quivering while watching this scene in shock. The younger generation was even more disturbed. A paragon with a half-completion immortal physique is unstoppable even when facing an imperial weapon. An ancestor commented with a tinge of emotion. Grand Middle Territory, so many geniuses are there. In the far distance, Bai Jian watched with several ancestors protecting him. He gently sighed during his observation. Back during his youth, he had traveled the world and went to the Grand Middle Territory as well as the Eastern 100 cities. He understood the situations in these places very well. Now, watching Su Yonghuang's unstoppable group inside this army left him feeling sentimental. There are so many immortal physiques over there. Just the cleansing incense ancient sect alone has 3. Then the mortal king of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School also has a half-completion immortal physique. They also have Jikong Wudi. It is true that their younger generation is far better than the barren earths, better than the blood races as well. Bai Jian sighed once more. Even though the southern region had the 1 emperor, 5 saints, the truth was that as one of the 5, Bai Jian knew very well that they were not even a match for Yi Chuyun, let alone Jikong Wudi. Despite the southern region being dominated by the blood race, it seemed that the current young blood generation was not as great as those in the other domains. In fact, he was not the only one who felt this sentiment. The other blood experts who were watching this fight especially the big shots, were amazed as well. The immortal physiques were simply unstoppable. After seeing Chen Baojiao's group dominating the Grand Army, Li Qie chuckled and looked over at Wang Dongtian. How long do you think your army can hold out for? If the only god monarch your side has is you, I'm afraid this won't be enough. I'd like to see what you can do. Wang Dongtian turned serious. He glanced at the portal in the sky. His god monarch rings pulsed even more with a great celestial world floating behind him. In the blink of an eye, he became the ruler of this celestial world, instilling fear and awe in all. He finally wanted to take action and unleash their tribe's ultimate attack. Prior to this, he was simply testing Li Qie to see all of his methods. You alone are not worthy of testing the young noble. As Li Qie was still sitting leisurely on his throne, a voice next to him answered Wang Dongtian, who was ready to attack. A person appeared next to Li Qie. Even Wang Dongtian couldn't clearly see how he appeared. He wore a paper hat. It was Arcane Guru. A little bit ago, he was blown flying by the immortal emperor's sentiment. Nevertheless, Li Qie wasn't worried about him at all. He had a heaven-defying treasure protecting his body, so it wouldn't be easy to actually kill him. Wang Dongtian stared at him. His profound eyes narrowed and emitted a frightening glint. You all want to go big, so what's the point of keeping it hidden? Li Qie laughed at Wang Dongtian. Just let those hiding in the dark come out. How can you still remain calm while watching your disciples be killed like this? Wang Dongtian's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this before raising his voice. Elders, it is time for us to end this. Please come and subdue these juniors. After these words were spoken, 3 figures suddenly floated into the sky. Their appearance was accompanied by the arrival of their god monarch auras that flipped over the firmament like a rising tide. They had imperial weapons ready. Boom! The weapons shattered the void and went straight for the 3 girls in the middle of the Grand Army. The spectating ancestors in a safe distance palpitated when they saw god monarchs using imperial weapons. The vast aura caused many youths to directly kneel down from the pressure. The 3 girls roared and, with a slash, Chen Baojiao unleashed her 8 saber techniques. The tyrannical immortal saber cut through devils and immortals to stop the imperial weapons. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan's sword turned into the 6th Dao while her heavenly sky plate stopped anyone from reading the heavenly fortunes. In addition to this, her crown of ice reversed the universe in an attempt to strike down a weapon. Su Yonghuang had a crimson halberd in her hands. Her expertise made it resemble a soaring true dragon or a great sovereign making his appearance. Under her endless extreme yang fire, everything was annihilated in the firmament. She alone stopped one of the weapons as well. Rumble. The 3 girls managed to stop the weapon's offense. However, one could easily imagine the power behind these weapons when god monarchs were controlling them. Although the 3 girls were strong, they were knocked flying with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 1005, The Leader, Kill Them. The 3 god monarchs wanted to kill the 3 girls in one fell swoop without giving them a chance to breathe. The imperial weapons surged once more and recommenced their attack. Formation. Li Shuangyan shouted and summoned a formation array. The 3 of them quickly came together and formed a vast formation. One side of this formation was an endless sea of flames. The extreme yang physique refined this place into a fiery domain. On the other side was an extremely sacred land like a world of deities. In the 3rd domain, a terrifying storm ravaged the earth like those in the legends. It wanted to tear myriad laws asunder. 3 Immortals formation. This was a supreme formation built on the basis of the 3's immortal physiques. It borrowed their physique's power to support the arrays. It not only unleashed their greatest potential but also perfectly fused them together to reach a frightening level. Boom! The formation received the attack from the 3 imperial weapons without being damaged at all. Next, it instantly trapped the 3 god monarchs within. Rumble. At this time, the endless storm erupted. The immortal flame instantly engulfed the 3 monarchs. In the realm of the deities, a sacred power suppressed them and began to separate their grand Tao. Many were astonished to see the three monarchs suppressed within. A blood ancestor said with fear, They are the three oldest ancestors of the Blood Devil tribe. The great army wanted to shatter the three immortals' formation in order to help the monarchs. However, Niufen alone stopped their progress and shouted, Scram! He had turned back into his humanoid form at this time. With a loud cry, it seemed that he had figured out the mysteries of this world. His body became very large and majestic. An endless heavenly glow shone on him, making it seem as if he had turned into a great deity. His blood energy soared to the sky and became dazzlingly bright. Each strand of his blood energy emitted a divine aura. He shouted again and unleashed a strike that destroyed all the celestials in the way. The earth molded and almost 10,000 blood experts were crushed in an instant. What is that? People were startled by his divine strands of blood energy. Not too many had ever seen a cultivator's blood energy emitting a divine aura such as this before. It looked like something that could only belong to a godly race of legends. The bloodline of a true god, so incredible. An ancient voice came about. A huge palm came from the sky. Niufen roared and thrust both hands up to meet this incoming palm. Boom! The exchange shattered mountains and rivers. Niufen's gigantic body took several thumping steps back and smashed apart the hills behind him. Even with the 18 solutions at his disposal, he was still not a match for this new enemy. It really is a descendant of a true god. A person showed up in the sky and was surprised to see Niufen survive his palm attack. He emitted an aura that would make paragons tremble. He stood in the distance in a supreme and sacred manner. It seemed that each of his gestures could reverse the universe and control the world. A god king, not to mention the younger generation, even the big shots from the previous generation were startled and became timid. A god king had finally made his move. This meant that this storm was about to end. He is not only a god king, he is one of the past leaders. A blood ancestor recognized this person and felt his scalp tingling. He is the most amazing leader of the blood race after immortal Emperor Qin Shui, the one who took control of all the bloods in the 9 worlds. It's that leader? Another big shot from the blood race quivered and responded, but he isn't from the Blood Devil tribe. Why is he helping them? Those in the blood race who knew about this leader were quite jolted. This person before them was a very old ancestor. Rumor has it that he had been sealed for a long while and wouldn't come into being ever again. Who would have thought that he would come out today for the Blood Devil tribe? The one standing in the high sky above looked down on the entire battlefield. Even if he didn't try to put on airs, he still naturally emitted a suffocating aura as a very powerful god king. Moreover, he had once ruled over the blood race in the 9 worlds and was considered the best leader after immortal Emperor Qin Shui. His eyes fell upon Li Qie as he slowly uttered, "You do indeed have some amazing means. However, I have met many others with amazing means as well. It is your honor to have me personally come out today. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter, but since this is already the case, my old bones will have to check you out then." A different feeble voice rang. Someone instantly jumped into the firmament. This was an old Taoist who was dressed quite shabbily. His robes were so dirty that no one would know when the last time he washed was. His eyes were full of drowsiness, making it seem like he would fall over into a deep sleep at any given moment. An old Taoist coming out of nowhere and challenging the leader left many people confused. Everyone knew the leader. He was definitely a terrorizing god king whose fame was not just for show. However, this Taoist that resembled a beggar who came out of nowhere and challenged him left many spectators speculating his identity. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing the Taoist. He was from the Heavenly Tao Academy, Penkeng. Heavenly Tao Academy. The leader was definitely worthy of his prestige. He immediately recognized Penkeng's background, truly incredible. His eyes seemed to pierce the eons as he gazed at Penkeng. "Even though your Tao is heaven-defying, you are still not my match. Even an immortal emperor thought highly of you back then, so I know that you are very unfathomable." Peng King didn't seem to mind as he drank a gulp of wine and smiled. However, how many moves do you think you will need to defeat me? 500 or maybe 1,000? This response shocked many experts. If someone who was even praised by an emperor needed 500 to 1,000 moves to defeat this old Taoist, then just how powerful was this old Taoist? The leader glared at Peng King as if he wanted to see through him and find his weakness to deliver a fatal blow. However, Peng King just continued to relaxedly pour wine into his mouth. Rumble. At this time, space suddenly quaked. The portal in the sky finally opened. A bloody brilliance descended and blocked out the world. The entire barren earth could see this brilliance. It was truly too magnificent. A vast country emerged from this bloody light. It was endless like a sea of blood with countless citizens living within.